What a day we had yesterday. Maybe the highest standard cricket we've ever had on ECN, as the first day of the Western Shield was a huge success. At the moment, a 3-2 advantage to the British and Irish Knights. But Team Europe, they've got the time and they've got the talent to strike back. Get set, because this is day 2, the final day of the Western Shield 2024. And it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Bon dia, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 2 of the Western Shield. So this is a big day on the ECN calendar 2024. And at the end of the day, we'll give away the first ever Western Shield to the champion team out of Team Europe and the British and Irish Knights. Some final warm-ups going on behind me right now. Now, if you were watching yesterday, you would know that the Knights, they have a 3-2 advantage going into day 2. So today we'll have the final 4 matches of this series, and ultimately we will find our champion. And if you were watching yesterday, you'd also know that there's no coin tosses except for at the very start of the series here. So the option today will go to Team Europe in matches 6 and 8, and it'll go to the Knights in matches 7 and 9. So first up here in match number 6, Europe had the option and they decided to bat. It was interesting yesterday. We saw a bit of a conscious tactical switch from the teams wanting to get totals on the board. Just seemed that the chase pressure was kind of catching up with a few teams. And we saw some big totals yesterday, including the 234 by the Knights. It's the second highest all-time total on ECN, and that's in over 5,000 matches. Well, weather conditions today, maybe a tiny bit of overnight rain, so this field is a little bit damp to start the day. I do think it will get better as the day goes on. A little bit of blue sky and sunshine, but also a few clouds. Not expecting any problems, though, as far as rain goes today. Expecting a maximum temperature of 21 degrees, and currently it's around about 17 to get this one going. Lots of stars on both sides. It's Team Europe, though. They need to have a really, really good day if they're going to push this and perhaps steal the shield out of the clutches of the Knights. Let's get ready for the first ball. Rico full. Well, congratulations to you, Rico. This is your last day before you have a little break. Let's enjoy it. It's going to be a big one. Team Europe, can the batting fire for them? They're batting first up here against the Knights. Let's get ready for day 2.
Thank you very much to certainly looking forward to this day. Bon dia, everybody, and it's going to be a fantastic day. The good news is the sun is making its way out now as well, and we're really looking forward to what it's going to be.
Bon dia, and thank you very much to Vinny Sandu giving us the rundown to what we have today. It is a huge day. The British and Irish Knights taking on Team Europe. It's day 2. And remember that it is at the moment 3-2 to the British and Irish Knights. So everything to play for today. 4 matches there will be. This is what we had yesterday. What a start it was. The first match, 338 runs, with Team Europe 172 for 4. British and Irish Knights, where they got close, 166 for 2, 6 runs was in it. And it was a great spell from Khalid Ahmadi, 2 for 11. But don't forget, there was that 98 not out there from Harrison Ward. And, well, he would get better as the day went on. In the next match, he got that century, 102 of 32 deliveries. Not the first centurion, though, in the day. And it was a victory by 23 runs for the Knights. Next up, match 3, British and Irish Knights. Well, this time they had this troubles with the bat, 112 for 9. And Team Europe victorious by 4 wickets with 10 balls to go. And it was Saqib Zulfikar player of the match, 4 for 25 and 24 of 7. But the Knights would come back strong in the last 2 matches. Match number 4, 168 to 111. And same as Lynch, 69 or 25 with the player of the match. A victory for him. And then it was also the same in the last match. And this is what you just heard Vinny Sandhu make reference to. 234, the second highest score we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. Dan Lincoln, he gets a century. What a knot that was from him. 111 of 28, so 2 centuries in the day. He was the player of the match. And the Knights winning by 93 runs. And that means that, yeah, like you said, it was 3-2 to the Knights on the day. So Team Europe today will be wanting to start with a victory straight away. They have, of course, elected to have a bat first. I like that move. I mean, if you go by what we saw yesterday, that I think it was only on the one occasion that we saw a team chasing winning, and that was in match number 3, Team Europe. But that was when they restricted the British and Irish Knights to 112. So other than that, teams batting first were getting those wins. And I think this is where I think Team Europe are saying, right, okay, look, we're one behind, is in our hands. Let's go out there and get a positive start to the day. I really do believe that if they can start the way they did yesterday. Remember, they won the very first match, and that was even after the very first ball was a royal duck to DDC. You remember that, the start of the Western Shield. DDC, speaking about him, I think he will have a better day. Look, class is permanent. Form can come and go. Class is permanent. He's a superb player. He will come back strong. So I'm expecting him to be in the runs. But you can see this really hasn't changed. I think this is very much the same as yesterday. The British and Irish Knights, 70% to 30% favourites according to the win predictor. But so let's wait and see. The umpires are out. It's going to be Suleiman Saeed and Tyrone Peters to talk us through the first. Umpire Malik will be the third. And of course, all the umpires being brilliantly led by Ian Rubbage, the tournament referee. So everybody, welcome wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Let's get ready to do this. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibawan, Vanakkam, and welcome to all of you that are watching via fan code. Of course, a big good morning to everybody who's on our chat already. Hello to Kai Bai, and Rob Thompson is there as well. Steve McVeigh has made it here. And Jules, hello to you. And it's going to be a good day. I can feel it. And I think everybody in the chat can feel it as well. Hello, Nick and Dave, Steve Kelk. We're going to have a cracker. And the good news is the weather is good as well. So welcome to, well, yesterday it was Dream Saturday because it was very much a dream seeing all these players out there representing these both teams. Or maybe we're going to have to call this, well, what do you think? Fantasy Sunday? We're getting ready to go. The umpires will wait to be given the nod. The two batters are out there. They need a good start, need to be positive. It was a dominant finish to the day yesterday from the British and Irish Knights, but they didn't have it all their own way, we know that. DDC will be the non-striker to start off with, hoping to get going. Dan Lincoln had a good day yesterday. He played every match as well, but just goes to show his super fitness. And another guy who was quality with the ball was Jack Jarvis. He just seemed to get better as the day went on. Let's see if he can stay in the good form that he finished the day on. Jamshad Khan is going to face the first ball. Jamshad, powerful hitter of the ball. Right, here we go. Umpires go, say play. The battle of bat versus ball commences. It's going to be one down the leg side. A wide call straight away. And maybe just a little bit of that dew playing a part here. Vinny made reference to it. There was a little bit of rain first thing earlier this morning. And also I think when you have days like this, especially when the sun's now coming out now, there will be some dew. I can see the grass around me glistening in the sunshine, but it will soon burn away. It's going to be an absolute cracker here today. Big wild swing from Jamshad as Jarvis finds the areas Plenty of people here at the ground early morning as well. I said, Steve McVeigh, he is here. And I had a chance to briefly say good morning to him. He's looking forward to a big day. DJ's in, so we'll hear some nice sounds playing in the background as well. Right, goes for it, up in the air, and it's going to go all the way. Boom! Bolle, bolle. Hinna sona, shaka, lagya. Always a nice feeling when your first scoring shot is a 6, and Jamshad gets his proper, and over it goes. So, first 6 of the day, first of many. Remember, yesterday we saw a total of 1,536 runs. It was quite incredible. Slower delivery, and that gets played quite easily out there on the offside. And we'll have a look at this as well, because I get the feeling that this could be close to a 6. The umpire's just waiting. Let's see. So it's pretty full. It gets played away. And where does this land? Just waiting to see where this one is. Yeah. I think they were just checking the height on that as well. It was the slower delivery and deciding that's okay, so it will be 4. So jump shot, 6 and 4, and as we say in the network, hungry for more. Oh, well, Jarvis this time takes a bit of a tumble. It's a dot ball, so just sliding a little bit on that front foot perhaps. Let's have a look at this again, because of course you're running onto the grass, onto the artificial, so you're taking that moisture onto the pitch. The pitch, of course, is always covered, so the pitch will be nice and dry, but it's just a transfer of the moisture on the pitch early on. Okay, that's up in the air, and is he looking for another boundary? Oh, I think that gets saved. That's nicely done. Batters will come back for 2. Good work from the fielder that came round from that backward point area and plays like a nice forehand to keep the ball in play. See it again from Jamshad. A little bit wider, but here's the fielding. Very well done indeed. Drags this out to the fielder. No run this time. Gets down. That's Ben Fitchett. Makes a stop. We get to the end of the first over. So 13 without loss. Couple of boundaries in that one. So Team Europe. Let's go through yesterday. Obviously won the first, 172 to 166. Have a look at some of the players there. And well led, of course, by the 2 coaches, Corey Ruckers and Albert van der Merwe. Rob Thompson is the manager there of the Knights, and Conrad Greenshields for Team Europe. But some outstanding players there, and no wonder there's a huge buzz around the world about these players coming together and doing battle. But 3-2 it is at the moment to the British and Irish Knights. Yeah, so Europe winning the first, 172 to 166, 338 runs in that match. And the Knights came back strong with that century from Harrison Ward. This one just gets blocked away by DDC. They go with Julius Samarora, the bowl over number 2. He bowled very well yesterday. Probably was the pick of the bowlers, actually. Hit hard in the air, and that one will be one bounce, picked up. So DDC does get off the mark. Yes, so Knights came back well with a 23-1 victory in match number 2. Match number 3 was when Team Europe went back in front with a, well, quite a comprehensive win. Chased down the 113 with 10 balls to go. That's Akib Zulfikar was the player of the match, that one. Well, that's nicely played, and that one is not going to be stopped. A good shot. So Looking good at the moment here, Jamshad. Gets that away nicely. Match 4 and 5 though was when the British and Irish Knights really did take control, 168 to 111. Same as Lynch, 69 to 25 playing the match performance, and then we saw that outstanding knock from Dan Lincoln, the second centurion in the day. Uppercut, fielder coming in, can he get there? No, just dropped short. I thought for a moment there maybe if he gets a dive forward here, it's an opportunity for Lynch to get there. He doesn't, and just like that, I don't think Lynch is quite picking these, so they're going to make a change in the field here. I think Lynch himself has said, yeah, I'm not quite picking those, so they're going to send Jack Jarvis down there. Get the feeling that maybe there was an opportunity if he sees it early enough. He doesn't. The next one gets through. Great take on Lincoln. What an athlete he is, and he was the man we were talking about. 111 of 28 yesterday, and it was just a incredible knock. It really was. 234 for 3. Second highest score we've seen in the network in Team Europe. Did get to 141. Sean Gomes and Mujadadi put a good performance in with the bat. And another dot ball here. And that will be the end of the over. So it's 19 without loss after 2. Big match really this, because you get the feeling that if Team Europe get the win here and level the Western Shield Series here, make it 3 apiece, then 3 matches to go, and they could be pretty, they're going to be pretty tasty as well, but they everything to play for. Whereas you just get the feeling that if the British and Irish Knights win this one, and they take a you know, that big lead going into those next 3 matches, then it might just put a little bit too much pressure on Team Europe. Might be too much for them to do. And it's worked away, gets it behind square, a nice shot. So Jamshad at the moment certainly looking the business, gets another one away. He's there to do one thing, that's attack. That's his role, and it's what they really wanted somebody like Nabi to be doing, but Nabi just hasn't clicked. He finds himself not selected in the team this time. Bit out of touch. Okay, that's a good hit, and it's gonna go all the way as well. Manos, arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 más. Jamshad, dangerous. We know it, we've seen it. Quick hands, good hit, powerful hit. That's another 6. So Oliver Riley is under attack. 10 of 2 balls. And this one is launched, but it's in the air. Fielder gets eyes on it. And what's he done here? I think that might have, oh, well, we're going to have to look at this. 6 or 4. Fitchett doesn't take the catch. Khan gets luck here. Dropped by Fitchett. Not an easy one. But the standards that these guys set, you take this, it doesn't get hands on it at all. He misses it completely and then drops over the rope. This one, no run. Yeah, so the first real opportunity, first one that goes to hand, gets put down. I'll be disappointed by that. They set high standards. So Jamshad gets alive on 27. Fitchett not able to take the catch. Well bowled. That's that slower short delivery. Jamshad starts to charge down to try to get hold of Riley, and Riley just rolls the fingers on it. It's the slower short delivery. You can see he plays it so early, and Dan Lincoln has to take it on the second bounce. The seamers for the British and Irish Knights worked well yesterday. It was the spin options that didn't quite tick for them. It's dragged away again, but this time fielder gets down, keeps it just to the one, so that brings us to the end of the over. Did he see? He's been starved at the strike slightly. He's just had the 4 balls to the 1. Jump shot. He's moving along nicely, moves to 32 of 14. End of the third, so power play completed. 34 without loss, so a little bit below where they'd like to be. Gives the option now, of course, to the British and Irish Knights to start to spread the field. Be interesting what field they deploy here. I guess the jam shot is probably straightforward. You get the 3 on the leg side. They haven't gone for, just watching if they do go for long off back. Yeah, he is making his way back now. And you got the man backward point there for the uppercut. And they will go with Toby Greatwood. So as I was saying, that all the seamers, so we've seen them here, Jarvis, Samaroa, Riley and Toby all bowl well, but it was the spin that let them down. So these two will bowl 8 overs between them, but it's finding those other two who will bowl the other 2 and keep it tight. Hinley probably will turn his arm over, and Tector is another option. So Toby Greatwood now coming into Jamshad, 32 of 14. That's a big swing at this, and he wears this one, and that will just be a leg by. TDC comes under strike, and it's a time for me to welcome the man who's, well, he's got a bit of the Knights about him today. The red and the blue is Mr. Maximo in his hand.
If you look closely, I've got more of the blue of the Team Europe, and I've got the red of the Knights. So I'm just having a bet each way today. At TDC, he'll be desperate to get a decent score on the board today. Doesn't quite get hold of that one, but these seamers have been really, really smart early, not wasting any time in putting some of those slower balls in there. So sometimes you kind of see, maybe at a slightly lower level, that the seam bowlers can kind of blast out the top order. But I think because of the quality of the bats here, you have to be a bit more clever, more quicker. And I think they've been brilliant. Jamshad Khan though, 32 or 15, making the running at the moment.
Nice looking shot, and that will go over the extra cover area, and Jamshad gets another boundary to his name. Toby just goes a little bit fuller here, and Jamshad, he's onto it like a flash. Good hit. Yeah, nice, clean, crisp strike of the ball, goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Winning the toss and batting, I don't mind that. I think that was the kind of trend yesterday, wasn't it? Scoreboard pressure. Also conditions, I think with a little bit of moisture around, it's not easy for anyone. The bowler's probably not getting as much swing. If the ball gets a bit damp, obviously not as easy to catch and just handle. But then also the ball can get a bit heavier, and so it's harder to hit further. So whatever you do, you've got to do it well. Jamshad is at the moment. He's 38 off 16.
That's that slow delivery, but he hits this nice and straight. 6 more. Bole, bole, bole. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Jamshad making the difference here at the moment. And straight away, you see the captain, Dan Lincoln, just taking a little jog up to the bowler to maybe share some advice with him in his ear. But that's a nice looking shot.
Yeah, I think Jamshad's kind of one step ahead of Greatwood there. He predicts that it's going to be a slightly off-speed delivery, and he's sweating on it. And also, like, he doesn't try to overhit that. Just a good, free, easy swing of the bat. It's hit straight. He's kind of hitting through the arc at the moment. And he's certainly dominated the scoring so far with 44 runs out of the 48 scored in the day.
And well, whatever he said did the job, because the next one knocks the stumps over. Well, the castle goes down. That's the end of Jamshad. He'll go for 44. And Toby Greatwood gets his man.
Yeah, disappointing end for Jamshad, really. You've got to give credit to Greatwood, who knocks over the poles. But everything he did right the ball before, he does wrong this ball. And that's really what cricket's like sometimes, isn't it? One little mistake, he tries to hit across the ball that's on the stumps and loses his shape completely. So Jamshad, it's a good start with 44. You can see there, he lost his front shoulder, his head's up, and kind of ends up looking at the sky. But to me, it's kind of the difference between the British and Irish Knights batting and Team Europe's batting yesterday is that the Knights batters were able to get starts and go on to quite big scores. Obviously, we saw 2 centuries. We saw the 98 not out. We saw them getting big scores, and then that's how you're going to get really big scores. Okay, 234 is gigantic. But, you know, for Jamshid to make it to 44 and to get out like that, I mean, you've got to pat him on the back and say well batted, but also you'd have to be a bit disappointed. He can't turn it into something approaching a century or even the 3 figures.
So first wicket goes down. I think at the moment the British and Irish Knights will be quite happy that even though that's the first wicket to go down, they've sort of contained pretty well.
Isan gets a hit at 3. Bit of a promotion for him.
Oh, and now it's a big appeal. They're liking it, and the umpire likes it as well. Ishan will go first ball. It is going to be a golden duck for Ishan. Oh, dear. And this just looked like it was a little bit quicker to me, Vinny. He really fires it in. It's full, it's straight. Ishan plays across the line. And, yeah, I don't think that's missing too much. Look at the appeal there from Dan Lincoln. And I reckon he's gone. That's quite an easy one. It's going to be a golden. So Ishan, not the best of starts for him on day 2 of this Western Shield. Back he goes, and he's going to get a bit of goldie.
Oh, poor Isan. There's Goldie in the box, but I don't really see Goldie so vocal early. I think it's a good decision, though. I think Isan, same thing, hits across the straight one. And the thing with Greatwood, he's got these kind of micro adjustments with his pace that I think Isan, a bit jumpy, was through the shot too early. And, okay, doesn't waste any time. But we've got a hat-trick delivery coming up now. But actually not now, because that's the end of the over, 48 for 2. Just remember that, because Greatwood is on a hat-trick when he returns, and I'm sure he will. And Daniel Dorkaya, can he get going here in the 5th over against Jarvis?
Plays gut shot, will just be a single. So DDC, all right, hasn't got off to a flyer, though it has to be said, hasn't had too much of the strike, but while he's there, he can break out at any point. We've seen him do this before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Made a slow start, and then just like that, from nowhere, it goes ballistic.
Someone needs to. At the moment on for 132. That looks a bit thin on the ground. The run rate yesterday, 15.6 across the day. So, yeah, 156 par. I tend to think about 150 is the true par here. Now, this guy, Skandazovka, such a talented bat. Let's see what he can do.
Well, gone. And he's going to go first ball as well. This is a beautiful delivery from Jack Jarvis. He goes wide of the crease, goes full, and he knocks him over. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5-ball. What a ball this is. And it's going to look pretty impressive on the slow-mo as well. Goes wide, angles it in. Look where this is pitching. And he gets it right on the money. Yeah, well bowled, and the stumps are shattered. Well, es una explosión, es una bomba de madera, and another golden. Segunda, he'll go for a first baller as well. Captain gets a golden, and wickets tumbling at the moment. But they've been in this situation before. We saw it yesterday when they were losing wickets, but then they came back strong. And that's what happened in that very first match, actually. And a slow start. There were 46 at the halfway point and finished on 172. But it was Sikandar Zulfikar who made 73 not out of 30 to help him. He's gone already. So now it's his brother, Saqib, that comes out.
If you think about the difference between the British and Irish Knights bowling this morning compared to yesterday morning, to me, they're just a lot more attacking. They're a lot more at the stumps challenging the batters rather than trying to bowl around them.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday they had big problems with extras, losing the battle with the tram line. And that's one thing. If a guy's already moosing you and and he's all over you, then I can understand then you're really not trying to attack the stumps and trying to sneak a dot here and there. But probably the easiest way to slow the scoring is to actually keep taking wickets and keep rotating the batting lineup. And I think you can see here, bowling at the stumps is paying dividends.
Yeah, Jarvis has bowled well. The 50 has come up. But we are in the 5th over. DDC Goes for it, but he finds the hands of the fielder, and it just sums up the way things are going at the moment for DDC. The first one that he hits in anger, he puts it straight into the fielder's hands. Jarvis takes another, and Daniel Dolkaya, his Western Shield just hasn't got going, has it?
Yeah, and you got to feel for him. Obviously, you got some good players here, some very good players, but in a couple of days, you might be in touch, you might not be in touch, and he's just not at the moment at this level. But he will make way for someone else to take his place as he goes for 3. Second for Jarvis, it's 50 for 4.
Yeah, and Jenner is not going to miss those, is he? And the next batter, well, I'm liking this guy. I actually do think, if I'm honest, that he probably comes out the bat too low for me. I think Nikolaj Damgaard, Vinny, he's my opener.
Yeah, and he might be before too long. But I can also understand the theory of this order. But only Jamshad's really clicked for a while. Isan goes up, uses the ball. Zulfikar goes up, uses the ball. So you're saying he's coming in low. That's probably true. But also he's coming in with a lot of the innings still to go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just hasn't worked out too well for Team Europe so far this morning. But I think a lot of credit needs to go to the bowling unit.
50 for 4. Yeah, the other thing Damgaard gives you, left-hander as well. I just think, all right, if not opening, maybe him at 3. But let's see if he can click here, because at the moment, you're right. The one thing we are seeing that the Knights are definitely attacking the stumps more, whereas yesterday they were trying more sort of defensive bowling. And that's whipped away, and he's going to, he gets dropped. Gets dropped first ball. Can't believe it. And then he could have been run out. Well, if the bowler had got to the stumps, I think the bowler's a little bit, that the catch isn't taken. And because he's sulking, he doesn't get behind the stumps. He gets behind the stumps, you get a run out. Oh, look, it gets clipped. That should be taken. That's a bit of a sitter, has to be said.
It was pretty flat, wasn't it? And I don't know whether the sun's a factor there or whatever. But look, he doesn't actually run. And it's only, that's why he almost gets run out in the end at the non-strikers end.
And gone. Yeah, full straight. And now Saqib Zulfikar will go. So what a spell of bowling that has been. I think that's the end of the over, is it? He gets it full, gets it straight, and I don't think there's any doubt. It's the same ball, really, that bowled his brother. But this time, it's not the stumps, it's the pads in the way. And that's probably, well, umpire deciding that's going to go on and hit leg stick.
It's pretty unlikely to miss, isn't it? I mean, he does go kind of wide of the crease. Probably hits him in line with middle and leg to leg. You can see off stump there. So that was my only concern. Was it just sneaking down the leg side? But to be honest, only a little bit of that ball has to hit the stump. And it was hard to see the whole ball missing. So Saqib is the next to go. He'll go for 1. And Team Europe losing wickets fast. It's 51 for 5.
51 for 5, yeah. Can they make the same sort of recovery they did yesterday? The thing is, though, they're going to have to do it with some of the key batters back in the shed already. Damgaard gets lucky, gets dropped, takes a single, but Saqib doesn't get lucky. Full and straight. Jarvis, excellent spell of fast bowling for him. 3 for 16. Well bowled. And 3 wickets in that over. That over, well, it's got a nice little pattern to it. 1 wicket, 1 wicket, 1 wicket. And don't forget, Toby Greatwood, he did take 2 in the last 2 balls. So
he's on a hat trick as well.
But he's not coming on yet.
Not
They're going to go to Julius.
And don't forget, there were 3 wickets in that over. But one of those ones was a drop catch.
Yeah.
When Damgaard should have been out as well. So
I'm not sure. Who was that on the boundary? I can't work out who it is. I put it down.
I thought it might have been Riley out there that put it down, but stand to be corrected.
All right, need something. What do you do here? I mean, you got Afridi. We know the way Afridi plays. It's just attack. I don't mind that. You got Afridi, you can play that way. We know that we saw yesterday Khalid Ahmadi play some good shots. Also, don't forget Mujadadi went out there and he scored a fine 27 or so. So they've still got hitters. They've still got batters. Just got to be confident. This one gets played away, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful. On drive, just wide off the bowler. They get 4 runs. Nice and straight.
What I'll say is, they were 46 this time yesterday. You know what they ended up with? 172. So, yeah, it can be done, and they do bat pretty much all the way down. Mujadadi's batting 11, and remember, he came out and there was whacking him all over the place yesterday. So, got to have a good 5 overs here, Team Europe.
Okay, he doesn't get the middle of this. This is catchable. And it's a great catch. And Jenner just makes it look easy. I think he probably had a little bit more time to get under this, I thought, but in the end, maybe makes it a little bit more complicated than we thought. Well, those two know each other very well. Not that well, but they know each other well. They played in the same team, so nice celebration there. Jenner takes a nice catch. Well, he's looking the business this morning, Jonty Jenner, and it takes a very good catch. Well, this was the one when he was dropped earlier, but he wasn't able to make too much of it, was he? Damn guard, because then he goes down the ground, and Jenner, as you'd expect from him, takes a beautiful catch.
Yeah, well, how about that from Jenner? The Jersey boys unite to get Darmgard, who's looked pretty well put together this weekend, but he can only get the one boundary in there, 55 for 6, and really, if they continue to take wickets at this rate, we might not even see the full 10 overs, Rico.
Nah, somebody will click. They have to. Somebody will click. Look, Clayton Floyd coming in at, what, number 8? We know he can go. He opened yesterday. So they've got batters still. Somebody surely's got to click. I mean, Jamshad Khan at the moment, the only batter that's made any contribution. He made 44. But since his departure, wickets have been falling. But you've got to give credit to the bowling. They bowled well. Oh, absolute beaut. Straight through Floyd. So who's going to stand up and fight here and get them to a score? And they've got to, the other thing is not just stand up and fight, but be pretty brutal, because you've got to score at some pace here. The expected score at the moment is around 99. You've got to at least be thinking 130 plus to challenge the Knights and put them under any pressure. Clayton gets off the mark with a single, hands the strike over to Shahid Afridi. Afridi had a pretty good day, I think, yesterday for Team Europe with bat and with ball. And let's hope that he can come in here today, day 2, and get a good one. He starts defensively, and they will take a single. I get the feeling that this was played into the ground. I don't think it was a catchable one. We'll see again here. Does he play? Yeah, plays it into the ground. And Samarora not able to prevent the single.
Samarora just continues to impress with his bag of tricks. This one, well done by Floyd. He jams the bat down and he'll get 4. Still pretty well bowled by Samarora. And worked so hard for their runs at the moment. That's the end of the over. Samarora 1 for 16 just keeps on keeping on in this series, doesn't he? 61 for 6 after 6.
Yeah, that one just gets past Lynch. Can't get there, gets down, gets dirty, but can't stop it. But yeah, 61 for 6. Very badly needed boundary there. That over does go for 10, but they lose the wicket of Nikolaj Damgard as well. Been a fine spell of bowling. But thing is, at some point, the seamers will come to an end and they'll have to try something different. And that's where yesterday, that's when Team Europe broke out and latched onto some big hitting. Can it be the same here today? Oh, ice cream fans here again. And it's a nice day for an ice cream today. All right, here we go. And goes for it. It's up in the air. One bounce. And, well, that was the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, it was a hat-trick ball, but can't cash it in. I think it might be the old Sunday morning church bells here, I assume, in Portugal. That must be carrying a long way in the countryside.
Yeah, well, there is something. If you carry on up the country road, which goes past this ground, then you do get to a little village which has a church, a very nice, a splendid church as well. Good delivery. It's that slower ball from Greatwood. That's been, I mean, we said yesterday when they started to find their rhythm, the bowlers, the seamers from the Knights, it was the variations of the pace and the slower delivery that was doing the job. And there's that slow one again from Greatwood. Clayton wanting to get something started for Team Europe. Just works this away for a single. I think he might have jammed his fingers Onto the bat here. Yeah, he's in a bit of discomfort. Oh, yeah, I remember those days well. And the ball just pops up at you and the fingers get wedged between the ball and the bat handle. Still giving it a shake, but he seems to be okay. All right, Afridi needs to latch hold of a couple here. Tries, and that's a good take. This one has done a lot once it goes past the batter. Just look at the movement on this. Let's watch this go.
Yeah, it swings a lot after the stumps, this one. But yeah, it also gets pretty big on Afridi.
Yeah, watch where it starts, and look where, in the end, out of the picture, Dan Lincoln to take that one. That's that fuller delivery, but he does get bat onto this. I think you'll probably see the signal from... Oh, he gives it leg by, actually. I thought I heard a bit of bat, but, I mean, it was drifting. I don't think it was on the stumps, but I'm pretty sure he jams the bat onto this.
No, maybe not.
Maybe it was a bit of pad bat. But anyway, it's going to drifting too far down. But there's those variations again. A couple of short ones outside the off, the Yorkers. And now this one outside the off. And it's the right shot to play from Clayton. But when Clayton is batting well, he's playing that shot by taking a little hop across outside the off. That's what he was doing yesterday. But he stands still, swings, misses. 7 overs completed, 64 for 6, and with 18 balls to go, somebody's got to really go out there and do something special. This is our upcoming events, Vinny,
yeah.
And of course, don't forget that after today, the European Cricket Series here will continue, and we'll see. Now let's see if there's going to be a new name on the trophy this year. Will Marlowe do it again? And then, of course, I will meet you in France at the Drew Ground.
That's going to be great. Yeah, I was just looking that up. And it's just out of Paris, maybe around about an hour or so drive out of Paris, probably about the same distance that we are here out of Lisbon. And it's our first time we've ever gone to France for an ECS. It's something we've wanted to do for quite a while. Obviously, we've got Nubby in this side, but we actually know quite a few of the players well from the ECL, not only the Dreux players now, but the PUC players as well. Guys like Tassin Olasafi, looking forward to seeing him on home turf. Anyway, here's Tector getting a bowl in over 8.
Okay, squeezes one through. So this is where the Knights sort of struggled a little bit yesterday, that when they went away from the seamers into the spin, whereas Team Europe, actually, their spinners had a bit more success. Kalugamage bowled pretty well yesterday. We know that Sakib Zulfikar had a good day. All right, waits for it, goes for it, but finds the fielder. It's an easy catch. There's no pace on the ball. And Afridi, the first big one, he tries to blast out, goes to the hands. It's another comfortable catch, but it's another disappointing end to another Team Europe batter.
Yeah, feeling for the ball here. Afridi couldn't quite time up Tector, he's kind of so slow, you feel like you should just be smashing every single ball out of the ground. But he gives you almost enough rope to hang yourself, I think, with his bowling. And unfortunately, mini boom. More bust than boom there. Couldn't get it out of the ground. Hey, positive. At least that bat didn't smash on impact like yesterday when he got out. But anyway, yeah, it's a hard road back now for Team Europe, who have lost 7 wickets at 64 for 7. But here comes Nuruddin Mujadadi. He's got a bit of a promotion from 11 as listed, and you can see why. He actually hit the ball very well yesterday when he came out to bat.
He comes out before Khalid Ahmadi, who played quite a sensational knock yesterday. So these two, I mean, they're not bad guys to be coming in here. If they get going, they can give us a few fireworks. Mujadadi, let's see if he can do what he did yesterday. He scored 28 of 7 yesterday, helping Team Europe get to 141 when really they were expected to try and get to 235. It weren't going to happen, and he launches into this. He's in the air, and it's going to be 6 runs. Who's the daddy? Mujadadi.
What a shot that is. So, yeah, just changing personnel. I think one thing about Mujadadi, he actually does spend a bit of time trying to watch that ball onto the bat a bit more. And yeah, he actually does get the timing. Gets just enough to get it over the rope. 6 runs badly needed. Best form of defence is attack, as they say in the classics.
All right, does he get enough of this? Oh, yeah, he does. Bully. Brrr. Well, Mujadadi, he says yesterday was no fluke. Bring it on. And you know what? This is when, I remember these days well, this is when you go out there, you do this, and you start looking at your bench at the other batters and saying, this is the way to do it, guys. What's wrong with you guys?
I'd love to do an experiment where you just open up with Mujadadi and Amadi. I know that's crazy, but I'd just like to see what happened. What would happen? Could they handle the bowling and those variations?
Wide ball, I think. Yep.
But it is different. You know, obviously, you're probably not going to do that when you've got all these kind of specialist batters in your lineup. You've already got 6 openers, and we're talking about a couple of guys that aren't even considered top 6 material. But, geez, they've certainly represented every time they've gone out there with the stick. Mujadadi, 2 balls, 2 sixes faced.
Hits this pretty well, but it will be to the fielder who handles it nicely. That's Julius.
You know, this is one thing. I've got to say I'm really impressed with how well the Knights have handled the ground balls here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, which is very foreign conditions. I've said this before. You know, like when you play golf at the Masters or whatever, or the British Open, you know the courses get really tough.
Yeah.
They're tough because you're professionals. I'll come back to that after this ball from Tector, which is the last of the 8th.
Well, this is an exceptional strike. It really is. And Clayton Floyd decides it's time for him not to be shown up by Mujadadi and for him to register his first boundary. And with that shot, he doubles his score. And also, he gets Team Europe moving. That's the first bit of success that they've sort of had in a long time. That over does go magical. So once again, the issue for the British and Irish Knights has been the spin.
Yeah, potentially. A bit surprised we haven't seen Hindley. I thought he would have had a bowl. He looked like he's a dangerous option yesterday, as I thought he would be. Yeah, so my point I was going to say is I'd like to see some of the best fielders in the world take on some of the worst outfielders in the world.
Ah, now you're talking.
Do you know, I just think that'd be so interesting to see. Of course, you know, at the top level, we'll probably have a bit of a few negative feelings about that because of the danger factor. But I'd just like to see how they take it on, because the fielders in Europe have to deal with them. And this is one of the better ones probably as well.
So where are you talking? You're talking like Milan and
yeah,
some of the ones we have in Italy.
Some of the ones that, like, you know, where the ball can bounce just over your head at any moment.
Yeah.
And let's see how good their reactions and their skill are. Because a lot of the European cricketers, they get judged on these fielding bloopers, and you see them all get blasted past. But you really don't have an appreciation, because if you only ever watch cricket on a billiard table, you don't realise how difficult it is. And that's why I'm giving props to the Knights here in particular for how they've handled the ground balls in these series.
Riley gets brought back, Oliver Riley. And that slower delivery again. We get a good look at this sometimes when we have a look at our side camera, because just look at the ball and watch how the ball comes out. And look how, you see, Clayton's a bit disappointed, dismissed it. He's just not getting that initial early movement in, is he? But, you know, one thing we always say when we're at the Kartamahova and you see some of the teams from Europe there, of course, from different parts of Europe competing, a few people always come on the chat. Well, this one is going to get it over the fielder, so it gets 4 more. It was a teaser, but he gets it over Tim Tector. Cuatro carreras for Clayton Floyd. And they always say, well, why are they not diving, why are they not sliding? And I always remind them that a lot of these places, they play cricket wherever they can, whatever bit of ground they can find. And there might be an artificial pitch there, but the outfield could be rocks, could be gravel, could be anything.
Broken glass.
And when you're playing there, you're not going to dive, you're not going to slide.
True.
So it takes them a while when they get to Cardamom to think, hey, this is different. I can slide, I can dive. But if you're not brought up doing it, and if you haven't done it for years, it's not going to come to you naturally. And then vice versa. If you want to get funky, but he follows him, clever bowling from Riley. But, if you're used to, as you're saying here, if you're used to great outfields, well, what's going to happen when you start to go to some of these places?
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, 97 here, still 8 balls left. Interesting kind of debate at the moment about, like, in baseball, they have the technology now to have, like, basically robot umpires, the ball tracking to decide what is and what isn't. I suppose in cricket, in theory, you could do it with wides and stuff as well if you had real fixed criteria. Yeah. Come back to that in a second. Mujadadi.
That's a really good shot. I mean, he goes for the stumps, but it's a little bit over pitch. It's an incredible strike. This is flat and hard and goes for 6. Mujadadi well, turning it on and doing what a lot of good batters above him couldn't. That's a lovely strike.
Yeah, really nice shot. Just covers the boundary as well. Maximo 6 runs. And so, Riley, last ball of his match. Good slow one. This is a really good example, once again, of the change of pace, which I think has been a real difference with the bowling of Riley.
Yeah, good way to end the over. So, all right, what can they finish with? Last over, what can they finish with? I was saying at one point that really you want to get to 130. We were saying yesterday that par scores we think in the matches between these two teams would probably be around about the 150. So I think you at least want to be looking to get somewhere near, I was saying about the 130. That looks very improbable.
Yeah.
I hope they can get a good one in here, magical one to finish.
Are they going Hindley here? That's what I would do. I think they are. There's a left arm mystery spin in the 10th. Yeah, so just as far as a few questions. Mujadadi, where's he from? He's from Germany. We actually saw him fairly recently in the ECL. Technology in sport, and it's been definitely a shift over the last 10 years. Originally, technology was brought into like, okay, if the umpires make a real shocking decision, we want to have the facility to overturn that. And that's because there was the idea kind of when it first came in. Okay, here's Floyd taking that attacking stance outside the off stump, but it might backfire. Has he got enough on this? Don't think so. Jenna camps and Jenna catches. Jenna has caught so well in this series. Easy or hard, he seems to always have the answer. That one was straight down his throat, and it's 96 for 8. Immediate reward for Tom Hindley.
It's actually very clever bowling. Clayton Floyd, he's trying to be maybe a little bit clever with his stance, the way he's standing. What he's wanting is Hindley. He's daring Hindley to go for the stumps. Hindley says, nah, I'm not going for the stumps. I'm actually going to go wider than where you're standing. And Floyd, of course, from that angle, can't get the power in the shot. And he skies one up, and Jonty Jenner is not going to drop him.
Yeah, close but not quite close enough. Here's the two renegades at the crease. Got Khalid Mahdi now, the smiling assassin, and Nuruddin Mujadadi. Now, what I was going to say is that, okay, I actually think there's been a kind of a change in attitude about technology. Now I think people just want to get more correct decisions and consistency. So if you're just overturning, if you have this kind of umpire's call, let's call it, that's what we call it in cricket, where for one team, if the umpire calls it one way, they might call it the other way for the other team, and the decision is different, but it's the same ball. And now people are starting to feel a bit like, that's a bit unfair. Right? I understand there's a human element in umpiring, but I got a feeling that for me, like I'll give you a good example. Some people say, you know, should we just use ball tracking for LBWs? No umpire's call. And people say, yeah, but the technology's not 100%. But then it's better than the human eye. Do you know what I'm saying? This is my opinion. Anyway, This is in the air. Lincoln is after it. He should reach it. He will, and he drops it well. Oh, you wouldn't believe that. And we're going to have a run out, I think. Oh, even when they make a mistake, it goes their way.
But I tell you who's the most happiest man out there at the moment is Dan Lincoln, because he celebrates that run out more than anyone else, because he puts the catch down. He took 3 yesterday like this. I'm very surprised he puts this one down, because it's not his hardest. But the fielder comes back. All right, it cost them a run, but it saves his blushes.
It does, yeah. Still can't believe he's misjudged that, to be honest. Anyway, no problem. Look at that, the old clean-up job. And Fitchett goes bang. And look, the batter probably struggling to ground his bat.
So concerned maybe about being hit by the ball, Mujadadi, that he starts to run sideways. You've got to run straight and slide the bat in. I wonder if he got side on this. But, that's a naughty one. It's a naughty one. He knows he should have got there, Mujadadi. Anyway, he's going to depart. He's given us something to smile about. He's played some nice shots, but he goes for 21. A run out by Ben Fitchett. How'd you give an assist to Dan Lincoln on that?
Yeah, well done, Dan Lincoln.
How'd you give him an assist on that?
Touch is a touch.
That don't work. No, that's wrong.
Hey, no, but he never would have... Fitchett never would have got...
That should be Fitchett.
Nah, he never would have got the run out if it wasn't Dan Lincoln.
Nah, that should just be Ben Fitchett. You don't get an assist on that. All right, this one, he's going to go first ball. First ball. And that is going to be the end of the innings. They're going to be all out here. as Christian Kalagamage, he's coming out and he's played the first one straight into the hands of the fielder. So Hindley will finish with 2 for 2, and Team Europe, well, you got to say, it didn't start well really, and only Jamshad Khan kept them ticking along. But when wickets were falling all around him, you saw Ishan going for a golden, Sikandar Zulfikar go for a golden, Zulfikar went for one. DDC then eventually hoiked out to Jenna, and Damgard couldn't do his consistency, which he normally is good there for. Afridi couldn't get going. Clayton scores 16 and Mujadadi scores 21. But it's a disappointment. 98 all out, Vinny, with 2 balls to go.
Yeah, a bit of a demolition job, really. Europe decided to make first use of the facilities, and the Knights just steamrolling them, really. With, I suppose, a bit of restriction early. I mean, really, without Jamshed Khan, you worry about what that innings might have looked like, because he scored 44. But as he went, no one else able to really do too much. Floyd 16 at the end, Mujadadi with 21. But the British and Irish Knights, they are looking at a potential 4-2 lead here, and then it's a long way back for Team Europe. But anyway, let's go back and have a look at the highlights. They stick with DDC at the top of the order. Jamshed Khan was his partner. And although DDC was able to get that one towards the outfield, unfortunately could never find the boundary. Ultimately, it would be Jamshed Khan with most of the early running, 44 off 18. But Team Europe not quite cracking the triple digits. And I think the Knights, they'll be very, very confident of knocking over this 99, potentially in the 7 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking to do that, won't they? I mean, they still, though, I think, knowing them, they'll be a little bit cautious because they know that the same thing could happen to them. Remember, they struggled yesterday batting first when they scored 112, almost being bowled out by Team Europe. There were 9 wickets down, so they'll be a little bit cautious early on. But yeah, this is a big opportunity for them to take a 4-2 lead, and that would mean that Team Europe would have to win every single match to be victorious in the first ever Western Shield. But yeah, we just saw a lot of disappointment, but at the same time, full credit to the Knights. Well, they came out this morning and their bowlers were executing the lines perfectly. And that's a good example of that. I think Jarvis, he was my, like I say, the most improved player for me yesterday with the ball. He's always picking up wickets, and he's done it again here today. 3 for 16, bowled well. Don't forget you had Toby Greatwood. He was on a hat-trick as well. He picked up a couple. Julius Summerall, he bowled very well. And catching, well, Jonty Jenner, he makes it look easy, doesn't he? This was another one. He comes across, beautifully taken. And I'm loving the celebrations between him and Summerall as well when they come together. And right there at the end, Tector came on, and he was to pick up a wicket as well. Summerall taking the catch. And then Hindley towards the end, he was in the wickets as well. This was an interesting one, wasn't it? It's a Skyer. Lincoln goes for it. He drops it. But Fitchett says, "Don't worry, skipper. I'll save your blushes." Comes along, picks it up, fires it in. And Mujadadi, who, now, if he carried on running straight and slid the bat in, who knows? I get the feeling he might have made it, maybe even with a bit of a dive. He goes, and then it was a first baller for Krishan Kalagamage. So 3 wickets falling in, 4 deliveries in that over from Hindley, one of them being a run out. That's the scorecard. 44 from Jamshad. He was clicking, but DDC just wasn't getting game. But he was still there, I suppose. But then, well, we saw the wickets fall of Ishan and Zulfikar, both going for Goldens. And then it's to keep Zulfikar going, LBW for 1. Then DDC went, and then after that, really, I was just calling for just one player to just go out there and score a quick 540 or something to get them closer to a 130 score. It wouldn't happen. Mujadadi, he gave us some entertainment, some excitement with some big hittings there towards the end, but it wasn't enough. Jack Jarvis, 3 for 16, sensational. 2 for 15 for Toby Greatwood, and Tom Hindley picking up 2 wickets there as well. You've got to say, a polished performance from the Knights, and they'll be looking to knock these runs off pretty quickly and then go into a good lead here in this Western Shield. I'm Rico Full, I've got Vinny Sandhu with me. We'll be back for the conclusion of the first match of day 2 of the Western Shield in about 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the beautiful Centre Rhyme Cricket Ground. It's the SCG of Europe here in Portugal. We are in the heart of Portugal in an area in the Centre Rhyme known as the Garden of Portugal, and it certainly is beautiful, lovely and lush. Well, it should be because of the amount of rain that we've had in the last few weeks, but fortunately for the very first ever Western Shield, no such troubles, and today it's going to be a glorious day. We've got plenty of sunshine, and at the moment it's looking like a good day for the Knights, or at least a good start for the Knights. They have bowled out the Team Europe for 98, bowling them all out with still the 2 balls to go in their innings, and that just means that they need a 99 here for victory, and that victory of course would mean that will put them 4-2 ahead here. Remember yesterday it finished 3-2 to the Knights, so 4-2, and that makes it very difficult then of course for Team Europe. It means that they literally have to win every single match after that. We just saw the bonus point equation there as well. That could become important depending how things develop throughout the day, so we'll just keep an eye on that. But we're ready for the umpires to come out there. It's Suleiman and Tyrone. The umpires have done a wonderful job. And while we're waiting for them to come out, I can tell you that it is World Health Day today. And this is where the organisation every year chooses a special theme to focus on. This year, World Health Day will shine a light on nurses and midwives. So if you are in that industry, it's your day today, and we are thankful for all you do, and thankful of course to all the medics around the world for the wonderful work they do. And of course we have our very own medics sometimes on site, of course at the Cardamore Oval. We have somebody who's become famous, a household name, Magic Spray Mary. But thank you to all of the nurses and midwives on this World Health Day. Also International Beaver Day. Beavers are a unique and important keystone species having a great impact on the ecosystem. Some of the days that there are here today, but also it is day 2 of the Western Shield. It is D-Day. Who will win the very first ever Western Shield? I tell you what, we might, if we can sign all the documentation and get approval, we might actually bring the Western Shield in the comms cube and show you it. It is, it's amazing, but it's pretty heavy as well. It'll probably take me and Vinny, both of us, to hold it up. All right, here we go. Back to the action. So, look, it's not impossible. You need to start well. Team Europe, you need to be thinking of picking up maybe 3-4 quick wickets and do the same thing that the Knights did. And if you can do that, and maybe if you can keep the likes of Harrison Ward and the likes of Lynch, and also don't forget, after that knock yesterday, the captain himself, Dan Lincoln, get their wickets, anything's possible. Mujadadi, he's been a star really for Europe. He's bowled well. We've seen him hit the ball pretty well as well. Can he give them an amazing start? Bowling to Harrison Ward. It's good delivery. Gets blocked out right on the money to start off with. Harrison Ward is out there with Seamus Lynch. Ward yesterday, remember the start he had. Scored 98 not out in the first match. Almost getting them to chasing that 173. They fell 6 runs short. And then in the next match, he went and scored 102. So scored 200 in the first 2. Bit of movement away, but that's such a nice shot. And it just makes it look easy, doesn't it? Not a bad delivery at all. And he's just getting a little bit of movement away. But Ward, he's onto this like a flash. Beautiful shot. It's nicely played. Cuatro carreras. A genuine edge, but this one is going to fly away. It's going to be 4 runs. Wardy chases after it to get to the way. Cuatro más. Good replay of it here. They've got a genuine catcher in there. You can see that Krishan just a little bit too wide. They need someone to go their way. They need a break. Now, bowling there is not going to give you the break. That's not a good one. He was started in good areas. Mujadadi outside the off, but going down the leg side just makes it easy. And Harrison Ward puts this away. Wardy himself, after those 2 big knocks, he too struggled the last 2 times he went out there. Not able to get to double figures. So he is looking to bounce back into form as well himself and have a good finish to the day 2 of the Western Shield. And that's a lovely shot. This is a beautiful shot. This is just class. And, you know, folks, you have to acknowledge class and brilliance when you see it. What a shot that is. Superb from Harrison Ward. Really nice shot. Yeah. $16 already off the over. And that one is a slower delivery, but goes down the leg side once again with Jadadi trying something different. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Maybe some of you are just getting up. Well, it is Sunday, you're allowed. Breakfast in bed, anybody? Breakfast in bed? What are you having? Fried eggs? The full works fried egg, bit of sausage, bacon, beans, hash browns. Oh, asking the question. And shake of the head, maybe, I think perhaps just drifting down the leg. A quick shake of the head to diffuse the appeal there from Suleiman Saeed. So this one goes for it, but misses out on it. It is the end of the over. So it is 17 off the first. Harrison Ward has made a good start. Mujadadi, well, tries but can't get the breakthrough. 74 matches since the Golden Ball. Are we going to get one in Portugal? Are we going to get one in the Western Shield, where we saw the first ever century? We saw the Western Shield deliver us with the highest, or the second highest score on the European Cricket Network. Gave us an amazing day yesterday with over 1,500 runs. We've had a few bowlers on a hat-trick. I reckon about 5 bowlers, 5 hat-trick opportunities didn't happen. So still no hat-trick. And Golden Ball, well, there will be one in Portugal. There will also be one in the Western Shield. This is off the toe end, and that's going to be 4 runs to Lynch. Not quite where he's wanting this to go. But it's 4 runs. Lynch did have one good knock yesterday, didn't he? 69 to 25, helping the Knights get to 168. Team Europe finished on the Nelson 111. Win by 57 on that case. They're on their way here. Okay, Khalid Ahmadi, the bowler. And I think he sneaks this one in, says Tyrone Peters. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, a bit of swing, and yeah, good call from Tyrone. That's well bowled. And let's see if he can use that swing more in his favour here, Ahmadi. First time we've really seen big swing. Hit down the ground. No run. Well stopped. Second Zulfikar, the captain of Team Europe. The first ever captain of Team Europe. Got a lot on his mind at the moment. Trying to find a way to get a couple of breakthroughs here and keep them in this match. Slow ball. Well, that's been well watched. I'll take the single. Now, Ahmadi will have to get a line right here to Harrison Ward, who's come out with a very positive frame of mind to just attack. I suppose a little bit like Team Europe, plenty of batters. Just Team Europe, they just never really clicked. And Team Europe will be hoping it's the same if they can get a breakthrough here. The Knights will have some issues as well. Ahmadi now to Wardy. And oh, that's so close. He's so unlucky here. It's a good delivery. Look, it takes a good ball to beat Harrison Ward. There's no doubt about it. And Amadi's beaten him. He's unlucky that he's not caught any of the pegs here. Nice delivery. Gets through, but just misses that off stump. He'll have another go. And plays it out. Well, taking it on. And in the end, gets home comfortably, does Lynch. Amadi not able to pick it up. Good understanding between the batters, but a good over. A nice tidy over, just the 6 from it. 22. I think that makes it 23 actually with that single. 23 without loss. After 2, Amadi. Not a bad over at all. But they need wickets. Who can get the wickets? I wonder if they'll try something different here. Is it worth them trying a bit of spin? I mean, yesterday they used Krishan Kalugamagate pretty early, but that was after a very good over to start off from Mujadadi. Where only, I think, 3 came off it. They went to spin. Thought, you know, we might as well. Not at the moment. They go back to Mujadadi, who's short, and he will get blasted away. That's a biggie. Boom. Shaka Lagia. Well, that is in the trees and in the area where all the snakes and the scorpions live here in Portugal. Just too short. And his first over, he was a lot fuller and he was getting a little bit of swing into play, but this one is short. And Harrison Ward just helps it on its way. There's this magnificent setting, this beautiful ground. Gets caressed by some lovely Portuguese sunshine. Well, goes short outside the off this time, and Harrison Ward, he's content not to go after this, to do anything silly. Just playing a potential shot in his mind for if it comes next time. So it does go short again. I think that's maybe a bit of a surprise to what he wasn't expecting. It now goes full. And one-handed shot gets played. And this one, it ends up being a good save. Throw comes in from Zulfikar and makes Lynch rush. Let's have a look at this again. I wonder if it's close. But great bit of backing up there from Krishan Kalugamagate. Let's watch. Here comes the throw. Let's have a look. How close is this? Oh, I think he would have been out. I think that bat is in the air. Definitely would have been out. But excellent backing up. Ed Lynch standing a very open stance to Mujadadi, I suppose. Just trying to get the best angle to the lefty. He plays at this one, which probably is going to tease the wide line. In comes the throw, taking it on, and once again, it needs to be really well backed up. Clayton Floyd this time doing the backing up. I reckon, just having a look at this, I reckon between yesterday and today, they probably had around about close to 8 to 10 shies at the stumps. I don't think they've hit them once, Team Europe. Slower delivery, almost gets through. Once again, they start running. This time Ishan thinks about the throw. And probably good job he doesn't throw, because I think that would have gone backwards. Good delivery. Rolls the fingers on this one. Could have gone anywhere once again. Could have played it onto his stumps. Mujadadi would like to finish well. Can he finish with a wicket? It's gone for 26 of his spell so far. And does he sneak this in? No, he doesn't. Wide call. This was one that Lynch, I think, spoiled last time by just reaching and getting a bat onto it. But this time he makes the right call. Leaves it alone. Has to be bowled again. 33 without loss. Coming to the end of the power play. Once again, a little change in the field. They bring up the sweeper. They push back long off. The 2 men straight. And he goes for it. And it's a teaser, but it will go all the way. So he sort of says, well, this is what I'm going to do. Are you going to take me on? And Lynch says, yeah, I will. And he doubles his score with that one hit. And it means that they finish on 39 without loss at the end of their power play. Now, when you look at the two power plays like for like, it's not that much in it, just 5 runs. And both teams at this stage hadn't lost any wickets. The only difference was it was Jamshad Khan that was doing all the work. And DDC hadn't really clicked, but you can see not that much in it. But it's what happened afterwards. You can see only that one big over. That was the bit of spin from Tector. Other than that, Team Europe really did struggle against some pretty emphatic and classy seam bowling from the Knights. And there's the signal from Tyrone Peters, saying it's the end of the power play. Amadi is getting the ball to swing, but that one starts on leg and just swings down the leg side, so another wide. When you've only got a low score on the board, you don't want to be giving away any extra, so you'd be disappointed with that. But the one thing he is doing, he is definitely getting that ball to swing around, and we know that he's got a very good slow delivery, which is pretty hard to pick. It almost got Wardy in the last over. Let's see if he can get that delivery in the right spot. It's pretty high, and that one is fingertips and will go for 4. Let's just have a look at side on here as well. Let's see if he got side and the height. And now, what do you reckon, folks? What do you reckon? It's probably okay. He's deep in his crease. So let's see it again. Deep in his crease. And I've seen him given, you know. I've seen him given, but they're saying that that one this time is maybe just okay. So that will go down as a chance, as that one rattles into the hands of Clayton and goes to the boundary. This one, that's that swing. If only he could locate that in the right area. He wants to start around off and get that coming in. So it's a tough one though, wasn't it? From Ward, but Clayton, if he held on to that, it would have been an amazing catch. All right, field has to change now to the right-hander. Lynch comes back on strike, in control at the moment. The British and Irish Knights. It'll take something special for Team Europe to get back into this match. And that's hit firmly, but to the fielder. You can see they're not taking any real risks as well. I think on another day, maybe if they're batting first, they're taking a single on that. They're pushing the fielder and they're chancing their luck slightly. But when they're in control like this, there's no need to do so. So Amadi. Okay, this one is hit pretty well, and that I think will go over the fielders. And it will be 1 bounce, 4 runs, cuatro más. Lynch, he just seems to bat with so much time. He stands, look at the way he stands so still. And at the last moment, gets the shot in, goes for the Yorker. But if it's not right, then Lynch is going to get under it and put it away. Almost makes it to the rope, but just short. But gets 4 as Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, pretty solid start to say the least. They could be scooping all the points here. In fact, Alan Makina, the machine, getting into his work now against Amadi. Isn't it great also? Okay, we've only ever really seen a lot of these British and Irish Knights players playing at the Carlton Roval when they've played on ECN.
Yeah.
Okay, I've watched a bit of Harrison, obviously, when he's played at a high level in England as well. But I'm really enjoying seeing them adapt to different conditions, slightly different pitch here as well. And good players, they do adapt. And I think the Knights, they have actually kind of kept improving during this tournament, whereas I think the Europe team have probably been a little bit more static, I think, with their levels. Also, I think they probably had a few players that would be a bit disappointed that they haven't been able to put in the individual performances they would have hoped for.
It's firmly struck, and DDC makes the stop. Nice strike there from Wardy. That's the end of the over. Not a bad spell at all from Khalid Ahmadi. He should be very, very pleased with these efforts. And 0 for 17. And the Knights, well, they brought the 50 up now at the 4 over mark. They are 51 without loss. And these two openers look well set and well in control. See there, they're well ahead of where they need to be.
Yes, it'd be 4-2, and then you're talking Europe basically needing to be perfect from here on in, and just with current form, it would be hard to see how that's going to happen. 50 partnership up as well during that 4th over. How about Harrison Ward yesterday, though? Certainly a morning person, wasn't he?
Yeah,
2 morning games, he whacked 200.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, bit of spin. There's Krishan Kalagamagay. It's going to start with right arm round to the left-hander and chance and taken. The first wicket, Clayton Floyd takes the catch. Well, after having a difficult one that got past him last time, this time no mistake. So spin in the form of Krishan Kalagamagay gets a breakthrough. Could this be the start of something? But the British and Irish Knights, they're only needing 48, but a breakthrough. And, well, as we saw in the innings of Team Europe, 1 wicket can quite often bring another 1 or 2. So Wardy will go. It's a good start for his team. And just when you were talking that he's a morning person.
Actually pretty good. My jinxing has been on point. If you want to talk about high-level cricket, the high-level commentary jinxing, I've jinxed people for hundreds in the 30s.
You've been on fire the last couple of days, I have to say. Whenever you talk about a batter, they're gone. So Wardy, he will depart. I know you know Wardy pretty well, we both do. He won't be very happy, but he'll be pleased with that 30 of 16 after a couple of disappointing knocks to finish the day for him after scoring 98 and 102. He's back in the runs. But good catch.
He'll get over it.
And this one is just being whipped away. It's a good shot from Hindley. Hindley's impressed, the left-hander. Whenever he's come in, he's certainly cottoned on to the European style of cricket. Yeah. He gets in and he gets started straight away. 6 off the first.
Yeah, he's a really, really talented player. He's been such a great addition to the England 11 side. But you know what I love about this is it's almost one of the we're using words like pure. It's tough with our cricket because it's so different to what people think. But it's the purest form to show your skills in a short amount of time.
Oh, well, he's lofted it high. Catching opportunity. Ow, he's been dropped. But where is he when he's going to catch this? That's Damgard now. Damgard doesn't normally drop him. I'm just wondering where his feet are when he's going for this catch, Vinny.
Yeah, I think he's inside. I think it just burst through his hands. If he catches it, he's not really moving that quickly. He would have stopped. This will be an interesting replay with, here we go.
Let's have a look. Yes, 6 runs. And back to the live action, and the next ball, I can tell you, gets whipped away for a boundary as well. So that's 4. And this is a ball that you missed after the catch was dropped. So just whips it away, and 4 more runs. And he goes for another one, Hindley. He's not there to hang around, is he? And he's now making you pay. This happened yesterday with Hindley, I remember. He went out, he hit a boundary, then he got dropped. He got going again, got dropped. And when you drop him, he punishes you. And every time he got dropped, the next ball was 6. He's one guy you do not want to give a chance to because, look, he can hurt you pretty quickly. He moves to 20 of just 4 balls. And you can see that the Knights, they're not that far away now, just needing 28 of 31. They can do it in singles if they choose to do so.
Yeah, so even with that wicket, this over's gone magical, hasn't it? And, yeah, looks like this game might not go the distance. In fact, it'll be quite amazing. What did we say the 12 points in a row was called the other day? We called it, I've forgotten already.
Somebody said Zodiac, but I don't know if he went with the Zodiac.
I had a catchy one in the end, and I've forgotten it already, so it can't have been that catchy.
Well, it didn't stick that long.
Oh, 12 on the shelf.
12 on the shelf, yeah.
They're going to get 12 on the shelf here in a row. It's looking like 12 points in a row. That's quite amazing. Marlowe did it last day of the ECS.
He gets away with this. There's Kalugamage. It's that quicker one, but it was down the leg side, and somebody like Hinley can normally put those away. So we're at the halfway point, and the score 71 for 1. And why don't you join us in the Cube on a lovely sunny day at the Centre Arm Cricket Ground?
Yeah, it really is. I want to welcome you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico full as well. And you know what that big ball is in the sky? It's the sun.
Yeah.
We finally got some sunshine here. Luckily, we haven't had rain interrupting this series. But we're also very, very excited because guess what? Some news today. After the end of the second match of the day, we'll actually be having the ECC draw.
Wow.
So that's something that's going to happen. We'll put it live on the stream. Oh, it's not live, actually, because we pre-recorded it. But we will have it in the live stream, if you like, at the end of match 7. All right, back to the action here. And that one actually takes off from Saqib. This one doesn't really deal with it. I think it's going to be a bye. Yeah, so if you weren't aware, ECC this year, well, a lot of these players have played in the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. It's an international competition. And now that it has 32 teams, it's actually been split into 2 divisions. So you have like the ECC Premier Division and you'll have the ECC X. So 21 sides in the Premier Division and 11 in the ECC X. They're drawn into groups and they'll all play in the same 4-week window. ECC X will have a promotion relegation system into the Premier competition. In the air, and what a catch! Well, Marty continues the trend of fantastic one-hand jalebi catches, and he enjoys that. Nice to see a few smiles on the faces of Team Europe in a game where it hasn't really gone their way. What a catch to get Hinley, and the score is 72 for 2.
Yeah, nicely done. Lovely moment here for Team Europe. They needed something to give them some joy, to give them something to be happy about, and this will do it as Khalid Amadi, well, he takes a jalebi catch. And that's what I say, jalebi khai karo, haath mein na chip chip kar diya. Chip chip kar diya, phir idhar hi catch par ho jande hai. Nicely done by Amadi. And Hinley, well, he's short, yet brisk, and yet effective. Innings comes to an end. He was dropped earlier by Damgar on 6. He scored 14 more before he departs. He'll go for 20. And Saqib, who bowled very well yesterday. Remember, he was the player of the match when he took 4 for 25 and scored 24 as well. So he's in the wickets. And like I said, the spinners of Team Europe have certainly been more effective than those of the Knights. And Saqib will be hoping to get maybe another 1 or 2 as Tim Tector comes out. Goes right across the line and he drags this towards DDC, who patrols it and keeps it to 1. So Tector hoping that that he and Lynch can maybe finish this job off for the Knights. Saqib will have other ideas, the brother of the captain.
Yeah, right now it's looking like a long way back for Team Europe here, but just imagine if this is the low point and they can mount some kind of a resistance for the rest of the day.
That's a cracking shot. He hits this shot so well, and I've never seen a batter who is so composed and so relaxed and yet so effective in hitting this shot. He plays it beautifully. It's just a joy and pleasure to watch. There's very little bat lift, and his timing is just exquisite. What a shot that is from Lynch. El Machina.
Yeah, it's technically good, it's powerful, it's a good decision. Right now, Europe's still given a 3% chance of pegging this back. Geez, I'd like to be in that universe where that happens. It'd be pretty dramatic.
Yeah, slightly shorter, gets dragged away. And, well, they'll take 1. It's a little bit of a, not the most brisk bit of fielding there from Shahid Afridi, but he does keep it to 1. Tector. See today that you mentioned a ball of fire is out the sun, so we're going to see some trendy shades. You can see that both the Team Europe and of course the Knights have got their shades out today. Smashed. Oh, that is just a brilliant shot. That is huge, humongous. So Tim Tector, he finds the middle of his bat as he smashes this one for a maximo end of the over. And it will be 86 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. So they're almost there now, aren't they? Almost there, just 13 required of 24 deliveries.
Yeah, look, I've just used the 4 bowlers so far. So not the worst over, really. But, I mean, just going on some of the numbers here, and obviously 15.6 and over yesterday, but we're getting, 24 boundaries in innings. So if you can limit the opposition to 2 boundaries or less in your over, you're actually winning the over, I think. Anyway, this is what's coming up, match 7, and Team Europe will be struggling in this one to stay alive, no doubt about that.
Slow, and taking it on, good throw, he could be in trouble. I reckon this could be out. I reckon he's a goner here. Taking it on is Tector. I don't think he makes it. It's a good early pickup. He gets the throw in. Now we're going to have a look at this side on. And I reckon he's in trouble. I really do. I think he's running into trouble here. Let's watch this. And so plays it. They set off. It's a perfect pickup, the perfect throw. And let's just make sure that it's cleanly done by the keeper. I don't think there's in the gloves. And yeah, I think you'd
tell you what's interesting here is the ball in the gloves
when the stumps are broken?
Before the stumps are broken? And I think probably it's pretty hard to tell. I mean, it's lightning work. I think it's been given out. Oh yeah, look, it's one of those that even with the replay, it's almost between frames. So I used to do this thing where I would want my gloves right in front of the stump, so the ball would kind of push my hands into the stumps.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what Isan's doing there. But he can almost do it too quickly. In the end, I think they stick with the on-field decision, and so that's the end of Tector for 7, and it's 86 for 3.
Yeah, good work, though. I like it. They're fighting, aren't they? And every time they get something go their way, every time you get a wicket, that just gives them a bit of confidence. The last thing they would have wanted here is to get totally thrashed and lose by 10 wickets. So they're making a fight of it. Clayton Floyd gives a bit of width, but too much width. That'll be a wide, and it is. Dan Lincoln, the man, last time we saw him out there, scored an amazing 111, not out of just 28 deliveries. The captain of the British and Irish Knights plays this one away. It bobbles away to the Dam guard, who keeps it to a single. So now Lynch. I tell you what, get the wicket of Lynch here, and maybe, even though they only needed just that 11, maybe we'll give them a little bit more hope. But there's another wide here from Clayton. I think he's trying to draw Lynch out of his crease here. That's, I think, the plan. But Lynch, the same way as Dan Lincoln, not really going for it. Yeah, that's that little edge. They're taking it on. Well, last time he's ended up in the run out. And this time, he goes for the pegs. And he's very close to knocking him over. But he doesn't get there. That's Khalid Ahmadi again. Just watch. I wonder if we got side of this as well. Picked it up cleanly. Well, we ain't got time to see it. We do see this one, and this time it's Mujadadi who fires it in. And they think about the overthrows and decide against it. And Dan Lincoln was pretty keen, but Lynch is saying, steady on, Skip, steady on. All right, goes upwards, and he's going to get this over the fielders. Once again, he just seems to play with so much time, does Lynch. He excited me yesterday with that knock of 69. And here he is again doing it. Plays beautiful shots. Seems to have so much time. And lofted over the off. 6 runs. And now they just need 2 for victory. Clayton Floyd. Can he take him into the next over? And it gets dragged out. And oh no, well there you go. We said that fielding on this ground was going to be sometimes a challenge. DDC is looking to keep this to 1, which would have tied the scores. But he gets the old Tortuga and he goes for 4, and that will be that. It's a win for the British and Irish Knights, and they will now go 4-2 up in the Western Shield.
Yeah, well, it just means that Team Europe need to be perfect from here. But I suppose longest journey starts with the smallest step, as they say in the classics. Just outplayed there. And yeah, I just think how much 24 hours made a difference to the British and Irish bowling and their tactics in particular. Okay, they had a pretty good start yesterday morning with the first 5 overs, and things really got out of hand. Team Europe, look, they just need to regroup. Okay, it hasn't gone their way. That's a 3-game losing streak now. In fact, it's basically 3 games in a row they haven't taken a point. But if it can turn one way, it can turn back. That's what they have to tell themselves. And I just think somebody, an individual, needs to step up and put in an incredible performance. I just think if someone can lift, at the moment there's probably maybe a bit of a feeling that maybe someone else will get us out of this mess. But I think I'd like to see someone taking that responsibility, whoever it is. So there we go now. Team Europe have 2 wins. The Knights have 4, and you can see that they're on a 3-match winning streak as well. And yeah, let's just put it this way, that if Team Europe don't win the next game, we know the Western Shield is going to go to the Knights.
Yeah, and now, of course, every game becomes, if you like, a must-win game for Team Europe. If they go down in one, you know that Shield is going to belong to the British and the Irish Knights. And the Knights, well, they came out on fire, didn't they? Unlike what they did with the ball, their seamers, all of their seamers were in great form. Jarvis, Summerera, Riley, and great with the ball beautifully. They executed their lines well, and then with the bat, they got off to a perfect start with Ward and Lynch. And Lynch, well, he's just getting better and better for me, you know. And that 35, he just looked in so much control. It was a great knock from him. And Dan Lincoln, well, I think he was just out there as a bystander this time around. Didn't have too much to do, but we know they got the strength, they got the depth. But you're right. I think as we have a look at these highlights, Team Europe, they need one individual to spark. Could it be DDC?
Yeah.
You know, who we know he's ready to. He's too good a player not to perform. And at the moment, in all the matches that played so far, he just hasn't been able to get going. And that one there, that was a very rare miss for Nikolai Damgard.
A couple of uncharacteristic drops. This one kind of made up for it, though, didn't it, with the Marty?
Yeah.
A one-hand go-go gadget catch there. He loved it. The smiling assassin had the teeth out. I like it. But, well, a slow-mo camera capturing that one as well. Fantastic bit of work. And, yeah, it's the 3rd one-handed catch that I can think of in this series. But yeah, in the end, Hector, he went to a very, very quick piece of work from Isan, who I think, you know, his keeping's come a long way, Isan. I think before he was a batter that could keep a bit, but that was a really, really fast bit of work to remove Tim Tector. But then, yeah, the question was, could they do it in 7? Ultimately, the answer would be yes. Yeah, I'm very curious as well as far as the next game, because the British and Irish Knights have elected to bat first. Now, last time they batted first, they made 234. That was the last ball, not one that DDC will look back on fondly. And look, a lot of friendships being built between these two teams as well. Some very competitive cricket. But yeah, I think Team Europe, they need to turn things around. Whether it's enough to get the Shield, I'm not so sure. It might be, it might not be. But I just think they would be keen to show a bit more of what they're actually capable of in this format.
Yeah, you're right. I think that exactly. They want to show a bit more fight. They want to show everybody that, you know, the team that they've got there, that squad that they've got there, can compete amongst the best. It didn't start well, but I think we're going to see better from them. Let's have a look at the scorecard, and as you can see there, pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, it was, but all top 3 hitting decent little cameos, 30, 35 and 26. 30, 35 and 20, I should say, off 6 for Tom Hindley. As far as the bowling went, well, Marty can hold his head high, then none for 17. Mujadadi, probably not the worst either. Sulfigur with a decent over 1 for 14, a wicket for Kalagamage as well. But really, time to regroup. Not that much time, though, because we're back in 20 minutes. So it's 4-2 to the Knights at the moment. Back with match 7 after the break. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. See you shortly for more Western Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here on day 2 of the Western Shield. Right now, we know that the British and Irish Knights, they are one good performance away from lifting the Western Shield at the end of the day. We're going to roll into match 7 now. At the moment, it is the British and Irish Knights on 4 wins and Team Europe on 2 wins. So it is a must-win game for Team Europe. Now, in this one, the British and Irish Knights have the option and they've elected to bat. No surprises there because last time they batted first, they put a huge score on the board, 234, the second highest all-time score on ECN. Only the 257 from the Catalina Jaguars is above that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Lincoln puts himself back a bit higher up the order. We saw him batting in the middle, but you've got Ward up there, you've got Lynch up there. That seems to be working. But I think that what they would really like to do here at the Knights is win this one comprehensively. Then perhaps they can concentrate on giving a go to some of the guys that might not have had too many opportunities this weekend. Team Europe, well, it's do or die for them essentially. So let's see how they handle this. And I just think someone needs to put up a big individual contribution with the bat. Play that huge innings to perhaps keep them alive in this series. Rico Full standing by as we get ready for the start of match 7. The Knights using their option. They're going to bat first. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Good morning and welcome back. We just had a little longer break than normal in our schedule. That means we had the opportunity to try out the barbecue here, and I have to say, it's absolutely fantastic. So if you're at the ground and you haven't had a bit of barbecue, go and have some. It's delicious. I had a cheeky little hot dog, a little banger, and it was great. Well, talking of bangers, well, I reckon there's going to be a few banging happening out there as the ball will be smashed to all parts of the ground. The question is, can Team Europe be the team that be victorious here? Well, you know the score here now, everybody. It is a 4-2 lead for the British and Irish Knights, and that means that Team Europe, they can't afford to lose another, and then that basically means that the magnificent Western Shield will stay with the British and Irish Knights. They will be the winners no matter what happens in the remaining 2 matches. So the third, it's 4 matches here today, and after this one, only 2 more will go. That is the win prediction there. So once again, the British and Irish Knights heavily favourites, 77% to 23. So remember that was averaging around about 70-30, and now, well, after that win this morning, first up, a win which by 7 wickets, bowling Team Europe out for 98 with 2 balls to go, and then getting them with 18 balls to go, meaning that the British and Irish Knights are well on top, and they're looking to pile on the pressure as we get ready to go once more at this lovely Centre Arm cricket ground. It's been beautiful and is blessed with sunshine today, and it looks absolutely magnificent. I think the outfield now is going to be super quick. Any issues that some of the bowlers may have had with the dew this morning will be gone. So I think we're in for a fantastic remaining 3 matches in this Western Shield. We're going to start with a bit of change, a little bit of spin. I don't mind it. Try something new. Why not? So Krishan Kalugamage is going to start. The Ishan will come up. So Ben Fidget to face the first. A slight change in the batting. Fidget plays this out and no run. And an opportunity for Michael English as well. So a bit of a change from the Knights. Takes this one out. That's DDC area. Makes a stop on this lively and a bubbly outfield. Nice to see a smile on the face there on Daniel. Fidget off the mark. Michael English. Yeah, plays that nicely. There's a sweeper out there. Good field placement. So the 2 men back at the moment is the man back on the boundary and mid-wicket, and a sweeper out on the offside. Umpires for this one, Malik. It's at the bowler's head now. And Suleiman. And that's hit well. And that was going to go flying over the top. That's going to be first 6 in this match. Brutal hitting we've seen already this morning from some of the Knights. And this is right up there as well from Fitchett. Fitchett goes fetch it. There's that one, sails over the fence. Welcome back to everybody as well. Hope you all are having a wonderful Sunday. Terry Richmond and Dave on the chat, as well as Rob Thompson. Pro comes in, just Clayton Floyd being rested in this one. That means Ahmad Nabi comes back into the side. Oh, wouldn't they love Nabi and DDC to get clicking in this one? That could make a huge difference to the team. That's firmly hit, and that's going to be 4 runs. Good shot. Leans into it, hits it firm and flat, and nice and straight. That the mid-off comes out of play. It's going to be Cuatro Mas. It's the end of the first over. 13 come from it. Not the worst from Kalu Gamage. So of course, this is what we now know. It's 4-2 with 3 to play. Best of 9. So Europe have to win them all if they want to be the first winners of the Western Shield, and it's a magnificent shield as well. We'll show you a little bit later if we can get the rights and the privileges to get it into our cube. It's a magnificent piece of work. Mujadadi starts with a wide, which is a difficult to take for the keeper. It gets away from Ishan. So it's going to be 2 wides. Mujadadi is a hard worker. He's put a big shift in. I think he played all the matches yesterday. So no break for him. Shorter, and that one is going to come through maybe to us. And yep, sort of stops on the tripod. I'll just go down here and pick it up. There we go. So a little bit of luck, but it's not in the right areas. It's down the leg side. Yeah, a bit of grizzly action in the cube. Some of the cables and equipments in front of us. Stops it coming through. There it goes. There's me getting down, waiting for it, and it just, there it goes, just stops over there under the table. Mujadadi's got to go a little bit wider. That's better areas. He's going to get unlucky here. As that one will fly away wide of the man. Third man who's back, but he's pretty fine. So gets a little bit of room this time. Does English. He plays that away quite nicely. Quite an intelligent shot. Can't plug all of those areas. They do move third a bit wider now. So you can see third goes wider. So you sort of get a backward point now on the boundary, and the third becomes the man in the ring. This time it's played out over the leg side boundary, and DDC, well, he's chasing it, he's wanting it, but he's not able to get it. That will go all the way as well. Balle. Ginna Sona, Shaka, luck here. DDC, he's in the hunt for it. But it's always going to beat him to the boundary. Trying to G each other up here, Team Europe. And this one goes through. Good comeback from Mujadadi. Yeah, plenty of good noise being made from Team Europe. They know this is a big match. This is huge for them. This is like playing in there. This is like a, you know, you're playing a semi-final. Win this and you go into the big final. So it's almost like every match is a bit of an eliminator for them. He uses his feet well, and he plays a really good shot. What a lovely shot this is. So he uses his feet, probably doesn't quite get the ball that he wants, but he's able to adjust his shot and then play this beautifully straight. And with those two men, mid on and mid off, pretty wide, that goes all the way to the boundary. Good shot, good batting. English moves to 23 of 7. Mujadadi has gone magical. And that's firmly hit, and good stop from Dumgard. Gets down, gets dirty, makes a stop, but can't prevent the single. End of the over, that one going for 21. And it's 34 without loss. Well, always a good day for spiders when the sun's out. Plenty of them here. Also a lot of snails here as well. I wonder if a bit like in Spain, the Portuguese are consumers of snails. If there are, I tell you what, you can get a good dish going here. Loads of them. Yeah, but the spiders, well, it's just the webs. Every time you take a step, you're just walking into webs. So, sun comes out, but with it does all the creepy crawlies as well. Okay, Nikolaj Damgaard. Oh, lofted, elevated. It's a beautiful hit, and just look at the footwork here from English. And a really nice shot. Here we go. Gets himself in a nice position and gets the weight distribution into the shot as well. Holds the pose, lovely jubbly. 6 more. Looking dangerous, English. They want to remove him quickly. It's a good comeback. Much fuller. A little bit quicker in the air as well, Damgaard. One thing that Damgaard did really well playing for Skanderborg in the European Cricket League was the length he was bowling. A lot of Yorker length deliveries. All right, this one, shouts catch it. It is an opportunity and it gets taken. Well done, well held by Nuruddin Mujunadi. And the first wicket goes. English will depart for 30. And it's Nikolaj Damgaard, after being hit for a big 6 of his first ball. He comes back with a dot and the wicket of Michael English. But not before English scores a quick fire 30. He does his job in the power play. Gets him off to a good start. Yeah, this time he goes back and he's not able to get the full control of the shot. And Mujunadi doesn't make any mistakes. "30 off 11. Be happy with that. As Mujunadi removes him. And Damgaard gets his first wicket. And Michael Lisk, who was not playing the last match, in and getting an opportunity at the top of the order. Remember, plenty of batting still to come. They still have Harrison Ward, Dan Lincoln. Oh, goes for it first up. Did he see? Can't get there. Well, it's even if he had spring on his feet, I don't think he's going to get here. Yeah, no same as Lynch in the side this time for the British and Irish Knights. Tim Tector also drops out. Goes wider, and that's a beautiful shot. Really nice shot. And Lisk just continues from where English was. Hits the first one for a big 6 over DDC, and then this one, Damgaard comes wider, goes fuller. That shot has been executed to perfection. What a delightful shot. Loving the feel here at the ground at the moment as the 50 comes up for the Knights. It's, you know, I was always saying that this weekend would feel like a festival of cricket for the Western Shield. And a lot of people coming to the ground. People have come from all over the place. Nice to see Steve McVeigh at the ground as well. A lot of supporters and cricket lovers have come from all over the place. Oh dear, this one's going to go through for buys. And well, Ishan, who's I think been very good behind his stance. He's much improved, as we've heard Vinny say a lot of the times, but he gets this one wrong. He goes right through him, and he'll be disappointed with that. There's 4 more valuable runs go on the board at the end of the over. So, though they do pick up the wicket of English, who was looking dangerously, their power play score, 54 for 1. As Vinny Sandhu joins us back in the cube. Well, we've seen 2 magical overs on the spin, Vinny.
Yeah, we have. And yes, change of personnel at the top of the order. I think this isn't just about giving people a go. It's just that these players are very, very capable of doing just as good a job. I think this is what this is about as well. So I don't necessarily think it's weaker to have like a Fitchett up there. English, obviously, you saw the impact he made. The quick fire 30, Leask at 3. He's a very, very experienced player. But, yeah, Fitchett of Guernsey. See a fair bit of them during the year and the European summer. Ooh, that one, I think, is a little inside edge on this, Rico. Isan gets a hand to it but can't hold on.
Yeah, I think so as well. Isan, well, he's seen one go through him for 4 byes, and the next one, no, he took a great catch like this yesterday, actually. So you can see he's pretty disappointed that he's not able to take the catch. I don't think we get a chance to look at it from the other angle, or maybe just here. So, yeah, that's definitely an opportunity. It wasn't easy. It would have been a great catch, but he goes down.
All right, now, next one is trouble with the capital T. Maximo! As the single gets Least back on strike and he puts it out of the ground and into the adjoining field.
That was clobbered. Absolutely clobbered. Lovely jubbly. That's a Bizaway Super 6. And that's gone a long way. I think that might be the furthest we've seen one hit.
Distance-wise, you might be right.
Ooh.
We've seen some kind of steeplers, but that one had a good mix of kind of, it's that kind of 40, 45 degree angle that just gives you the maximum distance. As any field goal kicker in the NFL will tell you, it's kind of a sweet spot angle-wise, and taking a bit of time working out if they're going to find that.
Speaking about sweet spot, didn't those hot dogs go down well?
I told you. And I didn't actually realise.
And I got a bit of piri-piri on that as well.
Oh, yeah, you got to.
Yeah.
But the key is not putting too much sauce on it, otherwise you do risk the wardrobe.
Yeah, I did
I like my sauce, but not too much because you don't want the ketchup coming out. And yeah, it was brilliant thanks to the Borovos guy here. And yeah, I actually kind of slipped my mind that we had a 15-minute change of schedule here, so we had an extra 15 minutes, and so I went back for seconds.
You didn't.
I did.
think the lunch will be here soon, you know. Oh, well, I thought it was going to be a Gundy ball. In fact, it ends up being a slower delivery. It's not going to be a no ball. It dips viciously, and also won't be a wide because it just catches a bit of the pad at least.
Yeah, it does. But this is a Marty slow ball that we love. He's such a good exponent of it. At least 20 or 5. I'm playing a bit of a guessing game here. Will this be slow again or fast? I think it was somewhere in between, and it's going to get over DDC. Maximo! Marty just erring on the side of 2 full here a couple of times. That time he gets punished.
Yeah, look, if I'm DDC, I'm going to have a look at the captain, Segunder Zulfiqar, and say, hey, I'm 5 foot something. Nikolaj Damgaard is a lot taller than me. Get him over here, and I'll go over there, because that's probably about 3 that he's jumped hell almighty, and still he's just been short by a couple of yards.
Now this is another slower ball. It's a hanging one. Nabi's going back and done actually really well, I think, to bat it back into play, but he couldn't quite turn it into a catch.
Yeah, he's watched this well, hasn't he? And he's ready to react to whichever way the ball goes. And in the end, he plays a little one of those little back flick tennis shots to keep the ball in play.
Nice stop by Nabi.
Oh, well, there's that slow one again,
Yeah,
and this time it gets tickled away. It's the problem with it is I still like it. I know that the element of surprise goes a little bit, but he's just not executing it well.
Yeah.
It's down the leg side.
It's location. That's all it is. And he had time, Fitchett, to just get a little bit of bat on it, and that's all he had to do. Didn't have to put a big swing on it because of the line that it was bowled. So that over ends up going for a few as well. 18 come off that one. And the Knights, 72 for 1 after 4.
Yeah.
Corey's crept over in the 15th man vest, and he's just going to have a little bit of chat with Rico, maybe tell about some of the secrets, what he's trying. I know he's trying to get the boys fired up, trying to get them going. This is essentially a do or die encounter. Here's Saqib. The first one hit hard and flat back at him, and he handles it. Saqib, for me, he's the bowler I'd like to face least, I think, out of this Team Europe lineup, because when he gets it right, he's very hard to pick. He gets dramatic bounce, and he's just different. It would be hard to practice against something like this, unless you practice against him in the game. At least a good player, though. Goes back and punches this, gets it into the gap, and that's going to be 4. That was all about the placement that time, so we've seen the power. Now we see at least thread the needle, 4 carreras.
Yeah, he's played some nice shots from the moment he's got out there, Michael Leask. Well, Michael Leask has taken on from where Michael Scottish, or I should say Michael English, left off. A few people just want to make that point, that the name might be English, but he's very much Scottish.
He's complicated.
But Leask, yeah, he's timing the ball and placing it well, isn't he? Interesting. First time I really acknowledged the way that Sakib bowls. Have a look at his feet.
Yeah.
It's very, very side on. Just have a look at his left leg.
He's got a slightly unusual action for a leg spinner, but it works for him. And as like I say, it's a bit awkward, I think, to face. Well, the next one is out of the ground. How do you like that? Says Leask, who dances and he smashes. That's another one to go with the one that dearly departed us last over. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, the footwork is just fantastic. Look, he's onto it so quickly, reads it well, it's anticipation. He gets the ball where he anticipates it to be, therefore he's able to execute the shot. That's big. It's a monster strike.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've been impressed actually with how well they've played Skip Zulfikar. He's a very, very talented leg spinner. Maybe he's not getting quite the turn that he might have gotten at the Cardamom Oval. Maybe not quite as much bounce.
They're not. The thing is, when you look at that shot, they're not allowing him to.
Yeah,
they're getting there before that spin comes into play. So this is where I think Sakib, he's got to go wider. He knows how they're playing him. They're coming out, they're playing him over cow corner. He's got to go wider. He's got to try and get them coming out, then going back and changing their shot. Let's see how he bowls this one. Leask, 37 off 11. They need to break this partnership pretty quickly. Yeah, better. That's the areas. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he wins the battle with a wide line here. It's pretty close. Is it fully inside the line?
Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I don't mind that call.
I think you don't mind it if you're the bowler. I think as a batter. I'm not sure it was completely inside the line when it passed the crease. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the over. So after 5, the Knights up and away. They're 83 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, and it's great to have your company. The sun's out, blue skies, 2 teams obviously desperate to win, but for slightly different reasons. But the first ever Western Shield, it has been a series unlike anything we've seen before really on ECN, and we've seen a lot.
Sensational, dream cricket, fantasy cricket, call it what you want, but it's been exceptional, and it's been brilliant, it really has. And it's like the cream of the crop coming together, and 2 teams battling it out. At the moment, the Knights are in front, but I really do believe that we're going to see better from Team Europe before the day's done.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they're still human beings, right? That's the thing. And human beings have emotions. You go through times when you're playing well and your confidence is high. You have the opposite as well. So, obviously, that's something you're always struggling with, whoever you pick, because you essentially pick on potential here. Right? Now, this one's up in the air, sliced away, but it's going to have the legs to go over the rope. Maximal! Brilliant shot there, Lee. Stays low, keeps his power in the shot, unleashes it for 6 runs. Yeah, but what I was going to say is, you can pick on form, you pick on potential, but you never quite know on that day or in these 2 days, in this case, if the players are going to be able to produce their best or not. It's just one of the great mysteries of sport. This is hit straight, and it's going to find the gap. It's going to hit the fence as well. Maximal, at least 50 runs in just 15 balls. And the fact that he's been given an opportunity at the number 3 position just shows you the strength of this Knights batting lineup.
6 sixes, 3 fours is quite amazing. What a hit. Look how he's standing here. He's literally saying to Mujadadi, well, look, Mujadadi now has been forced to come around the wicket because of the stance that he had against him.
Oh, that's such a shot. What a shot that is. It was straight. It was on the middle stump, and now it's out of here. 6 more.
That's in the road. I can't call that a street. That's in the country lane. He's hit this so well. What a pickup. He's just decided here, Lees, that, all right, it's time for me to go ballistic. I either hit it out of the park or I get out. That's what I'm doing. And some of the hitting here has been phenomenal. And what is that, 3 sixes on the spin?
Yeah. And let's not forget.
100 comes up as well.
That he whacked a few last over as well. Okay, makes a slight adjustment here in the air, but still, I think it's going to get it to the boundary. Pitches just inside in the end. Cuatro carreras más. So they brought the mid-on up into the circle. But Leask, he's deep in the crease here. Just such quick hands, such great hand-eye coordination. And this is a guy, don't forget, he's played for a lot for the full Scottish national team. He's been involved in a win over England before, the English full national team in a 50-over match. He's just come back from the UAE as well. We'll see him actually on ECN as part of the Scottish team, I'm sure, in the Tri-Series coming up in the Netherlands at the end of May. I mean, it's not the worst ball I've ever seen, but it's also going to get pounded. Maximo! And right now, you're looking like a big, big total on the cards. I mean, no wind. It's calm as you like today. So, I mean, the balls are flying in all directions, and Leask is really getting the Grizzlies some frequent fly miles here at the Santarém cricket ground.
Yeah, where do you bowl and what do you bowl? I suppose, all right, going for a slow delivery won't be a bad option, especially to Leask at the moment, who's looking to smash everything and using the pace and Mujadedi against him. So maybe the slow delivery. But one thing we haven't seen, Vinny, why haven't we seen too many? Need to get those Yorkers in. We haven't.
I think he might have tried, but he just hasn't hit it. 49 for Mujadedi. And he will bring up an unwanted 50. So a little bit of Big Daddy sixes off Mujadedi this time. That's the way the game goes, as the Knights in a great position here. 111 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, let's just have a look at quickly the bowling figure. So Mujadedi, well, we thought he did go for 50. Well, maybe that hasn't updated, but anyway, it's still an expensive spell for him. I'm a little bit surprised.
They didn't run on the last ball. So that's Leask. Wow, that's Leask saying, all right, sorry, I've just wasted a hole over. It's your turn. I don't know about that. I mean, it's unselfish. But Fitchett, to be fair, he's only faced 6 balls in the first 6 overs. So Mujadedi stays out of the 50s in the end. Saqib. I think the irony being that thought he was going to get a 1, but he won't. It gets past the fielder and it goes for. Well, there's Corey. You never know. He might be called into action the way things are going at the moment for Team Europe. A nice sweep shot. Yeah, interesting that they didn't take the run. Fitchett says, well, thank you, Leaski. That's very unselfish. We give up 1, but we get 4. Pretty well handled there by Corey. I will say this while he's not listening. He's a very good fielder. And now picked up, and Fitchett gets on with it. So, yeah, the decision to give Fitchett a bit of batting's paying off. 4 and 6 to start the 7th over. The Knights really kind of just battering a Team Europe side that's digging deep to find something, but the well's dry at the moment, really.
It needs something. Moment of magic, maybe something like a great catch, a run out or something. It needs something just to get a wicket and start to slow things down here a bit. Otherwise, that 180, 190 is on the cards.
Steps across and so is forced to hit it, and does. Out in the Tortuga zone, Mujadedi patrolling that. Well, he'll be, I don't want to say happy, but he stays in the naughty 40s then. Doesn't quite bring up the 50. But that's the thing. We've seen, for example, with Amadi yesterday, good example. Incredible in 1 or 2 games. A couple of other games just went off the rails. This is hit pretty hard. It's going to find the gap, and that's going to be for even Darmgard. Can't hunt that one down. And how about Leask? He's 70 and he's really travelling. I'm not even going to jinx him, but you know what I'm thinking, Rico.
I know what you're thinking, and let's just say at the moment, I don't think he's miscued 1 from the moment he went out there when it was Mujadedi that caught English. And, well, this has been peppered as well. Some of the striking, the ball striking we've seen is just outrageous. It really is. I tell you what, and these guys are, remember, they're playing early on at the moment. They've got a long season ahead of them. Can you imagine that they start in this sort of form in the season, wherever it is they're going to go and play? Tell you what, watch out, bowlers, because these guys are coming into the season in superb form. Leask has moved to 76 of 21.
Leask always looked good in the ECL, but his top score was only 37 against Drew. And so this is by far and away his highest score ever on ECN.
This time he tries to get wide of Mujadedi, and he does. What a good shot this is. He knows that to play the normal orthodox shot here towards extra cover means that Mujadedi is patrolling the boundary. So he gets himself into a position so he's able to play a little bit squarer, and he gets it right. Mujadedi can't get onto it. It's going to be 4 more. He moves into the 80s, and the score well, moves into the 136 now. 136 for 1. There's still 18 balls to go.
Well, of course, one thing that we're really looking forward to is revealing the ECC draw. So I think I mentioned earlier, but I'll say it again in case you missed it. There's 32 teams involved this year. 21 sides will be involved in the kind of premier, the top tier ECC. But then the ECCX will feature the next 11 teams, and 2 of those will get promotion into the ECC next year. After this match, so not after this innings, but after this match at the end of match 7, we will play you the draw. And if you have any questions about that, please fire them in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. Right, Sikandar Zulfikar gets a bowl, and straight away a slower ball is delivered. Fitchett can't connect.
Sikandar, captain, see what he can do. I mean, Damgard, I'm sure you would like to go back to him. Even there, didn't go back to Kalagomagay as well. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised. Kalagomagay only went for 13 off his first. I don't think he bowled badly. Damgard as well. All right, he went for 20, but I think you're better off with those options. Gone.
Oh, well, there you go. So Fitchett has to go, and Sikandar just has a bit of a golden arm. I still think he's a batter that bowls, but he hasn't scored too many runs lately, so he decides, okay, I'm going to try and see what I can do. And to be honest, it's a pretty good ball. Fitchett just misjudges the speed of it, swings all around it, and we have our second wicket down, 136 for 2. And it breaks the partnership of 96.
Yeah, well, he wants to play the Hollywood shot. He walks down the wicket, but he misses it. Well, no matter what, no matter where you're playing, there is always a chance of getting a wicket if you bowl at the stumps. So, 136 for 2. Fitchett will go, and Sikandar Zulfikar, not a bad start. 2 balls, no runs, 1 wicket. So, now it's Hinley who comes out. Now, Hinley, let's just say, I mentioned before, he's a guy that doesn't hang around. He scores or runs very quickly. In the last match, he came in and he scored a quick fire 20. He'll be looking to go big straight away with the left-hander. Sikandar Zulfikar just making sure he's got his field set. Nobody on the square leg boundary though, just a mid-wicket back, and he's not opting for long on to go back either. So very much at the moment offside orientated. It's a brave move, I must say. Left-hander Hinley does like to go big.
Hinley's a gun. Here he comes. Well, jinxed him before it even started. He misses out the first one. Bad wheels there from Sikandar Zulfikar.
Hey, what a start. Now, I said they needed something. They needed a moment of magic. Well, I tell you what, that's 3 magical deliveries. 3 dots. One of those is a wicket. The wicket of Fitchett. So, okay. I know it's late on. I know there's still runs on the board, but an over like this could spark something.
Back in the old days, and by that I mean yesterday, if they get to 160s here, maybe 170, it's quite chaseable.
Yeah.
Chase Europe's batting fallen away as the tournament's gone on. Right now, Hinley is going to get that one into the gap, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo finds the hole, probably catchable height.
I don't even think this is out the middle.
Runs.
I reckon this is probably more of the sort of bottomish off the bat. But yeah, that's why I was quite surprised that he doesn't give himself a bit more protection out there on the leg side. Hinley does like to go across, and he does like to fetch it and go over cow, go over square. There's only the one man on the boundary on the leg side.
At least get 80 at the other end. Probably chomping at the bit to get back. And I don't know if it'll be this ball, because that one is up. It's in the air, and it's been taken. Slight misjudgment from Doyle Kaya out there, but he was able to correct, and he had room to do so. So 6 and out for Hinley, and a double strike for the European captain, Sikandar Zulfikar. It's 142 for 3.
Yeah, well done. And he backed himself, didn't he? He said, nah, I'm going to keep all my fielders out in the offside. I'm going to bowl this line. I'm not going to give Hinley a chance to drag everything on the leg side. The ball before, he did manage to. But this time, he goes for it. And TDC finally is able to reach one. Takes the catch. Well, I can see just a few more of the Knights putting their shirts on. Maybe they thought they weren't going to be required. Well, all of a sudden, I'm not saying there's panic stations, but still, they might be called upon here.
I don't think you're ever that confident you're not batting in a T10 innings, because you can be kind of 1 or 2 down with 2 overs to go, and you can just get a whole bunch of run outs and things like that.
One left-hander replaces another to face one more ball from this very good over from the Team Europe captain, Skanda Zulfiqar. He's taken 2 for 6. And, well, I tell you what, get the big wicket of Harrison Ward early, you'll be up and about.
That's a pretty good over from Sikandar. I guess he's just given himself the right to bring himself back in the 10th as well. 2 for 6 in the 8th. Changes the feel of this innings. It's 142 for 3.
It's a very good over. When you look at what's happened before him, that is top draw from Sikandar. So well done to him. Gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket of Fitchett, clean bowled, and then gets Tom Hinley, a dangerous left-hander, caught on the boundary by DDC. So, all right, 12 balls to go. Let's see how they finish here. The Knights will know that they want to be looking at a 170 to believe that that should be comfortable. I think anything in the 150 to 160s is still gettable. It's not done and dusted. They're leaving the door open. If you want to shut the door, I think you've got to be, as the expected score is showing there, you want to be 170 plus here. They reckon 177, but it could all change, and Amadi will be hoping that his slower balls are going to do the damage once again.
And he can also come back after his first over. Hasn't really gone to plan. We saw that yesterday. Here we go. We say it all happens in the 9th. Here is the 9th, and it starts with a ball that Lee's Cats reach for. Probably not thrilled about taking the single here because it leaves him at the wrong end as he's 19 short of his century with 11 balls left in this innings. But the next one will be faced by Harrison Ward in this slightly unusual number 5 position for him.
Yeah, swung at his first, missed out on it. Just checking the field. He's having a good look at the field that's being set out there in the sort of backward point area. And maybe he's looking to elevate it over in that section.
All right, doesn't quite get this right. Hanging in the air, very catchable and caught. Well, talk about your hot hand. Skanda Zulfiqar, 2 wickets in the previous over and then takes a regulation catch here. So Amadi comes back and gets Ward before he can really do too much damage. And yeah, it's going to be a 2-ball duck, in fact, for Harrison in this one. 143 for 4.
Well, Harrison Ward, he will go for a... But more importantly, it's a fight, and it's a good fight. Coming late on from Team Europe, but how important this could be. Remember expected score, keep an eye on that. They were saying around 177. But a few more wickets here, a couple of dot balls. If Amadi can finish this over well, who knows? Well, there's a derrick there for Harrison, so he's not had it all his own way. We know he didn't have 2 good knocks yesterday to finish the day. He got 30 earlier today, but he gets nada in that one. Jonty Jenner, what a batter to be coming in at number 6.
Yeah, yes. And you've still got Lincoln to come, you've still got Jarvis to come, Sumarare. Has Sumarare even had a hit in this series? I don't think he has.
I don't remember it.
And he's a brilliant bat. But look, you know what they've done? They've played their way back into the contest. Team Europe here. Amadi. First one is pace on, full toss. This is around top of the pad height, but this one's meant, you're meant to think it's a slower ball when you see the length of it, but it isn't. It's one that's kind of speared in.
Yeah, no worries. Now this is going to be interesting because finally you get Leeska back on strike. He is on 81, and I reckon he probably feels that he perhaps shouldn't have taken the single at the beginning.
It's hard. You can't really turn him down though, can you, at this stage? Right, he goes and fetches it, pulls it. TDC handles the Tortuga. That's a really good example of what I'm talking about. Still being prepared for an unusual bounce. That one actually did hop up quite significantly.
It's an interesting shot that he goes for it on the leg side rather than try to play it, uppercut it.
Kind of premeditated, I think. Wanted the cut. If he played the ball on its merits, he hits it offside for sure. Clock's ticking on least. Here's Jenner. There's that good slower ball.
This is really good. Liking this expected score now coming down quite drastically. Just the 7 balls left in the innings. Haven't got to that 150 yet. So good fight back this, led by the captain, Skanda Zulfiqar. That last over from him, only 6 runs, 2 wickets from it. Amadi in this over so far, they've only got the 3 runs. Great comeback, great fight.
Fantastic work. Last ball of the 9th. And tough one for Easton. At least he makes a partial stop.
Oh, they might even come back for two. The opportunity's there, but you can see that the striker, Lease, doesn't read it, but probably thinking, I don't want it because I want to face the last.
Yeah, interesting, that one. And I think it's probably the right call. I think he's earned the right to go for it. Takes a nasty kind of sideways hop on Ishan. And then I think that's Sean Gomps tripped on one of the Santarem cricket ground caterpillars there. Ishan does well to clean up. So 82 for Leask as we head to the last over at 147 for 4. But those last 2 overs, only 6 come off the 8th, only 5 come in the 9th. We've only had 1 boundary in the last 12 balls.
Good, this is good. And the Knights, they had the opportunity. I was saying that at the time, didn't I, at the end of that over from Zulfikar, that if they can keep it to below 160, the door is still left open, the chase is on, and it is Sikandar Zulfikar who's going to bowl the last, remember, 2 for 6 so far. He's bowling to Leask, and really this is a big over. If he can keep this to under 15, they'll settle for it.
The momentum is such an intangible, but you can feel that if Team Europe can keep this, let's say under 13 or something like that, go under 160, they'll be thrilled about it, as Leask will hook this and he gets the placement and he gets to 86. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. He's more concerned about where he's hitting it. So that's just great kind of cricket IQ and field knowledge. He knows the field is pretty much dead sideways, so he wants to hit it kind of, you see there, to the left of the umpire. It does the trick, gets 4 runs.
150 comes up, all right, come on. 86, he's got 5 balls. It's on. And he's got to be thinking about it. He needs 14. He's got to be thinking about it.
All right, that one looked pretty good off the stick as well. He's into the 90s. Maximo! Michael Leask could potentially become the 3rd century maker for the British and Irish Knights this weekend.
157. And he's, like you say, he's there in the 90s. 92 of 27 deliveries. Eyeing up a century here. And, yep, you'll see 2 names already there from this Western Shield. There you go, very briefly. We're going to go for it. He's going to get lucky. It'll go behind. And how far does this go? 4 runs. So, move to 96. So, a little bit of luck. Hey, suerte. Ahí por Lisco. Maybe he's earned the right to have a little bit of luck. So 1 boundary away from a century and a 3rd, and it'd be the 3rd for a player from the Team Knights.
Oh, the thoughts of keeping under 160 history. Here's Leask on 96. And he misses, but he's still got potentially 2 more chances. This is one, though, I think. You're not taking a single.
Nah.
You're not taking a single here. He's got 2 chances to hit a boundary, Leask. He was telling me a lot about his preparation. What kind of goes into it. Obviously hyper-focused on performing well this morning. And now, his 30th ball could be the most memorable of his weekend. One more time, a boundary for the century. And he misses again. So we've got a last ball thriller. I mean, these are handy as well for Team Europe. Slower ball, brave bowling by Sikandar, but he just fools Leask with the velocity.
Oh, well, will we see? This is so exciting, going to the last ball of the innings. 161 also. So, I mean, if he gets the boundary here, it takes him to the 165 score, 165 or maybe 165 plus. So that's important. But also, he could be stuck on 90s here.
Looked to shoe in a couple of balls ago. Lee's got 96, last ball. And he misses and he won't get the century. I mean, he's going to walk off feeling pretty upset. But you can't doubt the quality of the innings for Leask, who basically hit 3, missed 3 in the last over. Look, all things considered, let's think about Team Europe. They go 6, 5 and 14 conceded in the last 3 overs. That's 25.
Brilliant.
Gives them a fighting chance. Leask, cricket gods just kind of caught up with him in the end, didn't he? When he just needed to hit 1 bound in the last 3, he couldn't. But his 96 on out, still a wonderful knot.
Well, he starts with 3 boundaries, 4, 6, 4, and then 3 dots. He just needed to get 1 away to get a century. It wasn't to be. He'll be stuck on 96. Will he get a better chance of that on the European Cricket Network to bring up a century? Well, we'll never know. And the other thing is, though, I have to say, and I was saying this, if they could keep this into the 160s and stop it getting to that 170 mark, then they leave the door open. And I think that's what's happened here. Team Europe, all right, it'll be a fantastic run chase, but they have shown us that they can score big runs. We've seen them score 172. So, yeah, the door is left open. They had the opportunity tonight to close the door on Team Europe, and maybe then with the victory here, seal the win and seal and put their hands on this Western Shield. But they've left the door open. Team Europe, though, they have to be perfect in reply.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, still they've had 2 centuries. They've had a 98 not out. They've had a 96 not out as well. That was a nice take there by Mujahideen, as that was the end of English after a bright 30 to get this innings going. But just think about the context, those 3 dot balls at the end. If this does become a really tight finish, and who's to say it might not, then you start looking at that. It's half an over. It's half a maiden.
The thing about it is that if he was on 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, he's prepared to take a single.
Yeah.
But because he's on 96, he wants a boundary. So that's why he's gone for a boundary for all 3. He's missed all 3.
Yeah.
And yeah, it could be expensive. You're right. It could be expensive.
Yeah, it could be, but I think you take 96 any day of the week, wouldn't you? And at least really, when he was on, he was really on, hitting some huge sixes all around the ground, hitting across the line really well. And to do that, you need to find the pace of the ball. Fitchett was kind of left on at the other end so long in his innings. He batted deep, but only faced 11 balls for 24, but still played some nice shots in there. But yeah, at one stage, what looked like a kind of 180 score, that's what the computer was telling us. Europe were able to bring it back with some good bowling late in the piece. Fitchett was the first to go to Sikander Zulfiqar, the captain, who brought himself on to try and stop a gap at the end. That was a nice bit of bowling to Castle, the right-hander. And then actually we saw Hindley go 6 and out, but that 6 was kind of a bit of a hermit. There wasn't much company for it in the 8th and 9th, just the 1 boundary. And Hindley, yeah, after hitting that 6, he holed out just like this to DDC. Jenner came out after Ward, in fact, who wasn't able to score, batting in the middle order. But look, I'm still super curious. Can Team Europe click with the bat? They just seem to be low on confidence, but sometimes I know, and I was speaking to Corey about this actually in the break between games. And he said, "How can I get these guys to get their confidence back?" And I said, "That's one of the great things about cricket, or the tough things. You can't. It'll happen at some point. Maybe they need a bit of luck. Maybe they need a couple of balls coming out the middle." But I said someone needs to convert. Someone needs to make a big score, and I still maintain that, as the total will be 162. That they require to essentially stay alive in the series. Yeah, confidence is a funny thing, but confidence can come in a number of ways. You could do something outstanding in the field, which then makes you feel good, makes you feel it's going to be your day, and you then transfer that to other departments of the game, and that's what Team Europe are looking to do. And maybe the way that they finished there, especially somebody like the captain, Sikander Zulfiqar. Now, look, he just bowled brilliantly well there towards the end, 2 for 20, and as you said, only 25 coming off the last 3 overs. So, that will give him confidence. DDC taking a catch eventually. Maybe that is going to rub off on when he goes out to the bat. And then Nabi. Look, Nabi's not a guy. He even showed that in the ECO. Even though he had quite a lot of failures, he did come good at least once. Yeah. If those two come good at least once, we're in for a match here. It's funny how the game changes, because the last ball of the 6th, Leaks didn't want to take the single, basically playing nicey to give Fitchett a bit of a hit. But in the end, he couldn't buy a run to save his life. Cricket is a funny game. I tell you, one team won't be laughing, though, at the end of this one. 162 the target for Team Europe against the Knights. Otherwise, we know the Knights will be raising the shield at the end of the day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Poole. We'll take a break. Back soon with more Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to, well, what promises to be a very exciting end to match number 7. Remember, with the state of play 4-2 to the British and Irish Knights in this Western Shield, this is a must-win match for Team Europe. We'll just leave you with that thought as well, which is quite important, or could be important. That's the bonus point equation, which could come into play. But for the time being, the main thing is that Team Europe, they need to get this win. And to do it, they've got to chase 162. Now, they've done well to restrict that score at one point. It was looking like it could be a 180 something. So good fight back from them. The last 5 overs, the last 3 overs, I should say, only goes for 25. So good opportunity, but they need a good start. And they're going to go with Ahmed Nabi and Sikandar Zulfikar as the 2 openers. Nabi to face the first. It's a wide one, and will be called a wide. Jack Jarvis, who has been much improved bowler from when we saw him first up yesterday, and probably now one of the bigger bowlers for the British and Irish Knights. Remember, picked up a player of the match, 3 for 16 in the earlier win today, the first match of day 2, match number 6 of this Western Shield. And into the body of Nabi, and I think, well, Nabi's a strong unit, but I think even he feels this. He gives it a bit of a rub as it catches him high up on the hip. Looking pretty happy and confident with things to the Knights. See this one again, so quick, and Nabi does get beaten for pace. Okay, Sikandar Zulfikar, can we see him repeat the innings he played in the start of this Western Shield? And it's a good one as well. Nabi will take the single. Leg by signal. Yeah, Sikandar played a huge part with the ball. 2 for 20. Now he needs to find his form with the bat. Yesterday, in that first win in match number 1, 73 not out. And Nabi still looking for that big shot, but needs to play a ball on merit. If the ball requires an offside hit, then you got to get that offside hit. And Nabi plays one way, doesn't he? The likes of Nabi, Afridi in the side as well, Khalid Ahmadi, Mujadadi. They're all hard hitters, but at the moment they're not all clicking. Jarvis again. This one will be fired down the leg side. It ends up being a good stop from the captain, Dan Lincoln, behind the stance, but good running also. Zulfikar says, yeah, we'll take the wide and 1 extra, thank you very much. Needing 16s. And the thing is, in the power play, they need to stay with that, or looking to improve and knock that down a tad as well. That's a short one, good fast delivery. And it will be the one for the over. Now let's have a look at this. So it's quick, it's fast. I think you'll see this going between the shoulder and the helmet. Yep, it's a perfect slow delivery, well captured by our production partner, Spring Media. We've got 2 Dennises in the house. And, Martha and that's well bowled again this time. Gets a good rising delivery outside the off. Yeah, so good work. Yeah, 2 Dennises, Martha Maria. Been here all the way through. Martins as well, doing a fantastic job, as well as the ECN crew here, and a lot of ECN staff at the ground here today. And first runs maybe off the bat, or not maybe. Yeah, there will be. The catch just eludes the fielder. Who's that that's coming in from the boundary? Trying to make this into a catch. And it will be Sakana Zulfiqar who will get one. And I'm not sure who that was coming in. It might have been Julius, actually. Samarora. Let's get a good look at this here. It's coming in. Just can't get there. Yeah, it is. Julius Samarora just couldn't get there. So, got to say, that's got to be a bit of a chance as we see the number of matches since the golden ball to 75. Got to say, 160. Yeah, it's golden ball territory. A man who might have the tingle joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, well, it would be sensational if we did have golden ball, no doubt about that. But yeah, this is around the total that we kind of said was par yesterday. As time went on, it's probably more like the 150, the par. It's funny, and exactly 150 is the runs per 10 overs at the end of that previous game. So it's funny how we said that. It's actually where it's ended up. But just have a look at the run rates for both teams over the first 6 matches. So British and Irish Knights, they're scoring at 167 per 10 overs, and Team Europe 134 per 10 overs. And that kind of tells you all you need to know, I think.
Yeah.
Nabi just not ever really gotten into his rhythm. And the thing with all of these bowlers that you're going to get from the Knights, they are so great at mixing up their pace and disguising their changes of pace. So that time he's a bit late. Sometimes he's been a bit early. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying with Nabi. He just needs to play the right shot to the right ball. Yeah. And really, he's one of those guys who needs to get 1 or 2 out of the middle, and he's a completely different player.
Close himself to getting a century. Had 3 balls to try and get the 4 he needed.
Yeah.
Never got there. He stayed stranded on 96. Samarora, what a spell from him again. What an over, 1 for 5, and it's 11 for 1 after 2.
Yes, they're not the start you want when you basically need to be going at 16s. They're 20 behind where they'd want to be at the moment already. Who's got the answers with the bat? But you look at that lineup, I see 11 players that could actually go at the rate or above if they were to just play an innings where they click. But credit to the Knights, they just haven't allowed Europe to bat well. Jarvis has been brilliant, hasn't he? This is a thick edge flying away. And there's a little bit of luck because that's not off the middle, but it will be Maximo. 6 runs.
Yeah. So swings hard, gets a big thick edge, but it flies and flies fine off the backward point. And 6 runs.
Sikandar. He definitely stood up early in the series, didn't he, when they needed somebody. But then he's kind of had a bit of a run of outs as well, run of low scores. This time has pulled pretty confidently. Tough one on the boundary, but well handled out there. That's Fitchett from Guernsey, who keeps inside the field of play.
Yeah, very, very good fielding. We've seen quite a few bobble past the fielders back there. But he goes across and just watch the way he gets behind it, and he pushes it forward knowing that his body or his legs are probably going to go past the boundary, so releases it early and then tidies it up. Great work.
Yeah, mentioned earlier, I've been really impressed with the ground fielding of the Knights. All right, well, that's an edge that's flying for 6. Tell you that straight away. Swing hard, good things can happen, sometimes at least. Maximo! Probably an Aximo as well. Accidental Maximo, but 6 runs nonetheless for Europe.
Well, 2 batters hit 6s now. Both of them not where they wanted. But sometimes these are good signs. And maybe that signs are that maybe the rub of the green is perhaps about to change. Maybe in this match. Both batters now, they've got 6s to the name. And both against Jarvis, who won't like that too much.
This is hit back pretty hard, but the mid-off ups actually worked pretty well. Because they're not easy to get up and under with the lengths they're bowling. And Jarvis is kind of backing himself to outmuscle the top order a bit. But on that heavy length, he's got good lift out of this pitch. It was well handled there by Leask, the 96 Jurian of the first innings. Couple to come then for Jack Jarvis, the Scotsman. Oh, this one has gone miles in the air, and it's another Aximo. It's one of the all-time great leading edges that's ended up about 70 metres from the centre of the Santholme cricket ground. 6 runs. And if the camera operator has this, I'll be super surprised, because he's aiming one way, it went completely the opposite.
Well, it's more good fortune luck can change, and luck can have a big part to play sometimes in the way things go. And Jarvis, well, he'll feel that his luck has changed quite drastically. 3 for in the last, and here.
Great camera work. They did get it in the end.
23.
Oh, the no-look hook. It's back, baby. Macy. Oh, great hands from Alex Macy. I know that probably won't be on the screen, but he's taken that flip-flop high and clean as a whistle. Good signs for Awera. Sure, back in action tomorrow in the European Cricket Series. But the old no-look hook from Jamshed brings 6 more.
Yeah, and Jarvis, well, let's just say, is an expensive spell for him. Considering what he's been doing, he'll go 0 for 29. And just like that, things starting to change. 36 for 1. And they needed that over. That one goes, Vinny, for 25.
Magical, just when it was required. Because that man Jamshed again, who's stepping up. This is unbelievable. Jamshed couldn't even get a game for Germany. They had to be almost, the coaching and selectors had to have their arms twisted behind their back to get him in. And now here he is playing for Europe because he's just in such a rich vein of form. I gave Macy no hope there. Once he let it get so low in him, I thought that's definitely clanging out. But, yeah, not just a bowler after all.
Yeah, it was a good catch, especially when you're seeing it coming over the fence. All right.
Greatwood. Oh, he's going to start with a big filthy no-y. That's kind of into the gap. That's going to be 4. Well, there you go. There's a bit of luck going your way as well. About a chest-high ball on the 4, which gets pulled away. Zulfiqar gets the non-traditional minimo with a free hit to come.
Well, yesterday, when things got going for Team Europe, it started with a magical over. It started with a magical, and it stayed magical. I wonder if they can do it again here. What an opportunity. Free hit coming up.
Slow ball, he picks it, he hits it. Doesn't quite get the elevation, but gets the gap 4 more. So Greatwood's first ball goes for 9.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, can you hear the noise levels from Team Europe? We haven't heard them at this rate since around about halfway through yesterday, because they finished badly with 2 losses yesterday. Not a good start from them this morning, but now they're up and about, and they're back in this contest.
Here's the thing, all these cricketers, if they're playing in this tournament, they've got it in them, right? Just needs to come out at the right time. This one's on the stumps, and he's hit it straight to square leg. And just when you think they're getting a bit of momentum, there's a chance that goes about waist high, dips to the knees of Sumarare, who takes it clean as a whistle. So Zulfiqar disappointed. A couple of metres either side, that's probably a boundary, but instead he finds the fielder, and it's 45 for 2.
Oh, that's so disappointing. Well, it's the way things go. We see them have 3 probably big chunks of luck go their way with those 6s going behind and over the keeper, and then all of a sudden one that gets hit. I'm expecting to see this going to the boundary fence, and yet it goes straight into the hands, safe hands of Sumarare.
Yeah, really nicely taken as well. Scandi, you got to feel for him as well, because he looked like he was just up and ticking there. But that's a little bit of the luck factor swinging against Europe after you're right. They had pocket of sweat there, a little bit of luck in that last over. And now Saqib Zulfiqar will replace his brother out there in the middle. But I'm just keeping an eye on the required rate. So it's still below 18 and over. I just think if you can keep it around that 3-a ball, keep moving. Shouldn't run out of batting here. I know we kind of saw it this morning, but brighter conditions at the moment.
Yeah, don't take your foot off the pedal. Keep the foot down no matter what.
Go
out there, stay positive.
Well, that time he just feels for that one off Greatwood. He was a brilliant bowler. Of course, we saw him take a hat-trick for the English 11 in their group final. Their finals day didn't quite go to plan in the group stage, losing to Switzerland and then having to essentially go the hard way over Malta and then against Switzerland again to qualify for finals week. But then in championship week, they really turned it on, set the standard, ended up taking the 3rd edition of the ECC in 2023. Greatwood was a big part of that. Now, thick edge, that's going to fly over the field, and that's going to be 4. So that's to keep getting a bit of the luck back, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. That's the 4th one. That's been a bit of suerte for Team Europe. And they've had 4 slices of good fortune and maybe 1 slice of bad fortune with Sikander Zulfiqar smashing one into the hands of Julius. But Got to believe it's a huge match. They've got to believe they're fighting for survival. They're fighting to stay in contention of being crowned the champions of this very first ever Western Shield.
Spears in a really good Yorker there. That's the kind of ball I'm talking about. Even if you told the batter what you were going to bowl, still don't really know what you can do with it except dig it out, get the bottom of the bat on it. Jenner has a good look at the ball. Maybe he feels like he deserves the bowl. He's been hanging around the field for a while. 50's up, by the way, for Team Europe here in the 4th over.
Would love a boundary here, Vinny, just to finish the over.
Definitely.
Keeps them up with the rate. Like you said, it's about 18. Get the boundary here, and you stay with it.
Last ball, the 4th. And this one's almost the Yorker, but not quite. And it's going, gone. Maximo! Jamshed Khan. Well, he's liked his Sunday morning. Now heading into the lunch break. He's still pumping out the runs, this time in the number 3 position. End of the 4th. Greatwood's over, ends up going magical, going for 20. And the score is 56 for 2.
But this is what I was saying. When they won that last match, the great match, the 172 to 166, it was, they got one magical over and then they kept on going. And that's what's happened here so far. Jarvis went for 25. Now Toby Greatwood, he goes for 20.
Remember,
catching up.
They were 126 in the last 5 overs back in game 1. Seems a long time ago now, but it was only about 26 hours ago that they did that.
Okay, now this is interesting. This is a bit of an interesting move for me.
I like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think this could work in favour of Team Europe, you know.
No, I think Hindley,
well,
if he doesn't bowl that, he'll be fine. But he does bowl that, and he's not fine. There's another non-standard minimum, 5 runs and a free hit to come. I don't know, it just seems like it just seemed like a good time to bowl him. I don't think he's just your 10th over bowler. But, yeah, Hindley forgets to account for gravity on that one.
Okay, so here we go. This is the way Toby started.
I'm running at him, I think, because he can't be stumped. He stays put. That's another option. Absolutely smashes this one high, all the way back. Oh, that's potentially a great stop. Has it hit the rope?
He doesn't know.
Oh, there you go. Jonty signalled at 6.
He didn't know where his feet were.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think he keeps it in, but then the ball lands on the rope, and that's what Jenner is saying.
Do you think?
I think, look.
I don't see. Well, let's see. We both see it differently. Let's see what happens. So,
see, he takes off from the field, so he's fine there. See, and then he lets go of it there. So he's actually, at that point it's fine, but the issue is it hits the rope.
Let's see, so... Okay, now this is another one, so there we go. It was spin yesterday, that was the issue for the Knights, and I just think going for Hindley here after 2 magical overs on the spin, I think it's risky, and I think this is a huge opportunity for Team Europe to get themselves right back in this match. And in this Western Shield.
It's going back to the least stop. I think the stop was clean, but when the ball landed, it flicked the rope on the way back into play. That's what Jenner was indicating. Now, there's going to be some more pain. Saqib picking up where his brother left off. That one's across the fence, an awkward retrieval on the way. But 6 carreras más.
Yeah, and this is another magical over. So we've gone 25, 20. Well, this one could end up being supersonic because there's still 3 balls to go. And the rate has come back down dramatically to 15. And they could even take it down even more here. Well, Team Europe fighting for survival. And after not the best of starts, 6 off the first, and it was 11 for 1 after 2. Jarvis then went for 25. So it would be Greatwood for 20. Has to be said that Jarvis is over. Don't forget there were 3 boundaries that came off the edge.
Yeah, that's true. Well, pulls the length back a bit this time, Hindley. It's hit up, it's hit into a pocket of space, and that's going to be 4. So, oh, well, maybe you're right all along, Hindley. I would have backed him here. But some really good batting as well. To be honest, I actually like that he makes this undrivable and almost unsweepable as well. But the batter picks a good option, gets just enough to get over the infield, runs away for 4. This one is drivable. Yeah, the old foot fielding from the Knights. Don't see that very often. Good way to break an ankle anyway. It will be a run. And have a look at that required rate. It's down to 15 and over.
Jamchad will be looking to smash this for a boundary as well. Make this a supersonic one. So, okay, Hindley.
Oh, that's so close to the stumps. I think it bounces off the keeper onto the stumps in the end. But yeah, this is a good example. These two have starts. Starts aren't going to be good enough, I don't think. We need one or ideally both of them, if you're a Team Europe fan, to go and make a 50 and a big 50, kind of 75, 80. And then we're in business. At the end of the over, that score is 84 for 2. All right, Rico, I'm going to get you start because I'm going to bring something in. Go on, you can show Rico on the camera.
You bring something in.
Okay.
So this is coming up now.
Put it this way. I need to put these on.
Yeah.
There's your clue. So if I was to... That's the wrong hand. I wore gloves for a living. I think we're going to run out of time, but we'll come back to us in a second.
It needs some preparation.
What do you think I'm doing because I'm getting the gloves on?
Well, you look like one of the referees for snooker.
Okay, sir, if you could... No, never mind. Okay, here is what I'm talking about.
No, you'll have to put it down. You'll have to wait.
After this ball.
You'll have to wait.
Oh, it's a great shot by Sakib, who absolutely nails it. Maximo. Seis carreras. Zulfikar goes bang. That was a really good shot, picked up off a length. English has come on to bowl and just stands and delivers, holds his shape. And speaking of shapes, all right, here we go. And
are you
I don't want to hold
there
it for too long. Have a look at this. This is the Western Shield. I'll go back so you can see more of it. This is what the teams are playing for.
Lift it up higher. Come on.
I'm trying.
It
put the
weighs.
graphics on there, didn't they?
This weighs a ton, I have to tell you.
Yeah.
Back to the action.
It's so heavy. Anyway, next one from Zulfikar. Oh, it's come back to me. I'm feeling strong now. Okay. So here, go on. One more. But you know what a lot of people are saying? A lot of people are saying that it looks a bit like maybe the old NYPD blue badge about this. But it is big. So, you know, I've got a big head.
I love the
like
rubies, the Western shit. It's fantastic. It's amazing.
Can I put it down now? Oh, bottom edge. Here's Lincoln, but no run. Over to you, Rico.
You all right there? I'll just turn you off for a bit because nobody wants to hear you grunting and everything else you were doing there. I like the white gloves. It suits you, actually, the white gloves. It looks like you're one of the, what do you call it, the snooker referees. You have to wear the white gloves.
Definitely got a little bit of the mid-1980s thriller about it, doesn't it? But wearing the two. English has another go. Slow ball, hit back into the stumps. And then you can see, it does the right thing, knocks them over, but not in time. Zulfikar gets back.
A couple of decent deliveries here. After the first one got smashed for a huge 6, he's just changed the pace slightly, Michael English. So at the moment, this over's been pretty decent for the British and Irish Knights.
Does the right thing. If you can knock the stumps completely over, that counts as breaking the stumps if the bails are off. But because he had to kind of run there, he wasn't able to beat the batter back. 16 and over required at the moment. Oh, steps across, but he gets something on it. Not enough to get it past Lincoln. That was a bit of a risky one as well. Clever slow ball from English. 50-50 game right now, it says.
Yeah, I mean, this over is after seeing 3 magical ones and the last one from Hindley going for 28, this is exactly what the Knights needed. 8 from it with a ball to go. And Zulfikar Sakib knows he really needs to get a boundary here. 6 would be magnificent.
That one was pitched up, and he is going to get a boundary. Not a 6, but it's the next best thing. Cuatro carreras. English just misses the Yorker. Whipped away from Sakib, who's 43 and counting. And Team Europe at the end of 6. They're on the pace, Rico. It's 96 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a good over. It ends up going in the end for just 12. So a little bit below where they needed to be, and as a result of that, that rate just goes back up to around about the 60 mark. But they have brought it down. Remember, it was around 18, and they've got 2 set batters, and that's the key here. And the other thing is, no matter who they deploy, so maybe Sumarora will come back here now because he's a wicket taker. You've still got over in there from Greatwood, but they're going to have to go back to spin at some point, and that's when they can once again excel.
They go back to, he's probably in their best bowler, Sumarora. Misses the mark first up. I think he's slowly not arguing anymore because that's definitely wide. He does move, but only to try and hit the ball. I don't think he'd have too many complaints there. 65 off 24. Hit, but fielder's there, and Leask is not going to miss out on that. So Jamshad, again, makes the start, can't go on with it. He goes for 29. Sumarora does the job again for the British and Irish Knights, and Team Europe now 97 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch, Howard. No mistakes at all. So Summerall does it again. Jamshad has played his part once again. He's the one batter that hasn't disappointed. We saw him score 44 of 18 earlier. This time 29 of 13, but he's kept them in it. And now it's up to the new batter to keep a good partnership going out there with Saqib Zulfikar, who is well set.
And remember, there is an MVP award at the end of this, right? It's based on the 9 games. But do you know what? I actually think Sumareh is my MVP at this stage.
Yeah.
In a batter's game, no one's ever really got hold of him. You know, he's the difference. Okay, you got Ward. Obviously, he scored a bunch of runs yesterday. He'd be very worthy as well. But they've shown that, okay, if it wasn't for Ward, someone else probably would have stepped up. But who's stepping up for Sumareh? You know, I just think he's been the most consistent bowler with his pace and his changes of pace. And really, bowling wins you the tournament. End of the day. I think it's a batting-friendly format. It's a not controversial one. I think sometimes we overlook bowlers.
Yeah.
But he's bowled like these kind of figures pretty much every time he's bowled.
Yeah, I'm with you. And like again, you know, when you need something, when you need a breakthrough, he's the one who's come on and done it. Okay, Damgard comes in.
I knew you'd be an easy sell because you're a bowler.
Yeah, but you're right though. Quite often, you know, a batter scores a hatful of runs, and you're automatically talking MVP. But you sometimes forget the big part bowlers play, and I think especially in this sort of format, and not only just for taking wickets, Vinny, for good economic spells, which makes a huge difference in the match.
Yeah, I'd love to know the most he's gone for. Oh, look. Wait, this is not going to be a run here, so they need to build another partnership. Damgard's not a bad replacement. Here's he starts with a single, and then Zulfikar can't score off the next one.
Yeah, you can see there, Zulfikar saying it's the variations, the slower ball. And, misses out on this one, really. That's in an area where I think you'd expect Saqib to put it away.
All right, so here's the thing. Sumareh hasn't, going into this game anyway, now it's probably come down a bit more, but he has an economy of in the low 8s. And the next best is Jack Jarvis, who is near 11, right?
Yeah.
That's head and shoulders above the rest. Anyway, right on cue, he's probably going to get pumped for a 6. Now, this one's put down. Well, just shows you it's not so easy. And is that Miggy over there? That's Miguel Stoneman. Well, he'll be fielding left, right out, I think, on Monday morning when the ECS gets going again, because he drops the sitter, but Saqib gets 6 carreras. Badly needed here for Team Europe, trying to stay on pace in this chase.
Well, Miguel will tell you he does all his dropping when he's doing the ball fetching. But when he's on the field of play, he's back on it. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
From the Conrad Greenshield School of Fielding. Drop the easy ones, take the hard ones. 49 for Saqib. And he'll stay on 49. Great comeback from Sumareh. And once again, he delivers a wonderfully economical spell. And the thing is, he rarely goes wicketless as well. 2 for 13 in this one. And Team Europe, 104 for 3 after 7.
All right, which means it takes us to 58 of 18 deliveries. So they're needing to go. So the rate goes up back to around about that 18. I wonder if they go back to English here to bowl this one, or whether you still got one in there from Toby as well. So, no, of course they haven't got Oliver in this one, so he's been rested. So Toby, maybe they want to go with Toby here to try and get a good over in here and try and seal the win. This shows us where we have been and where we're going.
Yeah, that's right. We started, what was that, 3 months ago almost in Cyprus in the European Cricket Series. We're in Portugal right now. That's a great slow ball first up from English, who's coming back for his second over. Like a fast off spinner that bites off the surface. But yeah, looking forward to France. And yeah, Brescia would be good. Apparently it's a new ground in Brescia, not the Brescia cricket ground we visited last time, I think was 2022.
A new
when
ground?
we were there.
Yeah.
Apparently, or a different ground. I don't know how new it is. All right, another slower ball. This time it bites in towards the batter, and it's not stopped out there by Hindley. So the rate's crept out because of that good couple of minutes for British and Irish Knights, but Damgard gets his first away. Let's see if he can get them closer, maybe over the line, keeping this series alive.
Hindley would be disappointed here. He would have expected himself to keep that in. He goes with 2 hands. I think if he'd gone with the left, he would have kept an eye on the ball as well. Oh, that's been well hit, and this is going to be out of here. And this is what Nicolas Damgaard can do. And having hit his first boundary, he now hits a 6. So, all right, they're going to get back into this. The rate did go back up to the 18, but one good over here keeps the game alive.
Yeah, he looks well put together, Damgaard, doesn't he? He's got all these God-given attributes. He's got the size, but he's got a very good technique. Now well, I wonder.
No ball.
This is no ball, but the question is, does it bounce after the stumps or before the stumps?
Let's have a look. I mean, let's see here.
It's close, put it that way. He's deep in the crease. Where does the ball come in? Here it is. It does.
Yeah.
Oh, with that should just be a wide. I think it'll just be a wide.
Let's see it from the other end again.
But it doesn't matter anyway, because if it's past the stumps, it'll be a wide, so it's called. So
is it wide? Change to wide?
Because it doesn't matter if it's off the pitch or not. I think it was off the pitch because it's after the line of the stumps. It's just a wide. Anyway, that gives you a good idea of it. Here, back to live action. Not a free hit, doesn't matter. As this is well handled out there by Sumare. And I mentioned Sumare's bowling, but also he's been outstanding in the field. We don't know how he's batting in this tournament because I don't think he's got a hit. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the other thing is that Dan Lincoln, he'd have a good case after his century yesterday and his keeping and his captaincy. So they're probably the three main contenders at this stage.
At this stage, still a lot of cricket to play.
Still 2 full matches after that.
Still a lot of cricket to play.
After this. All right. Zulfka gets another crack at the half century. And this time he will get it. Maximo! 55 off 17. Saqib has been brilliant here. He's going in quick time as well, trying to keep this game alive. Team Europe trying to keep the Western Shield alive here in 2024.
Yeah, it was a wonderful strike. Smashes it out of the middle. Boom. Shakalagya. And, well, he's trying to win this over for his side as well.
Now that's hit very hard as well. And there's 6 more. So a perfect finish to the over. It goes Maximo. The whole over goes for 24 as English goes magical. And with 2 overs remaining, Team Europe 128 for 3. They'll need 34 off the last 2 overs to keep the Shield alive.
It's within their grasp. Fighting to stay alive. Fighting for survival. They need this win. They are 4-2 down in this Western Shield series. They're looking to make it 4-3 with 2 to play. And this over now becomes huge. And let's see who they're going to go with here. You can see Dan Lincoln. He's up there talking to the bowler. It's a massive one now. And it looks to me like they will go back to Toby because he does have 1 left. I thought they may have gone back to Toby in that one to make the last 2 tighter. But Toby Greatwood to bowl. And you've got to be looking to get, I mean, if you want to be looking to get about at least 15 or so from this over. So, a couple of boundaries and run those singles hard.
Hey, Rico, this is the biggest over of the Shield so far. It's the 9th, and Greatwood gets it. And he bowls a pretty good slow ball first up, just rolls the fingers on it, and just a single. Yeah, but you're right. If you need magical plus last over, it's going to be tough. But hey, I'm just thinking, is this Saqib's Sikandar Zulfikar moment where he can pull off a big chase against quality opposition?
Well, he's set. 18 balls, 61. You said it. You needed somebody to go big, somebody to go bigger than the 20s and 30s. He's done it so far.
Nicks it into his pad. Again, Greatwood goes block hole, just misses, but still a decent result. 1 run.
Does well to get a bit of bat on this, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Damgaard needs to try and get one away. They're setting a nice field to him. They know that he likes to play in that backward point area. They've also got mid-wicket back, leaving square open, so they are tempting him to go across the line.
Yeah, interesting. Well, Greatwood is just so good at mixing up his velocity. Will this be the kind of fast off spin and the fast off cutter, or will it be pace on? Well, whatever it is, it's disappeared. Maximo! Damgaard whacks it. Looks like that one's been put down as well in the fluorescent vest. But hey, what a great shot and what a great time to get one out of the screws for Damgaard.
Yeah, who's that? I think that's Miguel.
That's Miguel down there, yep.
All right. That's one of the boundaries you're looking for in the over.
He goes pace off here, like significantly pace off. He does. You can tell by the grunt as well. It's the one, they think a two, but I don't think it's ever there, Hindley. He's got a rocket for an arm if he wants to use it. All right. 25 off 8 now.
Oh, we're going to have a great finish here. We're going to have a great finish, everybody. Hold on to your horses.
Who's going to bowl the last over? That's the other question. Hindley got whacked, didn't he? So I don't see him coming back. Yes, maybe Leask, Frost. Straight, hard, and 6. Maximo! Zulfikar, remember the name, as he puts them up into the 140s. 6 closer to the target, Team Europe.
This becomes a huge delivery. It's 19 at the moment. This ball, the last of the 9th, who say it all happens in the 9th. Well, they've got the 2 boundaries that I said that we're looking for. They've ran hard and taken the singles off the other 3. This becomes the big delivery. Could be the match winner.
Oh, low full toss. He can't really get it. He clunks it. It'd be a good time for Tortuga. But
He goes on strike. He goes on strike.
Well, that's the positive for it, at least. But I know he wanted more than the 1. We got the grandstand finish here in match 7 of the Western Shield. And at the end of 9, 144 for 3. Now, what that means, 17 for a golden ball, 18 or more. Team Europe will stay alive if they don't get at least 17 off this over, Rico. We know the Shield is heading the Knights' way.
Yeah, but the question is, who will bowl the last over? Because they have used Jarvis already. They've used Samaroa. English has bowled his 2.
Don't forget that straight after this game, we'll be taking you through the ECC 24 draw reveal. And we'll see exactly who will be playing who in the Euros of Cricket in September and October. And in fact, plenty of these players will be interested in that because they will be taking part. 21 teams in the ECC Premier Division this year, 11 in the ECC X. The only team in the whole thing that don't need to play the group stage is England 11 as last year's champions.
Frost to bowl it. Interesting. Yeah. Nobody behind square.
Thought they'd go Frost. Frost likes to go heavily off stump. So I like the fact they're daring them. Leave it. I don't care where the fielders are now from Zulfikar. I'm just trying to hit the right shot for 6. That's exactly what he tries to do. But good bounce there from Frost. A brilliant first delivery. 18 off 5 and things have just swung the Knights' way.
Yeah, I mean, so nobody behind square. So they're leaving that wide open. So basically they're backing Frost to get this one wide outside off all the time.
He never bowls too straight. That one's hit pretty well, though, and that's going to be out of here. Maximo! I suppose the one thing you know with this field is you know the line he's going to bowl. And I suppose you're going from the consistent to the predictable then. And 1 out of 2 as the key makes this one disappear.
Look at them on their feet. They know the importance of this. They know what's at stake here. 12 required of 4 deliveries for victory for Team Europe.
50-50 game right now. What a contest. Frost, see the pace of this one. Goes quicker, that one's going to go as well. Maximo! Things have definitely swung Team Europe's way now. He tried to sneak the quick one past him, but Saqib was waiting and he puts it out of the ground.
6 off 3. Team Europe, the door was left open for them, and it looks like they're going to sneak in through the back door and get the victory they desperately needed to keep this Western Shield alive. Look at them.
Big chat, but to be honest, 6 off 3. The boundary's not going to make itself. They basically need one of these balls to go to the boundary or over, and I think they'll be fine. But if they don't, these next 3 balls remain in the ballpark, I actually think the Knights will win. So, hey, think about the last 3 balls of the first innings. I said we'd think about it if it was close. Leask swung and missed.
Yeah.
Struck himself out. 6 to win, but they can win it with 1 swing of the bat now. Oh, he hits it, and it won't quite carry. Oh, he's found the Tortuga! The Tortuga's finally come after a day and a half. Unbelievable.
Michael English.
Oh, no way.
Yes, Tortuga.
Oh, the drama. We haven't seen a Tortuga plague the Knights for a day and a half of cricket, and then with the game essentially on the line, it's the Tortuga, little sideways Tortuga, that does him as well. And that means just 2 runs required off 2. Frost needs a dot here. That one's hit, and it's game over. Europe have done it, and they've brought the series back to life. What a fantastic finish that is. But my word, Rico, the drama. That's all I can say about that. Someone needed to stand up, and it was Saqib Zulfikar that did with a fantastic innings. He finishes 89 not out of 26, and to be honest, he replicates something similar to what his brother did in the ECC finals day last year. And well, the Knights, it's a bit of a reality check for them as well. This isn't going to be a cakewalk. The series very much alive. Team Europe win with a ball to spare.
Oh, well, what a finish. And so many things to talk about here. I mean, the way that the Team Europe finished with the ball with just 25 off the last. And remember Saqib Zulfikar, how well he bowled. But those last 3 balls, I told you at the time, if it wasn't for the fact that he was a 96, you're taking singles, you're taking twos, you're scoring runs. But he swung and missed at 3. 3 dot balls that followed 3 boundaries. They would love to have those back again. But still, well done to that man. It's Saqib Zulfikar, a fantastic 89, a match-winning player of the match performance, which keeps Team Europe's hopes still alive. It will now be 4-3 with 2 to play.
Wow. I mean, player of the match, the Tortuga. I mean, it was crazy. Zulfikar, I think he's got to be the man of the match.
Easy.
Yeah, 89 off 26, countering the 96 not out off 31 from Lees. But he does it under pressure. He does it with his team's hopes on the line. 4-3 then, heading into match 8. By the way, that will start at the slightly later time of 2:15 local. So in about 50 minutes time, we'll be back with you. But yeah, unfortunately for Nabi, I don't know if you just got to put the cue in the rack with him now at this stage. It hasn't been happening. I think this is, well, every game's the biggest game now until the Shield's decided. So I think you got to shuffle your confident bats to the top of the pack and hope to see what happens. Also, be pretty curious to see what Europe do, because they have the option in match 8 as to whether they want to bat, whether they want to field first. But what about this chase? 160s chase in the end. It's right up there, probably the top 15 or so chases we've ever had on the network, and what a time to do it.
Yeah, it was great to watch. But we said, didn't we? And I was saying it all the time, that first innings, if they keep it to the 160 mark and don't go past that 170. Remember at one point the expected score was around about the 180 something, then went back to about 170, but a fine finish from Team Europe kept it to the 161. The door was left open and they snuck in, thanks to, as we said, somebody needed to do something. Somebody needed to go big. Somebody needed to change those 20s into a big score, and Saqib Zulfikar did it the same way that his brother did it all the way back in match number 1. Well done to Team Europe, because they were under pressure, they were under the pump, they came back well with the ball, and then with the bat, well, somebody held their nerve and they get the win.
It's a bit of a trend though that they seem to be kind of finishing innings okay, but they still haven't quite found the answers at the top of the order to deal with the power play in the first kind of 4 or 5 overs. That was me trying to lift the Western Shield, which was probably the most difficult thing I've had to do today. But yeah, because you'd say, okay, do you throw Saqib at the top? You're not going to do that. You know, you like him coming in the middle. But who can step up at the top? I really don't know. I mean, Jamshed to me is an obvious one to open. I think that he scored 44 earlier, made a start this time, 29 for Lees would catch him off the 13th ball that he faced. But yeah, it's a tough one right now to work out exactly how to go about it. And even, are you batting or are you fielding first? I'm not so sure. But there was a bit of late drama. They had this rate after that magical over from Hindley. They had it down to something reasonable around the 16, 17 and over. But Saqib, he really unleashed a bunch of huge hits, didn't he? 10 Maximo 6-4s in his 89 off 26. It's the match-winning knock. And when it came down to, what was it, 17 to tie, 18 to win off the last over. So they decided in the end to go for Frost, which I thought what they would do when I looked at the bowlers available. And Frost has been put in this situation before, so I think he's fairly comfortable with it. But yeah, this is the biggest moment of the game, really. And that's probably, yeah, the technique there, kind of just maybe assuming that the ball was going to run safely and closing off a couple of options if there was a bad bounce. But there we go. Team Europe, the Shield on the line. It is very much alive, though. Corey settles everyone's down and say, all right, that's fine. It's only part of the puzzle. And just to remind everyone that in just a couple of minutes now, after we go through the scorecards, we will actually be going to the ECC draw. So stay tuned, don't turn off just yet. But the next game will be coming up in around about 45 minutes time. Let's have a look at the scorecards then. And with Team Europe needing 162 to stay alive in the series, they end up doing it with just 1 ball to spare. 89 not out for Saqib Zulfikar, and he scored them off 26 balls with 10 Maximo 6-4s in there. 29 for Jamshed Khan, was an ally for a while for Saqib. Apart from that, Saqib Zulfikar played his part, 17 off 10 for him. Bit unlucky maybe to find the fielder. Darmgard did his bit too, 20 off 8, including a couple of important blows late in the piece. Just got a feel for Nabi though, hasn't been happening. And he went for a 4-ball duck at the top of the order, but they were able to recover despite the efforts of Samaria, who I still think is at least the bowler of the tournament. 2 for 13 for him. The other wicket went to Greatwood. But yeah, the British and Irish Knights, they're ghosts of games past a little bit. A little bit of the match won about that, the way that Team Europe came home with a wet sail.
Yeah, look, exciting finish. I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're going to 4-4, and it's going to be the last match that's going to be the decider of the Western Shield. I can feel it. I can feel some drama in the air. Well done to Team Europe getting that win.
Yeah, so that gives us a chance to welcome you into the queue, because we've got a little bit of an extended break now at the Santarém Cricket Ground, and I can tell you we will be back with some live action in around about 50 minutes. And also, if you want to keep an eye out for who is bowling and batting first, you can look in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course on our website. But Rico, I'm excited for many reasons. But the reason that I'm excited right now is we get to share with you the ECC draw.
Yeah.
The ECC, if you're not aware, it's the Euros of cricket. It is the international competition on ECN. It will take place during September and October, and 32 teams will be involved. 32 countries, the most we've ever had in an ECC.
It's going to be very exciting, and of course we're talking about ECC and also ECCX.
Yeah, that's right, with the 2 divisions. So what we'll do now is we're going to take you straight to that ECC draw. I sat down with Dan Weston and we went through the draw group by group. So enjoy that, but we'll see you back here live for Match 8 with the series very much alive here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. But for now, enjoy the big reveal for the ECC 24.
Hey guys, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. My guest today is Daniel Weston, the ECN founder. Dan, welcome. Now, we're pretty excited, aren't we? Because we're going to talk ECC 24, the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket, and we're going to reveal the groups.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. Some big changes to the ECC for this year. It'll be more promotion, more opportunities, and more competition that'll be closely fought, so can't wait.
Yeah, so let me just expand on that. So this will be the biggest European Cricket Championship ever, with 32 nations competing for glory. And for the first time, they've actually been broken up into 2 tiers. So we actually have a 21 team or 21 country ECC, and also the feeder competition, the 11 country ECCX, for those extra teams fighting for the chance to get promotion in 2025. So it's a very exciting concept. I know we're really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are. With it, there's going to be more heroes that come and rise to the challenge here. Playing with the ECCX in that second tier will mean that, but people that may not have got the chance to win a big trophy is going to win trophies and MVP awards, and then there'll be the surprise promotion and relegation that we'll discuss.
Yeah, really, really excited about this. So essentially the first 10 days of the 4-week ECC window will be the ECCX, and this will have its own finals day, it'll have its own playoffs, its own ECCX final, its own trophy, its own MVP. So it's a fully fledged competition, and actually the top 2 from ECCX will get promoted to the ECC in 2025. So what a great boost this is for some of the teams that the cricket isn't necessarily at the level as some other countries so far, but certainly it's going to be a very, very healthy competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we uncover the teams in that group, it's really, really hard to tell who's going to win. So it's going to be a great spectacle. We can't wait for it.
Can't wait. So why don't we get underway now? The ECCX actually has 11 teams in it, so slightly unusual. We have a group of 6 and a group of 5. Let's start with the ECCX, Group 1. All right, so ECCX, this is the second tier of the ECC. Ultimately, there's 11 teams competing in this competition. The top 4 from the group stage will play a 3-day kind of playoff series that finishes with a final.
the 2 finalists will be promoted to the ECC in 2025. So now we're going to talk about Group 1. And it is slightly unusual, but there's kind of a luck of the draw element with this because there's 6 teams in Group 1 and there's 5 teams in Group 2. So Group 1, yes, you've got a bit more competition, but also you get to play more games. I think that could be an important factor. But let's talk Group 1 teams. Okay, so headed off by Isle of Man, and then we've got Estonia, we've got Bulgaria, and then Croatia, Turkey, and Slovenia. So 6 sides there. I think it's wide open. They'll play for 3 days in the round robin stage. Then the top 4 teams will make it to Group 1 finals day on Thursday, I should say, the 26th of September. So what do you make of Group 1?
Yeah, well, obviously we've used T10 rankings to come up with a picture of these tiers. It's just an unreadable group. I mean, there's going to be some fantastic cricket played between those teams. Bulgaria have played really well in the past. Estonia are a great, well-disciplined team. Isle of Man have this traditional cricket that they bring to the table, which has been great. We've seen them do well last year when they joined. And Slovenia and Turkey are, fantastic people and some great fielding abilities that we've seen in the last 3 years. They've been involved. So it's just too close to call.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be very, very close. So these 6 teams, essentially, they'll play all the opponents. So they'll play 5 matches, and then they'll have the top 4 go through to finals day. The top 2 will get the double chance. Both finalists will actually get to come back during the start of week 2 for the playoffs. And that's going to be pretty interesting as well. Look, I think here, Estonia, I think good things are happening in Estonia in cricket. We know there's a lot of investment. I think that they'll fancy their chances of going through. You've also got Isle of Man. I mean, they actually played some good cricket last year, just kind of fell away on finals day. You got the natural rivals, Croatia and Slovenia, who played a really entertaining ECI last year as well. So Isle of Man, Estonia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Turkey and Slovenia, the first 6 teams to get on the park in Group 1 of the ECCX, starting on Monday, the 23rd of September. Moving on to Group 2 in the ECCX. So this is a 5-team group, so it's 1 day shorter. It will take place at the end of week 1, so Friday, the 27th of September, as well as the weekend of the 28th and 29th. These teams will play their 4 opponents, and then same format, they'll have the top 4 going through to finals day. And these teams are Greece, Czechia, Luxembourg, Cyprus, and Serbia. I mean, again, really even group, very hard to call group. Some teams that have had some success actually in the ECC in the past, some that are slightly less experienced. Group 2 is going to be really exciting as well.
Yeah, it is. It is, just too hard to call there. Cyprus have to be, pretty warm favourites, so I would think. But Luxembourg have played some sensational cricket in the last few years, and they come up with golden ball wins and close matches, and they've had some real success there. So, another really tough group to call.
Tough to call. I mean, I don't think you can count any team out of this group. I think Greece, I just think good things are happening in Greece. There's a lot of young native talent there as well. I know Georgios Galanis, one of my favourite players, to watch the teenage leg spinning sensation. You got Czechia and some of the raw talent in there. I think that they will really fancy their chances of progressing from this group into the playoffs. Cyprus, you mentioned, Luxembourg, you mentioned. Look, Serbia as well. They've got some players in there like Adrian Dunbar, like Wintley Burton. They've got the Vukusic, the Zimniches, I should say, who I think are really prodigious young talents as well. So again, I think this ECCX, we're seeing a lot of kind of native European talent coming through, and it gives them an opportunity to shine. Yeah,
and we want to create heroes, and we want to create, moments that are really special. And you think about what the Beast has done from Czechia.
Yeah.
He's going to be there with a chance to win a trophy, potentially be the MVP of that. And there's so many cricketers who will just have the chance to shine.
Yeah, so just like Group 1 in the ECCX, the 2 top performing teams in Group 2, they'll go through to the playoffs that actually start the very next day at the start of week 2. So that starts on Monday, the 30th of September. So we've covered the ECCX. That's 11 teams broken up into a Group 1 and a Group 2 of 6 teams and 5 teams respectively. The top 2 from each group play the playoffs, and ultimately the ECCX champion will be crowned on the second Wednesday of the tournament. Really exciting concept. I know it's certainly livened up a lot of countries who now think they can win an ECC trophy, an ECCX trophy.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's a special moment, special opportunities, and that's what we're here to create, great platforms and great opportunities for cricketers in Europe. And see some guys shine.
The top 2 in ECCX, so essentially the ECCX finalists, they will be promoted to the ECC in 2025. So really looking forward to that. Best of luck to everyone involved. But now let's move on to the Premier Division of the European Cricket Championship. So with the 2-division system essentially in ECC 24, as we mentioned, 11 teams are playing in the ECCX competitions. It'll kick things off over the first 10 days. That does leave 21 countries this year in the Premier Division of the ECC. So how this works, with there being 21 countries, the previous champions, England 11, they go straight through to Championship Week, but all other 20 countries, they're going to have to qualify. So we have 4 groups of 5 to reveal, Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. Only the group winners will progress to the Championship Week. So we'll have 5 teams in Championship Week, England 11 and the 4 group winners. So we're going to kick things off with Group A in a moment. But how are you feeling about this new ECC with back to the 21 teams, which I think is similar to what we had in the second edition, but that's going to be super competitive.
Tough cricket, really tough cricket. If you think about, it's difficult to predict any of these matches, and that's what we're here to see. Close cricket, good cricket, teams get better and scores go higher, bowlers get smarter. Just by playing these close matches. So you'll see here the compression of these two tiers will just make for better action.
I just think that easy matches are a thing of the past. I know that last year when we expanded to over 30 countries, we did have a few mismatches, let's be honest, in the group stages. And so I just think with this format, you can't be asleep at all. I mean, last year we saw Malta almost beat England 11. It went so close. We saw Switzerland beat England 11 as well, the ultimate champions of ECC 23. So I think this is going to be cracking. When you see these groups, your jaw's going to hit the floor because there's no easy pass through for any of these countries. Why don't we kick things off with Group A, which will start on Thursday, the 3rd of October. So Group A, first 5 teams that we'll see in the Premier Division of the ECC. And this is a banger of a group. So it starts with Ireland 11, and then Scotland 11, and then France, Portugal, and Germany. 5 fantastic outfits that we're going to see on the park in Group A.
We're going to see 4 group of death in all 4 of these groups. Really, really tough there. How do you call Ireland and Scotland?
I think it's going to be great to see them actually playing against each other in a group stage for the first time. I think that's going to be something quite incredible to watch. I think obviously France, they're going places. I remember the first time we saw them in 21, they didn't really perform, but they have a lot of confidence. Of course, going to the ECS in France this year, that's a great chance to have a look at some of their players at a domestic level. Portugal, let's not forget, Portugal beat the Netherlands in the first ECC in one of the great upsets, but also there's a lot of good things happening quickly in Portugal. In fact, we're in Portugal right now for the Western Shield. And then Guernsey, who I think have got some really good cricketers as well in there. And just, impossible to predict really. But I think Ireland 11, considering they've made it all the way to the top 4 last year, they will have to go in as favourites. These teams will play 4 matches in the group stage on the 3rd and 4th of October, which is a Thursday and a Friday. They'll play finals day on Saturday, but only one team can progress.
Yeah, but that's on the park. But when I think about off the park, all 5 of those countries bring a great supporter base. So you're going to end up with a lot more people at the ground, better atmosphere, which makes it really special to play in front of as well, because all those countries bring a great bunch of friends and family that come and watch, and people from the federation, and the atmosphere is going to be electric. Yeah,
it's fantastic kind of group in the way. You've got 3 British Isles sides, if you like, or British and Irish kind of region teams in Ireland 11, Scotland 11, and Guernsey in there. So, and then you throw in France and Portugal, 2 very competitive continental sides. That's going to be great. That's the first of 4 groups of the ECC. On to Group B, and this will start on a Sunday, actually. Of course, there's no off days anymore at the Cardamom Oval. So this will start at the very end of week 2 and then moving into week 3 of the tournament. So it's Sunday the 6th of October, Monday the 7th, and Tuesday the 8th. Group B has Germany, and of course, you're a former German international, we know that. Hungary, as well as Denmark, Austria, and Romania. What an interesting group this is going to be in Group B.
Yeah, Romania's there ranked in the 5th position on there, but they did so well. The Cluj team at the ECL only a few weeks ago was fantastic. So they're actually contenders there to go the whole way. So Germany did really well last year. Unfortunate, maybe in the weather of last year they got unlucky, but they're going to come with a ferocious team as well. And we know Austria can do anything, and the Danish team always appear with great strength. So
Danish team always the bridesmaids on a long run of making the final and actually progressing to a championship week. Will this be the year? I guess time will tell. And of course, the top team in Group B, they will return a week later for Championship Week. It actually starts on Tuesday, the 15th of October. Hungary, big question there. Laius Deploy, will he be available? Will he be out there? He hit a record at the time, 163 last year against Turkey.
For Germany, yeah, they'll be keen to go all the way. They had the kind of squad that could do it. And you must be very proud as someone that represented Germany to see great things happening in German T10 cricket.
Yeah, very proud. And Atik and all the players there, the fantastic spirit that they bring to it. I just remember watching Hungary play and deploy, hitting those sixes in the night sky. It was like shooting stars going off. If he brings his game and his brother and his family and friends will come again, then Hungary could actually be a big surprise packet for that group.
You mentioned Romania. I was really proud, I think, to hear the Romanian national anthem for the first time at the ECL with their champion club, Cluj. Last year, they essentially had a really cracking eliminator against Malta. It didn't quite go their way on that day. But Austria, they'll be disappointed. They lost their eliminator last year to Finland. And I think that Austria will be keen to make up for that. And I think this is going to be a very, very competitive group. Can't wait for it. It's the 6th, 7th and 8th of October, which is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, straddling week 2 and week 3. That's Group B. Let's move on to Group C. So moving on to Group C, and of course, each of these groups in the ECC, the Premier Division, they are groups of 5. There's 4 of them. That's 20 teams that have to qualify through the group stage. And England 11 will be waiting for the group winners in Championship Week, which starts on the 4th Tuesday. So moving on to Group C, we have the hosts, Spain. They'll be on the park. Switzerland will be on the park. Belgium will be on the park. Malta and Finland. This is such an exciting group. And of course, Spain, they were that close to making the ECC final last year. It was a record chase from the Netherlands that kept them out of that. But what do you make of Group C? Yeah,
well, Spain have got a lot of pressure on them, I think, because they're expected, right? They're expected to go through here. But the Belgians, with their Belgian ball, if that comes off again and again, and we've seen it happen before, then they're going to be putting huge totals up, which Spain will have to chase. So it's a tricky one to call that one.
And Belgium, they've done something Spain haven't, because don't forget, Belgium did make the final of the first ever ECC in 2021. And actually whacked 148 against England 11 at the time. That probably played a bit higher. And we thought, oh my word, the Belgians, they're going to take the first ever trophy. It wasn't to be on that day. Switzerland beat England 11 last year on finals day in their group. Unfortunately, they couldn't back it up under lights. I bet they can't wait to get back for another crack. Wonder if Fahim Nazir might be available for them this year, but Hassan Ahmed did very well. Idris Haque, I think, opened very well with him last year. They've got a reasonably good bowling attack as well. Malta went within that far of beating England 11 as well. So actually all of these sides, they've got a bit of history, I think, with English 11, who are waiting for the winner of this group. And then Finland last year, I mean, they kind of stepped up when they needed to on finals day and won their eliminator. Couldn't go further in the tournament after that. But we know they've got a lot of talented players like the Wild Thing, Amjad Sher, Jordan O'Brien, now that he's qualified, provides a lot of big game experience for them as well. So Group C is another cracking group, isn't it?
Yeah, and all these teams will play a lot of T20I cricket this year, which will be really competitive stuff for the ICC World Cup qualifiers. So they're all going to be coming in with good form.
Yeah, Malta, probably didn't mention them too much, but just think about Boom Boom Basil, think about Zishan Khan with his stability at the top of the order, some of these wild card kind of players like Waka Afridi, who's a tearaway. I just think that's going to be very, very interesting as well. There are no easy games here, no doubt. Whoever turns up on the 3 days will go through. That's Group C. Time to reveal the last group, Group D. All right, on to Group D. And like you said, every group is a group of death, I think, in the ECC this year, with just the top 21 ranked teams based on last year's performance. But this is a proper group of death, I think. Let me read them out first. In Group D, we have Netherlands 11, we have Jersey, we have Italy, we have Sweden, and we have Norway. The last 5 teams we'll see in the group stage. What a group this is going to be. Yeah,
I mean, the Dutch are, you'd think they'd go a long way in the group, but Italy have never missed a finals week.
Yeah.
You know, so there's going to be some upsets. There's going to be some really tough cricket. And then with Jersey, obviously, there's him, the old Victorians and those group of guys. Their T10 cricket is phenomenal with their ball striking and their fielding. So this could be finals week already, that group.
You know, that's without even talking about Sweden and Norway.
Yep.
That are 2 northern sides that absolutely bash the ball. And they really take no prisoners. They're going to be attacking, and we've seen it come off. Look, one thing I think that's interesting about this group is that it has 3 teams from last year's Championship Week. Now, last year in the Championship Week, there were 7 teams, and obviously 6 of them have to be in the group stage. And just as luck would have it, Netherlands 11, Jersey and Italy are all there. Jersey and Italy were meant to play last year. There was a big washout there. They finished pretty much neck and neck on the table, just missing out on the final 4 in Europe. But I just think Netherlands 11, of course, they won it in 2022. I think whoever wins this group, they are real contenders for the whole thing, because they might be able to take that momentum. Of course, they're playing Saturday the 12th, Sunday the 13th, and then their finals day is actually the first Monday of week 4, Monday the 14th. They'll come straight back in to play the 5-team championship week. But this is an incredible group to watch.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And I love seeing Norway play and Ras Rikbal and what he brings. He's a gentleman of the game, and yeah, he brings a great spirit. And all the boys from Norway, they can do unpredictable things in this week. So yeah, it's just too tough to call that one.
So tough. Sweden, Sher Ali's been in some great form. We saw him really turning it on against the eventual ECL winners, Hornchurch, when he was playing for Huddinge in the ECL fairly recently. Norway, you mentioned Ras Rikbal. I'm going to say, watch out for the Sahak attack. It's Mohamed Sahak, one of my favourites to watch as well. He's very, very talented, clean striker of the ball. No easy games. That, for me, probably is the group of death, though. When you've got 3 teams from last year's championship week all having to battle, and only one of them will qualify for championship week. We'll be back in a second to wrap the whole thing up as we get closer and closer to ECC 24. So there you have it. This is going to be a big year in the development of the ECC. It's the 4th edition, and it will take place between the 23rd of September and the 19th of October 2024. Of course, at the beautiful Cardiff Oval in Malaga, Spain. Just to recap what we've talked about, this year there's more countries involved than ever. We have 32 countries in total. 11 will be involved in the ECCX, which is the second division of the ECC that we're premiering this year, and they'll play over the first 10 days. And of those 11 sides, 4 will make it to the ECCX playoffs at the start of week 2. And ultimately, one team will win the ECCX and get that trophy, but both the finalists will be promoted to the ECC the following year in 2025. Then we go to the Premier Division of the ECC, which involves 21 teams this year, 20 to qualify through the group stage, the group winners, and England 11 to compete in that. And look, what we haven't talked about much so far is, well, the ECC sides better be on their toes, because the bottom-ranked team there, they're going to get relegated. So even if it doesn't look like you're going to win the whole ECC, that's a big incentive for teams to stay up.
Yeah, well, football works in Europe, and promotion and relegation is essential, to that excitement as well. So bring that in. We're very proud to do that. Look, the European Cricket Network is here as a platform to promote the game, but it's also to create heroes. So we're going to be creating more and more heroes that hopefully are seen by young kids and children, family and friends. It'll keep elevating the game really fast. So the ECX is a wonderful, exciting thing. If I was a player in the ECX, I would be buzzing, because I knew I could win potentially every game, could win a trophy, and could get some glory, which only inspires more players to come and play the great game of cricket.
ECCX Finals Day, now that's going to be one of the marquee days on the calendar.
Yeah.
It'll have all the bells and the whistles, hopefully get a great crowd down there. Now, speaking of that, now that we've revealed these groups, hopefully the family and the friends of the players might be able to organise to be able to travel. Now they've got that certainty about the dates, and we'll create that special atmosphere that only really an ECN marquee tournament can provide.
Yeah, well, flying into Malaga in September, October is fantastic. The summer goes long and strong there, and being at the Sunset Beach Club, everyone's welcome.
Yeah, so start checking out the Sunset Beach Club website as well for some offers regarding accommodation and these kinds of things. But I've just got to say, can't wait for it. I love that it's been split into 2 divisions. That creates these extra narratives. Obviously, there's an ECC trophy and an ECCX trophy on the line. Teams will go up, teams will go down, and this storyline will actually take place not just over this 4-week window, but also across the years. Teams battling to get up, maybe facing the disappointment of going down and having to go away, work on things and improve their cricket. So Daniel, great job once again to everyone that's involved in the ECC and just European cricket in general. We hope that you enjoy the countdown. But right now from the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Dan Weston. Enjoy what the ECN has to offer. There's a big season ahead, and can't wait for you to join us at the ECC in September.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for match 8. Gee, it has been so exciting this weekend. If I sound like I'm out of breath, it's because this thing is heavy. This is the Western Shield, the first ever time that we'll be presenting it. It will either be to the Knights at the end of the day or it will be to Team Europe. After that dramatic chase in that last game, Team Europe are back in the series, hoping to square it up here. Now, I can tell you that they have the option. They've elected to chase again. Don't forget, they just chased down 160s, but still, they are going to have to try and keep it down to something reasonable, I think. How about Sakib Zulfikar? He was incredible in that last game. But the tough thing for Team Europe is finding the answers at the top of the order, I think. Finding someone that can give them a good power play. I think Jamshed Khan probably stays up there. Let's see who they partner. But it will be in the second half of this game. They'll have to find a partner, I think, for Jamshed Khan at the top of the order. As for the Knights, well, they're one game away from closing things out. Let's not forget that. And I got to say, I think Julius Samaria, he's in MVP contention. He's been bowling so well with economy in the low 8s. All right, Rico, I'm struggling to hold on to this, but we will give it away at the end of the day. Let's get ready for the start of match 8 with Team Europe electing to bowl in this one.
Well, Vinny Sandhu, I think your arms have just got a little bit longer. But I can tell you this, folks, it is heavy and it's some shield that it is absolutely fantastic. The details on it, I mean, the more you look at it, the more details you find. It's superb. And, well, I suppose we could find out in this match who's going to win it, because the British and Irish Knights, they know one more win and then they can't be caught. Team Europe know that they've got to win this one. Level the series 4 apiece, and then we go into the final match, match number 9, to see who will be the winner. So a very important match. So Team Europe, after losing the first one in the day, they knew they had to win all the others to stay alive, and they put on a marvellous run chase in match number 7. 161 to 164, Team Europe getting there with a ball to go, thanks to Sakib Zulfikar's 18 out of 16. So they stay alive, and by doing that, they've given themselves a little bit more of a chance here. 66%, though, still favourite are the Knights, to 34% to Team Europe. So that's the way it looks at the moment. And, well, teams making their way out on what is a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and welcome back to all of you in the chat. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday, and I hope you're ready to settle down and watch the end of this Western Shield. It's been marvellous. It's been great just mingling with some of the players as they had their lunch, talking to them, talking to how excited they are and how much they're loving this concept. It was great talking to some of the spectators as well. It's just wonderful. It really is. And I'm so happy that we've had a terrific couple of days, and this Sunday is magnificent. At the moment, the sun is out. Umpires for this one and out there in the middle. And it's going to be Tyrone Peters with umpire Azim Malik. Sulman Saeed is the third umpire. And all the umpires have been well led and well monitored by Ian Rummage, who's doing a great job. Openers for this one, Harrison Ward is going to be the opener. With him is Hamish Lynch. Ward is looking to get back to some sort of form after a 98 and 102 yesterday. A couple of failures. Earlier today got 30, but he didn't get many in the last one. Bit of spin to start off. If this one gets played away, it will just be a single. They've done this a few times, and it kind of sort of works. I have to say that the spin from Team Europe has been far more effective than that of the spin from the British and Irish Knights. And once again, if you look at that last match, it was the spinners that Team Europe went after, and they were successful going after them as well. Hamish Lynch batted beautifully in the earlier match today. Hit the ball so well. 35 of 16. Harrison Ward, his partner, made 30 in that one. And this is up in the air, wide of the fielder. It's a one-hand pickup. That's Nikolaj Damgaard, making it look easy, making it look very casual as well. Some light stretches were done by Team Europe after lunch. Oh, this one, well, what is this caught? A bit of leg? No, all the way through his buys. This one gets past Ishan. And Ishan, once again, he'll be disappointed. This gets through. Let's take a look at this again. And it goes right the way through. Yeah. And Ishan, yeah, this is one that he knows he should have really stopped. That's 4 buys. This one's in the air and just over the outstretched hand. I think there's the dam guard out there who's a tall guy. And Harrison Ward, only just by a matter of centimetres, managing to clear the fielder. That was a ball before. All right, goes up, and he's going to get this one over extra cover. 6 runs, powerful hit. And Horns signal there by Tyrone Peters. He's trademark Horns 6 signal. Deep in the crease is Harrison Ward. 16 off the over, 12 from the bowler. 4 buys as well. And that one's, that's a clever shot, isn't it? Such a clever shot. He just waits for it a little bit later. So gets into position early. Watch this. Position early, waits for it, and executes it. And that's going to be 4. So 20 does come off the first. 16 will go to the bowler, and 4 for the buys. And this is how it's looking. 4-3. This and 1 more to play. Team Europe, 1 behind. Win this, and we go to a nail-biting final match. Team Europe, they know what they've got to do. First thing they've got to try and do is once again contain, and I think it's the same as the last match. Try to keep it under or around that 150, 160. You don't want to gain more than that. Mujadadi to bowl the second, so they're sticking with the same plan as they went with in the win, the last one. Taking this on, he's got to be quick. Oh, well, there was a race on here between Ward and Mujadadi. I reckon Mujadadi probably wins the battle, and if he hit the stumps here, would have been very close. Let's have a look at this. So the LBW appeal given not out, and then you see, and yeah, if he hits, he's gone. That's a real missed opportunity. Mujadadi, and he was on his left hand as well. Ward survives. Places out and taking on the single again. So you see there's a bit of a pattern. We saw this before from the Knights. They will take on these sharp singles. Sometimes they're running into danger, but most of the time, it has to be said, in this series, they've always managed to get away with it. There haven't been too many of those direct hits or run-outs, costly ones anyway. And that one's lofted, and it's going to be, well, what's that, 6 runs? I think that's Floyd who's out there. And he's saying 4. Now let's have a look at this again. So it's one that, I mean, let's see if he's on the rope, how far back he is. Let's have a look at this and see. Well, given that's 4. This one tries to whip this one on the leg side. Ishan does well. Good turn and throw. Right, changing the field. They're making a little change to Ward. They're bringing, pushing back long on, square leg back. So third comes up and extra cover comes up. And now he goes down the ground, and that's the danger. And this one probably will be, well, it goes 6 for 6 in the end, but it's just a no-risk shot, really. With the fielder back and long on and also square, that means there's nobody back on the boundary on the offside. So it does go all the way. So Wardy moves into the 20s. Daddy's not been the worst of overs, but there was just that one, wasn't there? I mean, we never really got a real good look at it from Clayton, whether it goes down as a chance or a save. Save 6 but gives 4. This one's played, but that's in DDC area. He's got a good field of this ground and this outfield. Keeps it just to a single. So Mujadadi, 12 from it. Well bowled, Daddy, they're saying. Yeah, well bowled indeed. 34 without loss. You know, you've got 2 dangerous batters out there. Hindley still to come. Jonty Jenner, Lincoln, Leask, who was so close to a century himself. Those last 3 balls certainly will play on his mind, won't they? Look, I'm not saying that was the reason why they didn't get a win, but it certainly could be the reason why they weren't able to get more runs on the board. And in the end, they won, or they lost off with a ball to go. So if he was able to get those runs, who knows? Short, and that has been plummeted. That would go many a mile, as that's Bucks, the young Bucks chases that. A little bit too short. First up from Kalugamage, and he's been latched onto. I don't think that's his areas. Got to get that ball a bit fuller. Okay, that's better. That's where he needs to be. Good comeback from Krishan. This one will be a wide, yeah. I think you're better trying to get this through and just sneak it in than go short, so I don't mind him trying that. It's thumped. That is big. And that sounded like it was going a long way, and it does go a long way. And that's a horn signal there from Tyrone Peters. Oh, just such a powerful hitter. It's like a golf shot, that. And Tyrone, he waits, pauses and says, all right, I'm ready to give the horn signal. That goes the wrong way, just absolutely mashes it. Good comeback. He's come back well, hasn't he, after being hit to the boundary. Kalugamage. All right, couple more to come. See if you can win this battle. And not really. It's a classy shot. I love the way he gives himself some room, opens up and hits this big over the offside. That's 6 more. That brings the 50 up with the ball to go in the power play. So once again, it's a electrifying start from the Knights. And that last match, the one they went down on, they started well there as well, didn't they? They got to 54 in the power play. 53 at the moment, but they stumbled in the last 3. That was the issue for them. I mean, they still got to 161, so it's not too much of an issue, but when you're 136 and you've got 3 overs to go, they had plenty of wickets in hand as well, but only 25 runs came. So this time they're looking to keep the momentum going here. And at the moment, Harrison Ward, he's moved quickly onto 41 of just 13 deliveries. And right now he's just losing some balls for us. Looks like another one comes out while they try to find where that last one landed. Who will be stronger together? The Western Shield at stake. The first ever Western Shield. Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Knights. The Knights, 1 win away. And that's played, but too fine. And a good way to finish the over, Kalugamagate. It was that sort of over. He'd get a win and a loss, a win and a loss, and a win and a loss. 3 boundaries, 3 wins, and that one wide as well. It goes for 19. It's 53, so slightly behind the last power play score for the British and Irish Knights, but still, it's a good start. They haven't lost a wicket as well. Plenty of batting still to come. And that's why the batters will stay very assertive. All right, so Lynch back on strike. 5 of 4 so far. Khalid Ahmadi starts with a quicker one, is up in the air, and this one will go all the way as well. 6 runs, and same as Lynch. He is just at the moment in some form. He seems to be just in a bit of rhythm at the moment, so smooth, and doesn't seem to be flustered, doesn't seem to be bothered, just calm, cool, collective, and hitting the ball sweeter than I've seen about a hit in a while. And he's hoping that maybe it's his turn to go into a big score. Mind you, he's got some catching up to do at the moment because Wardy's gone off to a flyer. Ahmadi, maybe that slower ball here now. It's wide and it's taken. So they take a wicket, and it is that slow delivery. And a bit of change out there in the field as well. I know that a few times Mujadadi had a few issues there. And maybe there's issues for Mujadadi, but not for Saqib Zulfikar, who takes the catch. The same as Lynch. He'll go for 11, and that is a very good wicket to pick up. Because as I said, he was looking in good form. That wicket goes down, and Vinny Sandhu joins me in the box. Hello, Vinny, and how many hot dogs this time?
Yeah, well, actually had the home-cooked meal as well to go with my hot dogs. I want to say thanks to all the crew. And we've got a bit of a tradition here. We like to hug it out after the lunch because it's a family kind of feel here. But there's more and more people cooking. I had 4 massive hugs, including one from Lorenzo in there. But thanks so much. I had a wonderful lunch. And now I'm back on deck with the sun still beating down. Need a turning point. That's what they were able to do last time, Europe. They were able to work their way back into the innings after it looked like it gotten away from them, ended up with a win. They need to do something similar to square the series. Ahmadi strikes pretty quickly. This one is a swing and a miss to the new batter. It's Michael Leask. Well, he might as well be starting on 96.
4 swings and a miss now.
We're true.
4 swings and a miss.
I didn't make it to 96 often enough to know how it feels. But, geez, you naturally feel a bit disappointed, but you probably shouldn't because you've played an incredible knock.
It's that slower delivery. This has beaten so many batters. And somebody who is, well, just scored 96 in the match before, he gets done like a kipper. Done like a kipper. Just watch how he changes his grip at the last moment when the batter can't see it because it goes behind his bat.
Such a good replay there to show Ahmadi's skill.
That's hit too well. It's along the deck and it races to the boundary. Just gets given a bit of width though after a couple of dots. Now Michael Leask just gets his boundary. Remember in the last match he started with a 6 after Hindley got out, and then there was, well, literally no stopping him till that very last over, the last 3 balls.
Nice ball the over though. Still a decent one.
Oh wow, this one. They're appealing now. Now, if this is pretty straight, it's worth it appeal, but where's it get him? I reckon.
I think I know, and it's below the waist. And this is where poor Leask,
he's in trouble. He's feeling it. He's saying, well, wasn't that too high? Let's have a look at this from...
we'll know exactly.
He's waiting for him to drop.
I guess it's not no ball, because he's saying it's hit me in the box, and if it has, then it's below the waist.
But let's see where he was, though. Was he deep in his crease? I mean, let's see. He is in his crease. Now, I reckon...
See, it does drop a lot. So, for me...
But he's very deep in his crease. I want to see side of it. So remember, you have to go with the batter in his crease. I reckon if he's in his crease standing upright, it probably... Ooh, he's a tall man.
You can't, I mean, literally, you know, it hasn't.
Yeah.
It's not, because if anything, he's crouching slightly anyway. So it is.
What a good over.
I mean, there's plenty of words. Go get a thesaurus out if you want to know where it's hit him, but it's hit him in a very private place. And Leask, well, welcome to the crease. He gets his 4 runs he needed, but he also gets something he didn't really need. 63 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, well, I think the conversation continuing with the umpires there from Leask.
But the thing is, you can't, as you're rubbing yourself in the unmentionables, you can't really make the argument that it's waist high or above, can you?
It probably wasn't understood by the umpire in his squeaky voice as well.
Dancing around like Michael
Nope.
Jackson. Anyway,
Right.
here's Ward back on strike. He made a great start to his innings, and he's going to lift this one up and out of the ground. Well, he is a fantastic player, isn't he, Harrison Ward? It's been a while since we've seen him on the network. He's announced his arrival in Portugal with the bang. And really, for me, I know I mentioned some rare, but it's hard to see if Wardy gets them to a big total and they defend it and they win the Shield on the back of this performance. It's hard to see anyone else taking the MVP trophy away from him.
Those two are big time in the hunt at the moment. But like I say, there's still plenty of matches to go and big matches. But at the moment, they're none bigger than this one for Team Europe, because they know that they can't afford a slip up. Where the British and Irish Knights, they know that they've got the comfort of at least having one more try if they don't do it this time. Team Europe, they haven't. They've got to win this to take it to the last. And they know also they've got to find a way past Ward, who, with that big 6, brings up his half century. He's 53 of just 16. Well, that's better areas, I suppose, from Saqib, the player of the match in the last, the one they had to win, and they did win thanks to his unbelievable 89 to 26. Now he's trying to get the big wicket of Harrison Ward. And shouts a catch, but he's in the gap. And that's going to be 1 bounce 4. He plays the slog sweep. Just plants the foot down and then gets the shot in. Good shot. In good areas, good placement.
It's a great shot of Saqib Zulfikar, actually. Look at that. He has a slight, not quite the full frog in the blender, but he's got a kind of slight head tilt, which you sometimes see from wrist spinners.
Oh, that's big. Adios, Bolota. This is another one that may find some time to be found, as that will go all the way. Bolle. And this over, just like that, has gone magical. That's 22 off it. So after that good one from Khalid Ahmadi, which only went for 10 and picked up a wicket, this one has gone the distance with the ball to go.
Great shot. That might have been the wrong one from Zulfikar, but he hit it very, very sweetly. Last ball, the 5th.
And drags this down. It's just going to be a single, but 23 have come off the over, and the score is 86 for 1.
Let's welcome you into the commentary box in the bright sunshine of Europe's very own SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me here in the Western Shield. One of our marquee days on the calendar now when we award the Western Shield. Now, if you were watching at the end of the last game, you will have known that we just revealed the ECC draw.
Yeah.
So the 32 countries for the Euros of Cricket, which will happen from the 23rd of September at the Khartoum Oval. We might even be able to put it up on your screen right now. And yeah, don't forget that you've got 11 teams in the ECCX. I'll try and click again. Otherwise, we can click after this ball and we can do it.
After this ball, we come back.
But yeah, really, really exciting. And we're going to put it up in a second. We'd love to know your thoughts with those groups. Which are the difficult ones, which are the ones not so bad, you think? Right now, that'll just be a single to start the over as Ahmadi continues. And really, get Ward. Otherwise, I think you can kiss the shield goodbye, Team Europe.
It's a bit of a let-off, really. Ahmadi is on the pads of Ward, and Ward flicks it away, but I think he's expecting to find the boundary. He doesn't. So, okay, Leask, we know he's decent as well. But Ahmadi probably has been, I would say, the pick of the bowlers for... Oh, that's on the lid. And that is right on the nut. And now he's not running very quickly either. He will get in, but maybe he definitely needs a concussion test, because that has clobbered him. I like that from Amadi, but I think the umpires just need to do a check here on Leask.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah, come on, umpires. Let's see you do your thing.
Let's have a look.
You can see Tyrone asking the question. That is right on the nod. So Tyrone asked, but you've got to
just give it
do a bit more of a.
I think he just got a quick "What's your name?" and he got it right, and he's just going to continue. I mean, he seems fine. Helmet took the impact. That's why the quick one from Amadi is so useful because of his slow ball variations. This next one from Wardy is knocked out to the offside for a single.
Bowled well, Amadi to Ward. He's put the ball right up to him, so he's not been able to get underneath it.
Here we go. These are the ECC draw results, and yeah, you can see that we've got Group 1 and Group 2 there. That's the ECCX, the top two, top left, and then you've got ABCD, which is from ECC. We'll go back to that probably from time to time and let us know what you think. And England 11, the only team that doesn't have to go through the group phase this year, is last year's winners. Right, this is backwards, and it's going to fly away from Mujadadi. That'll be 4 runs. So, yeah, very impressive start here from the Knights continuing. They're up into the 90s. At least not showing too many after effects of that blow to the helmet.
Yeah, a bit fortunate here, though. He swings hard and gets a little bit of luck, but he's not going to shy away. There's so much batting here to come. I get the feeling they're keen not to make the same mistake as they did in the last when they slipped up in the last 3. Well, this rings a bell, doesn't it? Because they were the sort of deliveries that he was missing when Secunda Zulfiqar was bowling to him. Yeah, he's
still be kicking himself, Leaskey. Not often you get a chance for a T10 ton. Having said that, I don't think he'd ever scored out of the 30s before an ECN, so it was a breakout innings. And I suppose, yeah, it wasn't quite enough to get them the win, but I like that they've gone back to him in the number 3 position again because he is in form. And, geez, okay, forget the last 3 balls. He hit some monster sixes in that innings in match 7.
Jadadi gets pushed back at 3rd. Backward point comes in. And then he bowls not a good delivery down leg side. That's disappointing, really, for Amadi because he lets himself down right at the end of the over. And that means 4 more to the total. 97 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, the only thing with Amadi with that slow ball, say he has dragged it leg side. He's dragged it a little bit to the right, hasn't he? It's not the first occasion. But still, I mean, 1 for 20. It's not the worst figures. We're talking about seeing bowlers win the battle with 30 if they bowl their 2 overs. He does that comfortably. Yeah, 4 overs to go. Let's see if they can launch. I mean, they did chase down 160s last time.
Well, the man who made a difference in the last match with the ball was the captain, Secunda Zulfiqar, and he's not going to waste no more time coming on to bowl. Now, this is where they slipped up, around about this point in the last one. I say slipped up. It's odd. I'm saying they slipped up, but they still got to 161.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's the last 3 overs just going for 25, I think, when you have all those good batters still to come.
They looked like they were going to make 180s.
Yeah.
At most points in the innings.
All right, now this one is high up in the air. He's backpedaling, big moment. And taken. So he does it again, does the captain, Secunda Zulfiqar. He gets the wicket of Harrison Ward for 66. So once again here, I think Team Europe will feel they got a chance to get back in this contest.
I don't know what's going on in this world because Secunda Zulfiqar is now a bowler. Saqib Zulfiqar is now a batter. I don't know what's happening, but what a great catch by Sharif under pressure because he knows the magnitude of the moment here. And he's got forever and a day to get under this, to see it. And yeah, it takes it, I suppose, easy enough, mostly in that right hand. So it won't be another huge score for Ward, but 66 off 23 is pretty good going. He set his team up nicely. And as he walks, it's 97 for 2.
Oh, he's thankful for those strong little fingers, isn't he? Is the catcher. Because that one almost gets through, but he plugs the hole pretty quickly. All right, Dan Lincoln, the captain. He doesn't want to wait around this time. He comes out at number 4.
Good choice at 4. Well, hope you got the big worm on the end of the big hook because you need to get some big fish here in this last 4 overs. Otherwise, this could still be a massive score. We're talking kind of 170, 180. They're very capable of doing that. With the batting they've still got to come. And Lincoln, wasn't he incredible yesterday when he scored his ton in that monster total of 234?
It was quite an amazing knock. It really was. It was incredible to watch. One that I'll remember for a very, very long time. But today is another day. Now he's out there. And, well, they're asking a question. And the umpire says not out. And Well, he goes down on his knees, does Sekunde Zulfikar. He wants to know why. Well, let's have a look.
Well, there's no bat in it, according to the ump. Let's have a look. Outside the line, it's looking like at this stage.
Yeah,
It's
outside
the line. But I mean, even though, well, sorry to interrupt, but I like the Tyrone takes his time. He has a good look. He doesn't walk away. He has a second, has a third look, plays it again in his head. I think he makes the right decision. In fact, I know he makes the right decision.
It's the right decision. I mean, of course, if you were standing middle guard, yeah, he's gone, but he's standing outside the off, and he hits him outside the off. Shot. And that's going to be 6 runs. Nobody back there. It goes for the shorter delivery, short and wide outside, and Lees gets hold of it, and that will take the score to the 100 mark.
Yeah, just basically challenged him to cut. And Lees said, yeah, I'd love to. Lees got a bit pull happy, I think, towards the end of that last innings as well, sometimes premeditating the pull, but he's a good cutter of the ball. And I think that's the percentages option. On this field, the ball really flies. And the other thing is there's rarely too much protection in that quarter of the field.
Hit firmly and 4. Well, there's only about a metre between where this ball goes past Nikolaj Damgaard, but it's hit so hard that he ain't got a chance.
Look how it's still going after it goes under the fence. It has got many a mile along the deck from Leesk. He's really picked up where he left off after that 96 not out. Zulfikar, 10 off the over, still not the worst. Love to get big Leesk.
It's high and gone. So another one goes. It's in the same areas again, in that extra cover area. And a good catch held by Krishan Kalagamage. And Leesk gets to a quick 5:22 and he departs. It's 108 for 3.
Yeah, well, right on cue. They get another hitter. Leesk just doesn't really go over him, doesn't go around him, hits it straight down to Krishan, who takes the catch. So 22 for Leesk. And the Knights lose the third wicket, 108 for 3.
Well, Sekunde, like he did in the first match in his first over, takes 2 wickets. On that occasion, it was 2 for 6. Here, with a ball to go, 2 for 10. So, all these wickets, not only wickets, but dot balls. A new batter comes in, Hindley. And we know what he likes to do. He likes to be super aggressive from the word go. Does the left-hander.
Yeah, well, they've got 2 new batters at the crease. 2 very good batters, of course. Both of them typically batting in the top 3 for the England 11 in the ECC last year. Quick hello to a few people in the chat. Hello to Cream, hello to Dave B. Hello to Steve Bush and Steve McVeigh, Christopher Ward, and anyone I might have missed. Got a couple of Jeffs in there, a couple of Johns. Here's Hindley, the left-hander. Last ball the over for Zulfi.
He's quite happy just to work this away. They'll take the single, and it ends up being an extremely good over once again from the captain. He's taken 2 for 11. The 7 overs complete, 109. And is the score, but they have lost 3 wickets.
Hey, coming up tomorrow, we have more cricket coming your way. Western Shield will be done, but we've still got a week of fun to go in the Portuguese sunshine. Hopefully plenty of sunshine. Awarash have set the pace in Group B, and they'll be back on the park against Friendship. We'll also see Precious. We'll see Fighters on day number 14 of that tournament. So join us. Stay for the week. Maybe come for the weekend. Stay for the week in Portugal, figuratively speaking. Here's we'll start with match 65, 9 a.m. tomorrow GMT, which is 11 in Central Europe. It's 2:30 p.m. in India. I know that, Rico, you'll be taking this week off, and you thoroughly deserve it. Corey Rutgers, the rogue Rutgers, will be with me for at least the next 3 days in Portugal.
Yeah, I think enjoy the finish. I'm sure it'll be splendid. Maybe we'll see a new champion here in Portugal in the European Cricket Series. Would your daddy to come back?
Daddy's home. Oh, well, chance. Oh. They decide to go on any fumble sometimes. Lincoln likes that. And Lincoln as well as Ward and Hindley, they all have this understanding. If it's fumbled, we're going. We're not hesitating. That costs you time. But I just wonder if this might have been out anyway, because Isan jumped over it quickly. It was very tight.
I think probably would have gone.
Just. Also could have gone the bowler's end. But I mean, Lincoln, yeah, would have been out of your hit. That's all you've got to say about it. Here's Mujadadi.
Well, this is going to be a no-e, I think. And it gets clobbered over straight. That's a powerful hit I mean, he's on the back foot. It's a no-baller because it's a slower ball attempted. So there's not too much pace on it. It's too high, but he clobbers it, gets 6, 7 up.
Yeah, and it's actually a remarkable shot to be able to muscle that out of the park. Maybe New York Yankees will be on the phone to Dan Lincoln.
That's an incredible shot.
Yeah.
Know. To hit it straight down the ground that high.
It's a baseball swing.
Free hit. And this one goes straight. And, well, watch out in the tower. I don't think that might have gone through the tower.
Yeah.
That was hit so straight.
Well, give us a thumbs up if you're okay up there. It might be Martha.
I think it is Martha.
Let's have a look. Make sure the nails are intact. That was as straight as the day is long.
Ooh, that's close.
That's a close-up.
That maybe did go through the tower. Martha. Martha.
You okay?
Earth calling Martha.
All
Thank
right,
you very much.
that's good. 2 thumbs up. Now back to work.
Gone. Gets a wicket. Well done to Mujadadi. Good comeback. Look, that was important because with the no ball 6 and then the next ball, the free hit gets smashed, they needed someone to come back with. Otherwise, once again, they were on course for a big score. That's another dot. It's another wicket. Dan Lincoln will go. Well done to Nuruddin Mujadadi.
Well, after putting Daddy outside, Daddy comes straight through the front door. Back to Dan Lincoln, who tries to go slightly across this one. If you want to compare it to the last shot, that similar ball, he hit straight down the ground, didn't he? At that time, taking a more risky option and paying the consequences as the Knights lose their skipper. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 out the door, 123 for 4.
That's a big wicket. It's a big wicket because, I mean, Lincoln, I mean, I'm not saying that the other batters are not good, but Lincoln's strike rate is quite extraordinary if he gets going. So getting him at that time is good. Tim Tepter is the next batter. And I don't know, expected 163. I don't see it from here, actually.
40 off 2.5 is what it's saying.
Yeah, I don't see it.
So it's saying 40 off 15.
New batters.
Yeah, but look who they are. Nettle D, Tim Tector, Tom Henley, big hitters. But Mujadadi, been a great inclusion.
Played nicely. Good safe hands from Krishan Kalugamaga.
Said they have to get out the big fishing line. They caught a few, haven't they? They got Ward for 66. Lynch went earlier for 11. They got Leask for 12. They got Lincoln for Leask for 22, I should say. They got Lincoln for 12. Henley and Tector, extremely talented individuals, but coming in late in the innings, having to go from the very start.
And this one is not the best of delivery. There's going to be 6 runs signalled. And early, and yeah, just strays on the legs, so lets himself down again. Mujadadi here, he'll be disappointed. I know he's to the lefty, so maybe just doesn't get it right. Would have been a good ball to the right-hander, but to the left-hander is an easy hit, gets flicked away. 130 comes up, the ball to go in this, the 8th. Can he keep it tidy? Well, it's a wide one, chases it in the air. DDC getting under it, and he will take the catch. And chases the wide one, does Henley, and finds the safe hands of DDC. It's another wicket, so at the end of the 8 overs, 130 for 5.
Yeah, Henley chases what he should have left alone and puts it straight down the throat of DDC. He's dynamite in the field, that is. And that's the area he's been protecting for most of this series. Daniel Dorkaya. Yeah, but Henley, I know what you'd say. Like Cinderella, he needed to know when to leave the ball because he would have got it wide, he would have got it again. So that's a lucky break more than anything for Team Europe. And the Knights just struggling in second halves. 130 for 5. Yeah, I think if I think about this, the trends in this series, not always, but a lot of the time, there's a bit of a trend of the Knights winning the first 5 overs of an innings and then Europe winning the last 5 overs, and with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right. That definitely is correct. We've seen that several times, and we've seen it again here. So, all right, well, we've got 12 balls, 130 on the board. Still expecting 160. All right, chases another wide one. Oh, just doesn't catch hold of it early enough, I think. Krishan Kalugamaga, I think he sees it a little bit late, and then he decides play safe, save the boundary.
And this is Jack Jarvis. He's very, very capable of clearing the ropes as well. Scottish international. Definitely a player to watch in the coming years.
Plays this quite nicely, but doesn't manage to get it wide off Thumb guard.
I like them going back to Saqib here because I think for new batters, he's tough to face. Because you kind of want to get your innings going. You don't really have time to have a look at him, and he can turn the ball both ways over the wrist.
Okay, goes for it, and he'll get it. That's out the middle. Clears the boundary. That's 6 more. Manos, arriba, arbitro, 6 carreras.
Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday, but maybe this pitch compared to the Cardamom Oval pitch, just not quite giving Saqib the zip, the kind of bounce and the turn that he gets at Cardamom. And I've just seen him kind of taken down the ground a bit more than I would have expected. Good shot, though, by Tector.
Now he goes straight, which helps him. Chases on, but they're not going to get there. It was a miscue, really, but because he's got this straight, he's got it in between the 2 men that are straight, and then the ball skids away from him. 4 more.
Yeah, and actually they had the mid-on up in the circle. So Metal D knows he doesn't quite need to go full metal jacket to put that one to the boundary. Gets enough to get 4.
That one's in the slot, and it gets pelted. It really does. That's a belter off a shot. Well, that's another banger. Is 6 more. And after 2 singles, he's gone 6-4-6. And now that 160 does become very much realistic. Yeah, he doesn't really get any movement here. That's the thing. The ball just holds its line and goes straight. No spin. Just hits through it. Hits it hard. Hits it big.
Last ball of the over. Tector, of course, brother of Jack and Harry Tector. Very, very talented cricketing family. Last ball of the 9th.
And now he'll go out on the offside. That'll be 6 more. Volley, volley, volley. Well, we do it Calypso style here at the Zantaram Cricket Ground. 6 more, and that one brings up the 150. And the last 2 overs have both gone magical. Nuruddin Mujahadi went for 21, even though he did pick up a couple of wickets in it. But this one from Saqib Zulfikar goes for 24. I know you liked it, and I can understand the reasoning, but I think for me personally, you go back to Sikandar because he bowled a really good over, took 2 wickets in it.
Yeah, that's true.
2 for 11. So I think the plan was give me a good one, Saqib, and I'll finish it off. Now he's looking to get a good one in himself, but the batters have got maybe a bit of the upper hand here now.
Yeah, that 160 looks a bare minimum at the moment. Sikandar's been really effective with his medium paces. 2 for 11 in his first over, just a single off first ball of this one. And that last shot from Tim Tector that he kind of just eased over cover with the bat leg, collapsed on the ground. That's his shot. When I think of his strengths and his kind of signature shot, that's it. It's just a beautiful looking cover drive. He can hit along the ground or in the air.
Okay, he's straight again, so he's going to be in between the 2. But I think the idea here is Jarvis giving the strike to Tector and saying, there you go, finish with a flurry of boundaries. Doesn't go to plan. He hands the strike back to Jarvis.
Hey, do you think it's interesting that we haven't seen too much of the Southern Cross this weekend? The Southern Cross?
I don't think we've seen it at all.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it
Corey
at all.
coaching, keeping his cards close to his chest. Doesn't want other teams stealing his ideas.
Hits it pretty hard, TDC. Makes a stop. It's just another single. Sikandar Zulfikar is reeling off some incredible bowling figures at the moment. I mean, he was the star. Pick of the bowlers in the last match. The win, well, one Zulfikar, as in Sikandar, was the star with the ball. The other, Saqib, with the bat. Will it be the same again?
Can Europe reproduce with the bat? First things first, though. 3 to come. And continues his good record of dots in the last 3 balls of the innings here. Sikandar Zulfikar.
Great delivery. A little bit of movement away. And, all right, here we go again. 157. It could be very similar to the first match.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Tector's in the 20s, not the 90s. Feel like he's got to nail one of these 2, surely.
Okay, high up in the air, shouts to catch it. It is an opportunity. He's moving around a lot, but he gets into position, holds on to the catch. Yeah, and that is Saqib. We've got both of the brothers coming together, taking a wicket, and a big wicket. So Tim Tector goes for 25 of 9 with a ball to go. 157. Now the score, 6 wickets down.
It's a really good catch. It looks easy on TV, but it's a mile high off the bat of Tim Tector. And the higher it goes, if you know your acceleration in your laws of physics, the faster it's traveling, 9.8 meters per second, the faster it's traveling when it comes back down to earth. But Saqib judges it perfectly. The high catching has been outstanding, as you'd expect from these two teams in this series. And so 1 ball for Jenner to make an impact, 157 for 6.
Well, he said that the 150 yesterday was what we were calling our par score. It started off with a low-scoring one this morning, but is that sort of score again? No, he scuffs at it. They'll only get just a single. And there you go. Well, I said I didn't see the 160s. I suppose it was right. They don't get to the 160. 158 for 6. What a comeback.
Yeah, and look, they're still giving about a 60-40 shot here, the British and Irish Knights, and that probably makes sense. Remember that I think that Team Europe, they're only averaging in the low 130s in this series if you look at their run rate per 10 overs. But look, yeah, the Knights, for me, they're a nose ahead, only because at Team Europe, they seem to always do it the hard way. You know what they really need? They need a good first 5 overs, Team Europe. They always seem to be winning the second 5 overs, but can whoever goes out there, and let's see if they've listed DDC at the top, maybe give him another opportunity. You've got Jamshed Khan at the top. He kind of picks himself, I think. But they've got to get on top of the English bowlers in the first half to give themselves a decent chance of chasing this down. But let's go back, and the award show was back as Harrison knocked up 66 to set up this total of 158.
Yeah, it was a good knock. He batted beautifully, didn't he? But Vinny, I am a believer, and I really do think that, that with this 159 the target, I reckon we're going to see another win here for Team Europe, and we're going to go down to the wire, the last match, to see who's going to win the Western Shield. But at the beginning, it was all about Harrison Ward. The 50 came up in the 3 overs, 53 without loss they were, and then at the halfway point, it was 86. The split, 86 and 72. I know we're talking fantasy cricket, aren't we, when we're expecting scores of 150s and 160s to be chased, but that's the sort of talent that we got out there. And remember the way that Team Europe started that run chase last time. It wasn't good. They only got 11 off the first 2 overs, but then, of course, it was the power of Saqib Zulfikar on that occasion. This one,
avert your eyes.
Yeah, this one hurts him, and he's still probably asking the question of why he didn't get anything for the pain he was about to receive.
It's always tough trying to plead with the umpire, but the tears came fairly naturally for Leask, I think, after that one. And unfortunately, it's the old... You know what they have in Scotland? They got the square sausage. Have you ever seen that?
Square sausage.
Don't ask me why I bring that up. I'm just telling you that. But look, in the end, I mean, 158. If you're offering 158, they probably take it. You know, I think more times than not, they feel they've got the bowling to chase this down. But Team Europe, yeah, well, series on the line. Put it that way. It's chase it or be done in the Shield. And that's the situation. They were able to find a couple of players last time to take them over the line, particularly Saqib Zulfikar. Some good catches, though, some key catches at times here. Just kind of kept things at bay. We saw, obviously, Sharif hold out to... Sharif actually take catch to get Ward, who hold out. Leask was good while he was there. Again, 22 off 11 for him. He might be going large before Kalu Gamage was able to take him. Good flat catch received on the boundary. Lincoln, he whacked a couple of big sixes, including this baseball style. Time to round the bases for Dan, but believe it or not, he hit 2 sixes. That was all he got. That one actually put Martha under attack. Luckily, she was okay. The nails were surviving, but then probably just the wrong option here, trying to hit across a straight ball. He got castled, and despite the efforts of Tector late in the piece, 25 off 9, the Knights not quite able to crack the 160.
Yeah, that one for me was the big wicket. I think Mujadadi taking the wicket there after obviously being hit for a 7 up and then a 6, the free hit, to come back and take that one. I think if Lincoln stayed and stuck around, I'm pretty sure they probably would have gone on beyond that 160. But good catching there from DDC as well, under the watchful eye of Alistair Priddle as well. There was a few horns, but Sikander Zulfikar once again with the ball, 3 for 15. Outstanding. And Tector came out, played a few shots, but he too would get out eventually as well. And after a couple of biggies, and who gets him? Once again, Sikander. But this was a little bit the Sikander This is Skender and the Saqib Zulfikar brothers combined. Saqib holds on to a key one, and that's the end of the innings. So I know you say, would they take it? I'm not so sure, Vinny.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. I'm thinking these guys are looking to score 180s, and when they're not getting the 180, I think they're disappointed. They'll once again be disappointed. All right, not a big shift, 86 in the first 5, 72 in the second, but I think when you look at some of the way the wickets went, and they'll be a little bit disappointed. But the one thing you're seeing that the Knights are not doing, they're not chewing up any deliveries, are they?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Ward went pretty close to knocking up another ton, didn't he? But he's had a brilliant series, 66 off 23, going pretty much 3 a ball. Apart from that, you saw 25 from Tector late in the piece, 22 for Leask and Lincoln, 6 and out, 158 for 6. I think that Team Europe did the business a little bit. I think that had some performance better than others. Skander Zulfikar 3 for 15. What a great effort from him. He's been wonderful with the ball. It's strange, he's not fastest. He just seems a tough one for the British and Irish Knights to time up, especially at the end of the innings. Mujadani with a couple of wickets, Amadi with 1 in his 1 for 20. Kalagamage and Zulfikar, Saqib Zulfikar that is, are a bit more expensive than they would have wished. We will take a break and we'll be back with an exciting 10 overs of cricket after this. Can Team Europe stay alive in the series? 159 is what they will need to do that. Many Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Come back for some more afternoon sun and exciting cricket here in the Western Shield right after this. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. And yes, thank you to our partners at Paramatch and HCL Software, as well as Grizzly Bear Travel and Grizzly Bear Sports, I should say, and Bizway Travel. It's great to have all our partners with us. And, well, let's see what happens here. I suppose the bonus point equation could come into play. So it's worth always knowing what it is, 110. But let's see what's happened here today so far. So Team Europe, when they batted first in match number 6, the first of day 2, it didn't go well. 98, they were bowled out with 2 balls to go, and the British and Irish Knights got that win, winning quite easily by 7 wickets. But then batting first on both occasions, the British and Irish Knights have put big scores on the board, 161 in match number 7, but it wasn't enough. It was a win for Team Europe with a ball to go. It's Saqib Zulfikar, 89 of 26. Now this time round, it's not quite 161, it's 158. Harrison Ward making 66, got some support there from Tim Tector, 25 of 9, but once again, I think Team Europe have restricted well, and they've given themselves a chance. I said last time that British and Irish Knights left the door slightly open for Team Europe to maybe pull off a run chase, and they were able to do it. Have they done the same here again? It's going to be interesting to see. And as we see, TDC, he's hoping that things can get started for him. He's going out there, and he's got Sikander Zulfikar there with him. But yeah, is it going to be the same again? Saw a bit of a huddle there as we went to the batters going in from the British and Irish Knights. And let's see how they go about things here. They've got the other seamer back in the side, so they'll be at full strength now with their seamer. So Oliver Riley is back in. They'll be hoping for good work once again right at the top from him, and maybe from also from Toby Greatwood. And Jack Jarvis, of course, becomes pretty key. And Julius Samaroa has been brilliant, and if he gets another good performance in here, he certainly could be the MVP candidate, that's for sure. Tense. This is going to be tense. It really is, because remember, this could be probably one of the biggest innings so far from Team Europe. They know that they've got to win this match. Win this match, they tie 4 apiece, and we go to the final match of the Western Shield. So here's the first ball. And on, it's played on. It's a disaster. Disastrous start. Sikander Zulfikar will go for a royal duck. Jarvis gets the ball in the slot, and Sikander, he places onto his stumps. It's a royal duck for him. It couldn't have been a worse start. A bit of royalty now. We're going to see, yes, the Royal Derrick will come on display. Plays it on, and it's probably got to be one of the worst ways as a batter on strike can get out. The captain, he'll go, and there's the Royal Derrick. Well, there's nothing really you can say about that. And look at Corey. You just don't know. There's nothing, no words that can comfort a batter when you get out like this. It's a disastrous start. Jarvis gets the wicket. Sikander Zulfikar will go, but I suppose we always say at least he doesn't waste any deliveries. Jamshad Khan has been good for Team Europe today. Scored 44 of 18 in match number 6, the first in the day. In the last match, he scored 29 of 13 as well. So he, when needed be, has got them going. Now, he's hoping to see off Jarvis and get a partnership going there with Danny Dolkaya, who's desperately searching for his first real impact with the bat in this Western Shield. Looks like there was a change of helmet there for the non-striker DDC. Short. This might be a wide, and well, it's given us one for the over. Let's just have a look at this side on. It certainly was climbing Ooh. I tell you what, that for me, I thought it was a bit high, but one for the over given. Jarvis gets away with that one. Gets a dot ball in, I think, on reflection. Hard ones those for the umpire, but easier for us to see on the replay. Up in the air, and this one is going to be difficult. Can it be taken? Yeah, it can be taken. And Jamshad Khan, he will go for a second ball duck. Jamshad, who's been pretty consistent, he finds the safe hands of the fielder. Good hands, really. That's Oliver Riley. Goes back into the side after being rested for the last one. And Riley, this isn't easy. It's all about trying to get there in the first place. And Jamshad doesn't quite get enough on it. And Riley, that makes it look easy. But what you don't see is how much ground he had to cover to get there. Oh, well, the Ducks are joining up here. Sikandar Zulfikar went very first ball. And now Jamshad is going to go for a 2-ball duck. No runs on the board and 2 wickets down. Jarvis takes another. Jamshad Khan, who has been good, has to depart. And that means that Mohammad Ishan now comes out. And, well, you might as well start by saying that Ishan and DDC are your openers because no runs have been scored yet. Mind you, these two, they have opened. We know what they can do. All right, here we go, Jarvis. 2 wickets, no runs off him so far. And, well, plays and misses. Dot ball. Jarvis walks back. Somebody's obviously made some comment that he finds funny. All right, Ishan. He's got to forget. This is easy to say, but both batters have to forget the 2 that are gone. And sort of be saying, right, don't matter. Hey, me and you, we've batted before. We've opened batting before. We can do this. Oh, scuffs it. No run. Oh, we're looking at a 2-wicket maiden here for Jarvis. And now all of a sudden, remember I was saying that I thought they needed that sort of 160, 170 score? Well, all of a sudden, if they don't get a boundary here, you might as well say they're chasing 170 because the 9 overs left, they're going to be having to go at around about that 17 and over. Huge delivery this, just to try and get something on the board. Jarvis, well, it's been hit well, and it will go to the boundary. It will go all the way. Balle, Kinnasona. And Ishan puts the first runs on the board. It'll be 6, but it will only be 6 as the first over is 6 for 2 from Jarvis. As we welcome back Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back. What a start from Jarvis. Probably throw his name in the conversation as well for MVP because I just think, yeah, he's out-muscled the top order and that has really set them up for a lot of wins in this series. 76 matches since the Golden Ball. We went a mile away, were we? Back in Game 7, but ultimately the Knights would chase down the target with a single ball left to spare. A nice shot by Ishan. I actually think he's had patches where he's been in form. Had an unlucky dismissal once yesterday when he just kind of tickled one down the leg side. But yeah, DDC, he is a man for the big moment, and we've seen him bounce back from a run of low scores before to make an impactful innings. It looks like Simare showing a bit of leg for the spectators, but he's going to come on in over number 2. So you've got a guy whose confidence is sky high in Julius against DDC, who's been struggling for form, but can he find some runs here?
Nicely played away.
It's kind of what you said, that maybe someone like Nabi, even though it's kind of against his natural instincts, to just get bat on ball early. So get a bat on ball, get to the other end, start to feel a bit more comfortable at the crease.
Yeah.
Although you don't have too much time to do that.
I saw him when he played a few matches for Irish. Of course, not everything went his way. He was out for 2 in one match. He was out for 4 in another. But in between those, he did score runs as well. But when he scored runs, it took him about 4 or 5 balls just to do something like that we saw Ishan do. Just get bat on ball, feel it coming onto the bat, and then say, right, okay, I'm feeling good now. Now I'll execute these shots. The shots that he's played and he's got caught on they're what I would call half-hearted shots. There would have been shots of a player that's forcing the shot rather than relying on his normal instincts.
It's nice to leave this alone, but it maybe finds the top corner of the zone. Let's check it out. It's for width and height here. I don't know. It's hard because it's so high to judge it on the line. I've got a feeling. Yeah, it's fine for height, but it might be the one for the over. Frustrating one for DDC, but I suppose clever bowling by Sumaret. There's that slower ball. No one's really picking it at the moment. DDC's no stranger to a big chase, though. We saw him engineer some really incredible chases. One, I think, was 164 for Pakakare. And then when they were chasing, I think it was 198, they ended up losing the game by 4 runs. That was an absolutely insane game.
Okay, and gone. And what can you say? Vinny, what can you say? You know, we're talking about, I mean, you've mentioned Nabi there. Of course, we were talking about DDC. 2 guys that we know are probably 2 very destructive batters. Nabi, of course, in France. DDC, of course, we've seen him play a lot of cricket in Spain, playing a national team player. We saw him play for Pakakare, a battle on these here. We know what he can do. It's just so frustrating. And I feel for him because, you know, with a tournament like this, the Western Shield, and it's so prestigious, it's the first one ever, it feels not right for something like DDC not to be scoring runs.
That's right, but that's what I meant about you can only pick players on what they can do. Whether they happen to do it on that particular weekend, it's kind of in the lap of the gods. There's no scientist or computer that could tell you that he's going to fire or not. And that's just the way it's gone. And cricket's a cruel game like this. Especially batting, it's a cruel game. I mean, in tennis, for example, you get to play for, say, a couple of hours, even if you get wiped off the court. But you know, you can have a chance to work your way into the game. It's not just one bad shot and that's it, or one miss-hit shot and that's it. Sharif gets a chance at number 5. Maybe this is his time. But look who's done the damage here. Sumaret again. Incredible performance.
And, just out of the reach of Sumaret. Could have had Sharif first ball. Oh, what an over. And I seem to be saying this a lot about Sumaret, and that's why, folks, he has got to be right up there as a top contender for MVP. He's just always performed with the ball. 1 for 2, and Team Europe, with 2 overs gone, are 8 for 3.
I don't know if Ward versus Sumaret, if you're comparing them, it's hard because it's different disciplines. Ward's been incredible, but like Sumaret's been so far ahead of the next best bowler. It's on the stats and just in the look of it, in every situation. Because I think I'm leaning Julius's way, and he hasn't even had a hit because they won't let him.
1 for the over. There's Riley, Oliver Riley. I'm surprised they don't go straight back to Jarvis, you know, because Jarvis having taken 2 for 6, and the 6 only the 1 shot to Ishan.
I think they feel if they can get Riley going as well, then they could probably then go 4, 5, 6 the same bowlers and just kind of put Europe out of the game. And that's a potential. And then no matter who bowls the last 4, they'll be fine.
Well, that's the old Baximo. 6 runs. Thank you very much. Well, you got to swing hard. You got to trust yourself. And, well, that's Jay doing a little bit of fielding there. Also part of the ECN crew from our ECN headquarters that has come down to the Central Cricket Ground. And, yeah, this is what they need. Hey, remember the last match? There was that 1 over from Jarvis where 4 of these went to the boundary. Everything changed after that, so, okay, is this going to be a little bit of deja vu? Well, this one is missed.
Yeah, see, probably just fell off that shot a little bit, and then practices probably the right shot. And that's the thing with Isan. Now and again, he probably gets a bit too leg side conscious. I know that's something that he's aware of, though. And credit to him. He is a very, very improved player. He was already a very good player when I first saw him, kind of ended 2020 and started 2021. But he has been able to kind of tweak his game so he can score runs against good attacks now as well, not just kind of bullying attacks at the domestic level.
Oh, it's a nice looking shot. Now, maybe this is perhaps the difference at the moment between the sort of form that Ishan is in and Nabi. Ishan is still prepared to play these shots, whereas Nabi's still looking to play a big shot down the leg side, and that's well played. Plays the right shot to the right ball.
Yeah, different sorts of players. I mean, Nabi's not really a cutter, So that's the kind of ball that, you know, Nabi's probably trying to muscle that over mid-off, and he might do it, he might not. But Ihsan chooses the right option there, plays the line of the ball, trying to get something going here for Europe.
That cutter again. This has done him twice, isn't it? Thing is, I suppose there's the need. There's the need to play these shots, and that's the thing. All right, Ihsan has got a couple of boundaries away, but they're at a point here now at the moment where, depending on what they are, 6s or 4s, you need either 3 or 4 and over. So, with a couple to go here, or 1 to go, I think, in the over, he'll be looking and searching for that boundary. Otherwise, they fall further behind. All right, he goes for it, and he'll get it. So, staying in it, staying in the contest with that 6. So, that becomes a win over for Team Europe. It'll go for 18, and that's where they need to be.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the required rate is around about 19 and over, but yeah, 18 will do at this stage, especially compared to the first couple. Taylor 2 power plays really over double the runs scored by the Knights in their power play compared to their opponents, Team Europe. But the 18 gets something going.
Yep.
Look, they did finish with a very good over, didn't they? The Knights, only 4, kept things down in the 150s. And let's not forget they're a team that scored 126 in the back half of their innings in match 1. So they have had problems, and this is no exception, early in innings, but they have been able to rebound.
You said it in the last match. The difference between the two teams with the bat, you got the Knights always start well and don't finish as well. Whereas Team Europe maybe don't start as well because they've had the issues which we've seen again from the openers, but they finish well. And someone like Saqib, who's not been out yet, could still, once again, be the key factor here. But at the moment, these two have to get going as well. And Sharif yet to get off the mark. Ihsan, 25 of 10. He's doing his bit.
Tector with his, I call them right arm doorknobs. It kind of looks like he's trying to open a door. I suppose he's kind of like a leg spinner in a way. He's not really an over the wrister. Here we go over number 4.
He'll start with a wide. Now, doing something slightly different here, and I can understand why the Knights are doing this. They're relying on their spinners after they bowled all the seamers to bowl the last 2 or the 2 of the last 3 overs. He's trying to get them in here early, and then he can go back to his seamers. Okay, and also it's clever that he's using Tech to do a batter who hasn't got going yet.
That's probably the key. I mean, I probably would have been tempted to kind of stick with bowlers and still have that problem at the end, but hopefully the problem of who to bowl at the end is when they need 26, 30 and over.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tech has done well so far.
Just been hit down the ground, so okay. So Sharif, not quite the strike rate you'll be wanting, but at least he does rotate the strike. And so Ihsan now, once again, see, this is the thing.
Yeah.
This is the pressure on Ihsan now. 4 balls to come. He's got to be looking for at least 3 boundaries from the 4.
He will be looking. He'll be just trying to get the time. He needs to watch it really closely here.
Okay, he hits this, but he's going to get it, yeah. He moves early, Ihsan. He sort of steps across early. He gets the ball that he wants. He gets the power in it. He moves into the 30, so, well, Mohammad Ihsan, the leading run scorer on the European Cricket Network, is at the moment with his big hitting, keeping Team Europe in this competition.
Yeah, he's got time to hit this wherever he wants, but he's got to get the timing just right. And Tector, like I said it earlier, he gives you so much time, he gives you enough rope to hang yourself in a way.
All right, 1 boundary in the over. Now he goes outside the off, and oh yeah, this is Ishi at his best. This is what you're looking for. He's not thinking of just one area. It's the ball that he's expecting to get, and this time sells the little dummy to the bowler, rocks back, hammers it over the offside. 6 more. That's your 2nd boundary.
Great option.
A
really.
lot of approval from Vinny as
So
well.
it was a smart option rather than just to look leg side no matter what. To go over the offside, timed it really well. Can he keep this run going?
Doesn't hit this as well, but he finds the gap, and there's the boundary. They're the runs that you need. Ihsan is doing it at the moment. 18. Come off this one as well. They're just checking, I think, the boundary on it. Is that the over? Is there one to come? And there might be one to come. Yeah, this was a wide, wasn't there? So here's one to come. All right, this could be your bonus ball. Moves right away across, and yeah, go for it. Got to go for it. In comes the throw. They will get there.
Wrong end.
Yeah,
if he'd known any sort of throw to the bowler's end, Isi was cooked. But they will sneak through for a run. So 19 come off that over. And yeah, let's just check it out here. Did he hit this? I think it was given a run in the end. But you see there, look, throw, if that's going to the bowler's end, it beats Ishan. But he does survive, makes something out of that over. Almost goes magical off tech to 19 off it. And the score 45 for 3. Good to see Pierce Fletcher is in the chat at the moment. And of course, pretty sure he still will be the Netherlands 11 coach at the ECC. I don't know, maybe, Andrus, if you can put up the ECC draw. I'm not sure if Pierce has seen this already, but this was revealed during the day. But Pierce made a really good comment as far as this goes, saying the Europe team has so many players that when they're hot, they're unstoppable, but there's probably less banker players, whereas the Knights have more consistent, predictable players. I think that's a fair analysis. Yeah. And I think they haven't had enough players get hot Europe. But here we go, and Netherlands 11, well, we called it the group of death, didn't we? With Netherlands 11, Jersey, Italy, Sweden and Norway. But again, also maybe an advantage to, assuming you win that group, to go through straight into Championship week the next day. So, yeah.
I tell you what, Group A is pretty spicy as well.
They're all great groups. That's the thing with the 21 top teams being put together in the ECC.
What do you think of this spin again?
Hindley. It's a bit of a mixed bag, to say the least. And he wins the first battle with Isan. Yeah, so I wonder what Pierce's thoughts are with that. So Jersey. Right here, you've got John T. Jenner, you've got Julius Samaria. Zach Tribe, I should say, is in the chat at the moment.
Moves very early and get bowled. You just saw this coming, Vinny. You saw it because I saw your body language. I saw it. He moves far too early. And Hindley, he sees it early and just floats it up. And Mohammed Ishan walks right across his stumps, gets a little bit too carried away and gets bowled.
Yeah, well, you never know where the line is until you cross it. And Isan does here. He's basically thinking this is going to be a tramline delivery outside off. And he just says, right, I'm going to get across and make that the line. But this is what I say all the time. Your odds here are to bowl at the stumps. I know occasionally the batter will catch up with it, but they don't have their legs as a second line of defence. If they mistime it, if they don't quite catch up with the ball, and it's good night, Charlene and Isan. Oh, he makes such a strong start, but he has to go at 41. And believe it or not, he's batting 4. He has 41 runs out of the 45 on the board so far. He leaves at 45 for 4.
Well, considering they lost 2 wickets for no runs, that's why. But look, now this is it, I think. I mean, Amir Sharif is there, but he hasn't really, not had a lot of balls, but 1 or 3. But Saqib Zulfikar, the player of the match last time around, he's got to get going straight away, hasn't he?
I suppose the ideal replacement, isn't he? Saqib, what a knock in the last game, player of the match. Facing another wrist spinner.
Hits it hard, and he'll get a boundary straight away. He smashes into defence. 6 to start for Saqib. Well, he starts from where he left off in the last match when he was 89, not out of 26, winning the match for Team Europe. He's looking to do it again here, folks.
Yeah, brilliant work. First ball, it's just short and he misses out. But yes, Saqib Zulfikar, just, you know how they say, you know, when the pressure's on, some people go up a notch and some people can't. But he's one that goes up a notch. And all the Zulfikars have that quality.
This one, ooh, just sneaks it in. It's an umpire's call.
A couple of tight calls have gone against the Europe side here. Doesn't move, so the line's the line. When does it pass the crease? That's the question, though. And because he is, oh no. Well, luckily that got a bit away from Lincoln. We thought that was a run out waiting to happen. But yeah, high drama, and they're going to have to do something pretty special here because they're going to need 107 off the second half of this game to keep the Shield alive. It's 52 for 4 after 5. Let's welcome you into the box. When you sound to hear Mr. Maximo, got Rico Full here with me, and yeah, ECC draw has come out, so we put that up a second ago. Let us know your thoughts, and if you have any questions with the format, because it is 2 tiers this year with a promotion relegation system, fire them in. We'll answer as many as we can. But yeah, you've just got a game and a half, and you've got a week off before you will be back in the ECS in France, the first day ever in France.
First time, yeah. I mean, it'll be my first real time in that part of France as well, so I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to, of course, going to Drew's Ground, who we know were, well, last year the champions of the European Cricket League. That'll help. That's 4 runs to start off with. There's O'Reilly, comes back to bowl. He's second. Remember, he did go for 18 in his first, so I get the feeling here that what Dan Lincoln's trying to do is use up all of his, maybe not the key type bowlers, earlier, so he can rely on the good bowlers to finish the job for his team. And getting those 2 spin overs in there has given them freedom now to go back to the seamers.
Jeez, this all figures are guns. Oh, jinxed it. It's going to be called.
Yeah, this one gets called
To be honest,
wide.
they've had the better of 2 or 3. Is there any move? Not a significant one outside the off stump. Maybe toenail if you hadn't cut it.
Yeah, okay.
That's a
fair
line.
fair
Hit
enough.
the line.
We've got some that haven't gone your way, some that have, so that'll help. Has to be bowled again. So, yeah, they're needing magical after magical, but we've seen them do it. That's how they won the very first match of the Western Shield. Nicely hit. And it's out of here. Everything he hits from the middle, and it stays hit. So Saqib hits that one, takes a breath, and says, right,
Come on, Ollie. Come on, Ollie.
back to it again.
Beautiful
Back
hit.
to it again.
Yeah, really, really nice hit by Saqib.
Yeah, good hit. You can hear the Knights trying to support Ollie. Say, come on, Ollie, come on, get it right. Don't worry about it. And he will be worried because he's not having it his own way at the moment. 29 of the 8 balls that he's bowled. Good comeback, slow delivery. Look, you can't go wrong if you bowl in that area, can you? You can't go wrong that area. And that's what he's got to do. It doesn't give any room to Saqib. Gets a dot ball in, and it wouldn't be a bad thing to just do that again and maybe even try going with that delivery straighter.
So Pearce has come back and he said he did see the draw. He's confident of winning that group, but it's super competitive. He loves the ECCX decision too. Well, I think that's probably the positive for a good team to get a good group. You know, if you know you're getting through that, you give yourself a good chance. That's what I said actually during the draw, that whoever wins that Group D it has to be one of the favourites for the competition. I had an interesting comment here as well from John Gray, saying it's a shame the ECCX winner doesn't get a pass into the ECC group stage. But I think this is where you've got to realise the logistics, right? So these guys, they are amateur players. They need to organise things to be able to get the time off to play. So already in the ECCX, they have to be prepared essentially to play in this 10-day window. If then that you went in to have to get another week off work, it just probably wouldn't work.
Sharif, sorry, just butting there, but Sharif has to get going here, really, doesn't he?
I
because
think they might yank him at the end of the over. I know it seems harsh, but you know, this is do or die.
yeah, I mean, that's only his 4th delivery, but if he doesn't get too much going here soon, they might have to make that difficult decision. You've got other batters there that could come in and do a job. Clayton Floyd, of course, is one of them.
Credit to Riley, though. He's nailed his Yorker a couple of times there. He's a very good young talent, isn't he? Still a teenager.
Slower ball up in the air, doesn't quite carry, and good work again. And the fielding, you've said this a number of times, the ground fielding has been fantastic. That will just be a single. Riley does well. After being under the hammer, he's finished with a good over there. Only the 13 come from it. So way behind where they need to be. And 65 for 4 at the end of 6.
Yeah, creeping away, isn't it? Have a look at some of those figures. Simarez still got one. Jarvis still got one as well. Hindley's over went well, 1 for 6. Hindley is a bit like a box of chocolates in this series. You never know what you're going to get, or you never know what the opposition are going to get. Yeah, so just as far as the ECCX, I like that. Well, there's a couple of things with the format of the ECCX. In the playoffs, there'll be a 2 versus 3 matchup to see who makes the final. The top team will already be in the final. And that 2 versus 3 matchup will decide who else gets promoted, because both the finalists will get promoted in ECC 25.
Greatwood.
Greatwood hasn't had a bowl yet. So
This is what they've done different this time round.
Yeah.
Dan Lincoln's thought about it. He's seen every time they've lost what's gone wrong. What's gone wrong is he's used the main seamers. He's then had to rely on spin in the crucial stages of the innings, and spin's gone for plenty. He's used the spin very cleverly when they've been on top and big time on top. He's used them, and even though they've gone for expensive overs, they've been in control of the game, and now he'll use his spearheads to finish things off.
nice cut shot, but it's cut off. So just a single. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so the 2 versus 3 game is like a promotion game. And then obviously you've got the final. Now, the final is a full-on ECCX trophy. It's a full-on finals day. So I kind of actually prefer it that they don't go straight into the ECC, because they are winners, and they're winners for 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? They don't go in and then maybe they probably
Yeah, you don't want to be winners and then
You know,
go and
then
get hammered, do you?
Now,
Yeah.
tomorrow you're playing in Group A, right? So yeah, I think that they'll be a champion team for 12 months. And then, of course, they get to test their skills in the ECC. Now, the other thing is, the bottom-ranked team from ECC, so when I say that, the team that has the least points in the group stage, they get relegated. So, the least points. Now, you've got to retire out here, looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this might happen. You've got a feel for Sharif, who it's early in the season. He hasn't really been able to do too much, but I think you could see it coming a little while ago. Thought they might do it at the start of the over. But this could be our first retired out of the weekend. But, you know, Sharif's a really, really talented player. We've seen what he can do before. I remember against Czechia in the ECC, along with Nisar Ahmed, he put on a huge opening partnership to win, I think it was 145 and 8 overs, something like that. We'll see him probably before too long in the Brescia ECS. So, yeah, that's not really a knock against him.
Damgard, last throw of the dice, I suppose.
It is. These two, you probably couldn't pick a better two based on form to be out there.
Hits it straight up in the air. Can anyone get there? No. And, well, exuberant back flick attempted by Toby. Hey, you mentioning trophies. Trophies, I've got to say, seeing you standing there holding that trophy, talking, it was like watching, you know, the strongest man competition when you've got to hold something for as long as you can hold it. Your arms are going lower, lower, and lower.
I wasn't faking it.
That thing is heavy.
It's got no obvious handles.
Might be a wide actually down the leg side. Probably be the one for the over as well. I think it was wide on 2 accounts. I think it's being called for over the head because square leg also calls it. So wide on 1 for the over.
Good take by Lincoln. He's been brilliant as usual behind the stumps. Yeah, so the ECCX champions, they'll be champions. Stay champions for 12 months.
It's a very good format. I like it.
And they've got time to prepare.
Okay. Is it a bit of bat on this at all? Is it just going? Yeah, it's going down leg side.
Just going down leg. But yeah, I mean, and when I looked at the ECC draw, so the kind of the Premier Division, which we'll just call the ECC, but the Premier Division. And when I was thinking, well, who could go down? And really, there's no obvious ones that you'd say, oh, they don't belong. So, yeah, I mean, whoever scores the least points in the ECC goes down. If they're tied on points, whoever has the worst.
So the least points in the group stage. In all the group stages.
Because they'll play 4 matches, right?
Yeah.
All right, so this is hit, and it's going to get just over the infield. And it won't get through John T. Jenner. Hasn't he fielded well in this series? End of the over, and Europe just going from the unlikely to the impossible, I think, at the end of 7 at 71 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they're needing here. So with 3 overs left, 18 balls, they're needing to get 88. So you're almost talking supersonic after supersonic, really, and needing, yeah, I mean, there you go. You've got it on my screen now. Over 29 over. So it looks very unlikely. So if we don't see that, if we don't see 30 coming off this over, then, well, we know that the British and Irish Knights, they are going to be the winners of the Western Shield, even before we go into the very last match of the Western Shield, match number 9.
Yeah, well, let's get supersonic. But look who you got to face. You got Jarvis for one. You got Simmerev for one. Probably Greatwood for one. So they managed their bowlers very well. Yeah, that next game is starting in around about 30 minutes, tick over 30 minutes. Yeah, so just to explain, essentially the worst performing team in ECC goes down. How is that judged? Obviously, each team will play 4 games. So you probably look at the teams on the bottom of the ladder and you compare their records and whoever has the least points. So what it also means, so with the bonus point and things, take points off higher teams.
Bonus point.
You know, if you get thrashed every game and you're not keeping your point, that could see you going down. So that's also an interesting aside.
Yeah. So in effect, what we'll find out, what we'll do, we'll probably have a table of all the from every group, the lowest team and what they're on, because that will be so key.
Well, we know who's in the zone because in Group A, whoever's bottom, we'll say right, you need to in Group B. At least they'll know we need to score at least that many points to get past that team.
There's going to be so many things to look out for.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and it's probably going to go. For logistical reasons, to a 22 plus 10 season next year. Depends on how many countries are involved. But what it's looking at, only one team's guaranteed to go down. So probably 2 teams will be promoted and only 1 team will be relegated. Just a unique situation for the first time we've broken into 2 divisions.
Jarvis, he's been so good, hasn't he? And as you can see here, just with the line that he's bowling here, and he's bowling to a batter who's in very good form as well. Saqib Zulfikar, he beats him here as well.
What
And
else? Sorry, Rico, but just going back to the VCC draw. Ireland 11 and Scotland 11 in the same group.
Yeah.
So out there, we've probably got players playing for the Knights that will probably be playing against each other in the ECC. Isn't that interesting?
That's what makes this Western Shield so fantastic for me. Players that sometimes do battle against each other become teammates.
Yeah.
You know?
In the group stage as well. So yeah, that's going to be a wonderful spectacle as well. And yeah, it's got a bit of the old Knights flavour about the first group, because you've got Portugal and France in there, yes, but you've got the Irish 11, the Scottish 11, and Guernsey all in there.
Another player missed from Damgard, and you just get the feeling here that the reality now is starting to set in after such a good fight in match number 7. And Team Europe got to the 162 required for victory. Saqib Zulfikar, who's out there now, was their hero. This time with those early wickets, remember, we saw Saqib Zulfikar, the captain, was a royal duck first ball. Then a few balls later, Jamshad Khan was out, a 2-ball duck. DDC, just once again, he just couldn't get going. It was a miserable Western Shield for him. He went for just 1. And when that happens early on, you need something tremendous to come back, but they're not being able to do it. And well, that's eSport. Well, there's a little bit of wildlife in the air, and that is, of course, the man all the way from Khartoum, Jay Wild. We know him well, and we owe so much to him and his team when it comes to all of those super events at European Cricket League. Great start from Lincoln.
He's blinded there by the stance that Saqib takes up, but I like that, Jarvis. This shows how far he's come in a day and a half. He always would have followed the bat or tried to push it further outside. Now saying, you know what, I like the look of that leg stump. Maybe I can knock it out of the ground.
He almost nails it as well. And we saw that Ishii went a long way across his stumps before Hindi got him. Jarvis, amazing figures. 2 for 10, ball to go. And he gets this one in as well. Lincoln takes it in the pads. Well bowled. Well bowled indeed. And well, now we're looking at probably something that's going to be impossible. So I suppose, I know there's still a match to go, but I suppose we might as well start talking about the British and Irish Knights. Looks like they're going to be the winners of the Shield.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to happen now. We know that. And look, congratulations to them. They've one thing I've said ever since we've had more traditional teams involved is that learning's a two-way process, right? And the European teams have learned so much off, for example, these Knights players and the teams they represent internationally. But also, you see how much the Knights have learned from the approach of the European teams and the format. And yeah, right now, obviously the Knights are going to win the Shield, but also you can only see improvement for both the sides when we come back here in 12 months.
Slower delivery, but gets blasted as Nikolai Damgard picks it, spots it, and puts it away from Toby Greatwood.
I suppose it's more for pride than anything, but you'd hate to be done with another 4-pointer, wouldn't you? So if they can get 30 off 11 here, and we're having a bit of a discussion about the point system and stuff. And I think the right way ultimately will be that I like the bonus point being in, even bilateral series, but I think ultimately it should probably only be used, the points, if the wins are equal. I think it will all be academic here anyway, with the 5th win putting them over the 19 points, which would guarantee them the win anyway. But I just think that makes the most sense in a two-way series. And it's also easy to keep track of wins than points. But I do like the points being in there because we have had series actually that have been drawn in matches, and because it might be a 5-match series, let's say, but you might have one game washed out. It might be 2 apiece. And I do like the bonus point system being used to break the tie. And then, of course, you go to net run rate. Oh, dear.
I think this is out.
What a dismissal.
He's not sure if it's gone onto the ground.
It hasn't.
He just put it straight into his gloves.
Yeah. Well, as far as catches come, I think it's a lot easier than this. And you don't often get this kind of ball never hitting the ground from the moment it leaves the bowler's hand. It's not like it's a steepling high ball at Lincoln. Well, he couldn't have had it any easier. And it's funny because when you look at it, it almost looks like he's trying to hit it to the keeper. But Saqib has to roll the eyes and walk off. He'll have to go. But he's had a brilliant tournament. Hopefully we see him again in the last game. And Team Europe now, 82 for 6.
Yeah, well, Saqib, he just looks back and says, I can't believe I've done that. And maybe, you know what it is? If I'm looking at this again, you know why? It's a lot slower than he thinks. He thinks he's coming with pace. Thinks he's coming with pace, and he gets a little touch and it's going to fly away. But
advantage
Toby
of standing
Greatwood
back.
takes all the pace off it.
Yeah, Lincoln stands a long way back in a kind of orthodox position, and I think that makes sense with some of the bowling. But you know what we've started seeing, and we saw this with the Hornchurch, batters running to the keeper. Like premeditated,
yeah.
Which I think when you're this far back, it's probably not a bad tactic late in the piece. Anyway, this is short and it's put away. It'll be 4. So Clayton Floyd gets a hit at 8. He starts very, very well. Don't forget Floyd. He scored the first ever ECC century back in 2021. He was the MVP of that tournament, the first ever Euros of cricket.
All right, so another boundary there. They're in the 80s. Remember, 111 would mean that at least that when you're looking at the standings and you're taking the bonus point in the equation, they pick up a point here. And you're right, they wouldn't want to lose another one. That's a good delivery. That's been hit nicely down the ground. It's been well watched by Lisk.
Still the funny thing that the only Tortuga that they haven't been able to handle was in the last over of match 7. That might be one of the most famous Tortugas we ever get. Poor Michael English on the end of it. Just got down in the traditional fashion and away it went.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm very excited about ECC. I think Crooms put the link in the chat to the groups. I think it might already be up. Right, 24 of 7 to keep their point here. Here's Greatwood, last ball of his spell.
And it's been hit pretty well. And that will go all the way. Horns, says Tyrone Peters. End of the over. And this time the slow delivery ends up being a little bit of a nice half volley for Nikolaj Damgaard, who hits it pretty good. All right, they're into the 90s, 93 for 6. The match is done. The shield is going to go into the hands of the British and Irish Knights, but there's still something to play for here. Firstly, a little bit of pride in this one if they can get to 111, which means that they don't allow the British and Irish Knights to take all the points away. And then I suppose importantly, when they go into the last match, 5 and 3 down, well, they don't want it to be a 6 and 3. They like to make it just a difference of 1. Jonty Jenner, here we go.
Yeah, about time. About time we saw some Jonty with the ball. And as a bowler, I describe him as a pretty good batter.
Oh, well.
Well, really, he's like, that should have been hit for 6. He'll get away with it. It's only 4. Look, to be fair, he does make the distance, Jonty. To be quite honest, he actually bowled pretty well when he bowled for Old Victorians in the ECL. And Lincoln's face says it all there.
Listen,
you wanted a bowl and you gave me that?
No, but he hits the edge. If he misses it, he's on the stumps. So give him that. He just bowled it at the stumps.
Which stumps?
Well, it looks like they're giving a bit of charity here and saying to the Team Europe, go on then. If you can get them, go get them.
Yeah, speaking of go get them.
There you go. Go fetch it.
Jenner should probably have to go get that himself. It was a slow ball that sat up and asked to be hit. So 8 off 4. Maybe they can get to the point here. But Europe, they'll be disappointed. I think they'll know within themselves they didn't quite play to their potential this weekend either. I'm not. It's nothing against the Knights because the Knights have been outstanding. They've been the better side. But we just know individually that a couple of their players just haven't been able to find their form.
Well, this is it pretty straight and great bit of fielding. Excellent stuff. Lisk has been excellent, hasn't he? He's made that territory his own. I mean, they might as well put a flag out there at this Centurion cricket ground saying Lisk, because Lisk was here. He was there and he patrolled it brilliantly. He's made that his own.
Champsy's comment saying that the Zulfika dismissal looked like catching practice in a junior session. It really did. It always does when it goes wrong. Anyway.
Oh, watched there. Well watched.
Golden ball thriller here. Well, Golden ball thriller, bonus point thriller.
Bonus point thriller.
6 off 2 for a point. Let's see if Floyd can get one out of the screws here.
Yeah, I'm backing him. I'm backing him to get a monster shot in. Nicely played, and
you
it'll
go.
go for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Found the gap. Just shows you how fast this outfield is. It gets faster as the day goes on as well. Because it was tiny bit of overnight rain, slowing things down in the morning, but that raced away. So 2 off 1. It's a golden ball within a golden ball within a bonus point, wrapped in an enigma. Floyd 20 off 6. Nice little knock from him. And this is the ball that ultimately will seal the shield.
And he goes for the big one. It's up in the air. And that's 1. And, well, that is it. They're not going to get to the 111. They'll finish on 110. And I suppose that sort of sums it up.
Yeah, well, in fact, they don't even run in the end. Darmgard was the statue, hoping it would go for 6. They thought, we'll watch it. So, yeah, that says it. I mean, the point, again, doesn't really matter in the end. So, I mean, it would have been nice if they'd run and maybe tried the 2, because maybe they could have avoided the 4-pointer, because it doesn't look great on paper when you look back. But hey, congratulations to the British and Irish Knights. They are the first ever winners of the Western Shield. We'll still play match 9, but that team, they've deserved it. They've been superior. They've had the answers. They've really gelled together as a team as well. You know, you got a feel for Team Europe as well. They've had their moments in the series, but ultimately, their first Western Shield, rightly so, will go to the Knights.
Yeah, and the thing is, all right, yeah, they are the winners of British and Irish Knights. And the thing is, though, I reckon there's Ishii, he's quite happy, and he's played his part, isn't he? And that sort of tells you there's only one more to play, because it is the best of 9. So with a 5-3 here, they go into the last one knowing that they can't lose. Europe will try and get the win to make it a 5-4 and say, well, okay, we pushed them all the way. But well done to the British and Irish Knights. But still, there's still plenty to play for here. And I think the British and Irish Knights, knowing that they are the winners, will go into that last match themselves. We're really trying to go out there, have some fun, and try and maybe seal it with a thumping victory. But Team Europe, they want to come back and fight back. I can imagine now already when they go back off the field that the Corey and also Conrad will be talking to the boys and say, okay, look, it's done. We've got beat, but you know what? We got one more match here. This time there's no pressure. Just go out there, play your game. Do what you do when you play for your club. Do what you do when you play for your country.
Yeah.
Go out there, have some fun, finish in style.
And I also think it gives some flexibility in the lineup to just try a few things. I think Jonty Jenner, I'd like to see him going up top of the order. I'd like to see Samaria getting a shot at the top of the order as well. I just think that we haven't seen any of Julius with the bat, but Jenner again, I'd just like to see him given a bit of a chance. Those kind of things, same for Team Europe, but let's go back and have a look at the highlights in this one. It's actually slightly less than what they chased down in the previous game, but a shocker of a start really, as the captain chopped on for a royal duck. They didn't get much better. It was 2 down in the first over. And Jarvis once again delivering from the get-go for the Knights.
Yeah, and then there was this good catch to remove Jamshad Khan, who, well, up until this innings, has always been pretty reliable with getting scores in the 20s and 30s. A really good catch taken by Riley, who came back into the side. Young Riley, you said it, he's a very good cricketer. You can see him going places. And though he did go for a few of his bowling, he did come back well. That was the first scoring shot, and that was 6 from Ishan off Riley. But Riley bowled really well. And that's just the way things were going for TDC. He just can't seem to buy a run at the moment as he hits that one out straight into the hands of Jarvis. Jarvis takes the catch. And Ishan, a lot was relying on him.
How's that for a back smoke? There'll be an offside 6. But, you know, cricket's a funny game in a way in that it's unique that one bad decision in the spur of the moment can derail your whole match. And I think Ishan's decision to jump across there, and he was the one that looked like he could keep them in the game. He'd gotten to 41 off 16. He'd made good choices. He made, actually, every choice was right, I think, until he decided to run a long way across his stumps. And the gamble didn't pay off as Hindley found the pegs. And really, from that moment on, there was no way back into the game for Team Europe.
Yeah, you know, he went. I mean, Sharif, in the end, just couldn't get going. He had to be retired out because he was going at that point at a rate of 3 or 7 deliveries. They brought in Nicolas Damgard, who didn't have too much time to do too much. He scored at a 2 ball, 18 off 9, 2 big sixes to him. Clayton Floyd came in towards the end. He hit 1 big six and 3 fours, but it was already done and dusted by then. And then, well, there was this crazy dismissal, which, Saqib Zulfikar couldn't believe what he did. But once again, just clever use of the pace from Toby Greatwood. And look at Greatwood, he's got a good smile on his face. And look at the way Saqib looks at Toby. Toby's got that smile. That's a lovely moment captured there. And Saqib looks at Toby. Toby's got the smile, and he just a little sort of grimace to say, I got you, didn't I? I got you. You wanted to be clever, but I was cleverer. And the catch well taken by Dan Lincoln. He's going to be a very happy captain, Dan Lincoln. Hasn't he done a great job as well? I always say that, and both captains really, when you're captaining and you're captaining a group of players that is a team that's just been formed, just face it, these guys, they've never played together. They're all from different parts of Europe, never played together. They come together. It's always difficult for the captain, for the coach, for the manager. And I think on that part, credit to both the captains, Sikander Zulfikar and Dan Lincoln. Credit to the coaches as well and the management team, because, you know, they've made the players gel. They've gelled. They've played as teams. And most importantly, they've enjoyed what they've done out there. If you don't enjoy what you do, folks, if you don't enjoy it, don't do it. It's as simple as that. These guys are enjoying it. I tell you what, they're going to enjoy being out there one last time for match number 9. Team Europe, well, they're playing for a little bit of pride, and the British and Irish Knights want to go out there and play like the champions that they are. So that one coming up in about 15 minutes time. So we're going to take a short break now as we just quickly look at the scorecard. Ishan really the only one to sort of give the British and Irish Knights any scare. 41 of 16. There was 19 from Saqib, but really couldn't quite go at the rate that he needed to do so. And Nicola Duncan and Clayton Floyd, by the time they got out there, it was already done and dusted. Superb opening spell from Jack Jarvis, just getting better and better all the time. And Julius Summerall, what can you say about the guy? Just brilliant. He didn't even come back for a second over. Took 1 for 2. And Toby bowled well. And Tom Hindley, don't forget that one over from him, taking the wicket of Ishan, which proved to be very valuable. But I like the way that Dan Lincoln used his bowlers this time. Much smarter. He used the spinners, the risky bowlers, if you like, at the right time when it was worth taking that risk. And then he went back to his core bowlers to help him and his team win the Western Shield. Next match coming up in 30 minutes, and myself and Vinny Sandhu will be right back. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém cricket ground. Now we know that the Knights will raise the shield tonight as they have an unassailable lead in this series. But don't forget, tomorrow we are back here. I've got Miguel Stoneman and I've got Faf Stoneman here from the Oeiras Club. And look, I'm telling you that if you've enjoyed this, then you really will enjoy the chance to catch them because they're topping Group B at the moment. So we're going to do some practice over here. I'm getting ready for match number 9. Rico Full is standing by. And you guys, I think you need to work on your throwing, but the catching has been pretty good. Let's get ready for match 9 here in the Western Shield.
Well, he's certainly getting his work out, isn't he, Vinny Sandu? Well, he keeps getting told he's got to get some exercise in as well, you know. He can't keep eating all of those hot dogs and burgers there in the barbecue, so he gets a bit of exercise in there. But did you notice he gets out of breath pretty quickly now? I don't think he's recovered from holding and canning around the Western Shield, which of course will later on after this match be presented to the British and Irish Knights. Stick around for that as well. Just tell you in advance that there will be, I suppose we have to say, a presentation ceremony for the first ever of the Western Shield, which is going to be quite remarkable. And I get the feeling that we're going to finish in style. It's the last match, match number 9. Team Europe will know that with it being 5-3, that even if they win this one, they can't get their hands on that beautiful Western Shield. But what they can do is at least go out with a bang. That's what they're looking to do here. And maybe some of those players that just haven't clicked at the moment, the likes of Daniel Dolkaya and Ahmad Nabi, wouldn't it be good for them to click in this last match and just get the opportunity to show what they can really do? And over to the other side, well, same as Lynch, Harrison Ward have been fantastic. Hinley, maybe he goes on and gets a big one. We also saw, of course, Lease getting pretty close to getting a big score. I think when we came here, this is how things were. And it started with 70-30 to the British and Irish Knights against Team Europe, and it stays that way. And let's see how we go. So for, well, the final time on the Western Shield, we'll see the players make their way out into the middle. But remember that if you're liking what you're seeing here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, then do join Vinny Sandu and, well, Corey Rutgers, who will have to put away his coaching gear and put on his commentary attire on. He will be joining Vinny tomorrow for the remainder of the European Cricket Series, which will continue. And, well, hopefully the catching practice that Vinny has given to some of the Irish boys will prove dividend. Irish are looking not to come runners up this time and actually go on and win it. And if you like GDC, if you want to see more of him, then he'll also be here playing for Irish. All right, here we go. We get ready for the last one, and let's see how this fares. And I think, like I say, I think we're going to have a good finish here. Two teams, they know already what the result is going to be. We know that it is the British and Irish Knights that are going to be crowned the champions. They are the winners, but there's still one more match to play, and maybe we can have a real exhibition match here. And British and Irish Knights elected to have a bat, and no surprising there. And, well, maybe Vinny had a little word with Dan Lincoln, because Jonty Jenner is up as one of the openers. He's the non-striker. Ben Fitchett, well, miscue, and could have gone anywhere off the bowling of Kalugumage, who fires in the quicker delivery to start off with. So, Ben Fitchett and Jonty Jenner, the openers. Hits this straight into the hands, and it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Ben Fitchett. He doesn't really get this lofted, hits it flat straight to the fielder, and it is a wicket early on for Kalugumage. Well done. He's bowled well, hasn't he? And like that, Clayton comes along and says, yeah, well done, well bowled. There's Nabi as well. High fives all around. Wouldn't they like to finish on a high? So Fitchett gets an opportunity, and well, he gets lucky on his first ball. Could have gone anywhere, but the second sees him, so it's going to be a 2-ball duck for him. And, nice and easy catch there from Zulfikar. The captain, Saganda. So, Carlo Gumagate gets the breakthrough, and Jonty Jenner will be joined by a new partner, and it will be Michael English. So you can see clearly here now that the captain, Dan Lincoln, giving opportunities to some of the other batters that maybe have not had too much time out there in the middle. The English, well, gets a nice juicy short ball that he smashes away. Well, Gumagate, maybe he wants to change up to be a bit of a pacer, because he bowls this pretty quickly, bangs it into the deck, and English says, boom, shakalagia, thank you very much. That'll be 6 runs. So, first boundary of the innings. So, this one doesn't know too much about this, so that'll go for 4. Seems to be bowling with a little bit more zip here, Kalugumagate, and it's worked. But yeah, definitely he's charging in. He's not bowling spin, is he? Maybe he's saying, look, I want to show you what else I can do. So Kalugumagate, I think I remember Vinny saying to me he can bowl a bit of medium pace as well, and that's what he's doing here. He says, give me the ball. And this one will get worked away as well with 4 more. And, well, he has taken a wicket, given it some of his quicker stuff. Maybe now he might get the whisper to say, hey, why don't you try going back to a bit of spin? I'm just showing Kushan that he can be quite a versatile and an adaptable player. Oh, banks this in short now. This is called wide. He did bowl a short one earlier as well, but obviously that one wasn't given, the one for the air, but this is. You see the signal there from Sullivan Saeed, who's out there with Tyrone Peters. And big shout out to the men in black for this Western Shield. They've been absolutely superb. Umpire Naseem Malik as well. Oh, this is oh no. Oh, this is going to be a minimal as Ishan, who's doing a little bit of fielding here. He can't make the stop. So, oh dear, it's not a good delivery. Gets that one completely wrong. So Ishan, who's lead from stump, behind the stumps duty by Sean. Out of reach for Kalugumagate, who'll finish with a dot. He lets himself down with the minimo, doesn't he? 20 comes off the first. Although there was that wicket of Ben Fitchett. He went for a 2-ball duck. So this is the way it stands at the moment. So we know that already the champions of the Western Shield will be the British and Irish Knights, but this is the last match. It was the best of 9, 5-3 it stands to the Knights. Team Europe just trying to reduce the gap and finish. Oh, finish on a high, finish with a buzz, finish with a bit of pride. And reaching for it, the work to be done by the fielder. We'll get there. That's Clayton Floyd. Jonty Jenner gets off the mark. Jonty, didn't he excite us during the European Cricket League? 3 centuries. It's quite amazing. Played some wonderful cricket. Similar shot again. It would be fielded this time by Nabi, who beats Clayton to it. Yeah, and I like the little bit of buzz out there now from both the teams. I suppose the hard work, the real battle is done. It's over. It's decided. So this is an opportunity for them all to shine, maybe have some fun, and maybe hit a few balls out of the ground. Well, that's certainly what Jonty Jenner is looking to do as he smashes this away. As Tyrone Peters once again gets into trouble with all the clothing he's holding, but still manages to give us a nice solid horn signal. As this is another one that is challenging whoever's up there in the tower. More tower trouble for Martha Maria. Ahmed Sharif given the ball. Started a slow delivery. That's a good ball. Good comeback. Well bowled First time we're seeing Sharif have a bowl. We know that he bowls a fair bit for his club, and also we've seen him bowling for Italy as well. He's a good all-rounder. So I'm liking the fact that he gets an opportunity as well. All right, goes for it again. Bye-bye. Adios, Pelota. Well, that is a Maximo. And speaking of Maximo, there's a Maximo here in the cube as well.
I am here. And, yeah, look, a chance to see a bit more of Jenner, which I'm happy about. Because just for one reason or another, he hasn't found himself up the order that often. It's a kind of brutal format when you've got such depth in the team that if you go up there and miss out once, maybe you've got other guys that are outperforming you in other games, you end up finding yourself at 6, which is where he's batted for a lot of this weekend. But, I mean, he's really shown a lot this year already on ECN. Jonty Jenner will keep the strike, moves to 14, and after 2 overs, it's 35 for 1. And also expecting a couple of special guests that shall remain nameless right now in the commentary box for this game, match 9, of course. You saw a little while ago, and now we do know who will be lifting the shield, the British and Irish Knights. But Team Europe, they'd love to win this one because I think losing 4-5 looks a lot better than losing 3-6, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes it look like it was a close affair. I don't think there was a huge gap between the two teams. I think the best way that I could describe it is, maybe I'll carry on after this one. Well, what do you think about this of Kolugamage just deciding that he's now a pace bowler?
Oh yeah, he's quick. Did you know that he's quick?
Well, he surprised me when
he's rapid.
Yeah, when he bowled the first ball, thinking, well, I tell you what, he's bowled a quick one.
He's only on a short run here as well. He can absolutely steam in. Okay. Because when we were last in Rome, this one whistles in and General gets a single. Yeah, he bowled pace, to be honest, in 2020. And I wasn't on the ECS in 2020. But, yeah, especially, that Roma cricket ground pitch, we say it's a bit like the Wacker. The famous pacey pitch of the Wacker. That's very tight, Anyway, right now, it's a bit of a reality check as he drops the short ball into English, who hooks him out of the ground. Maximo 6 carreras.
Well, that's what surprised. When he first bowled the first one, I thought, okay, he's banged that one in, hasn't he, for a slow bowler? Then I saw the second and thought, hang on a minute. He's running in and bowling, so he's obviously been given the freedom to do what he wants.
That's good.
Hey, another thing to point out here, Dan Lincoln, won't see him playing in this match. It's going to be Seamus Lynch who's behind the stump. So Lincoln having a break on the last one.
And he's played every game so far.
He has played every game.
It's also pretty unselfish from Dan. Means that Michael Leask leads the Knights here in match 9. This one would have been a big wide. English misses out on it. Kolugamage is really getting the ball to fly. And you know what that Roma cricket ground pitch is like. Sometimes if you watch their side on, you keep them miles back. And, yeah, we might be able to ask somebody in a minute about what's behind some of the tactics here. But, yeah, I like it. It's like a blank canvas to express yourself on here in match 9.
All right, this is a long way up, but has he got enough to get it over the boundary? Gear. Shaka is English. But not only does he hit it high, he hits it long. And that will go to the boundary as well. So they're looking to get once again to that 50 score at this halfway point. That's sort of been what they've been aiming to do. So. All right, this is big. Adios, pelota. Qué grande, qué guay, qué genial. Ese golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras.
Oh, what a hit. That one might bring the rain back. That'll also take us to the end of the over and end of the power play. Scores 54 for 1 after 3. It also brings up the 50 for the British and Irish Knights. I want to say hello to everyone. It is the last game of today. I had a question from Dave. What's the Meltool Shield? It's actually the maiden name of Dan Weston's lovely wife, Manuela. And that's the women's version of this tournament. British and Irish Roses will take on Team Europe in August in Rome. So we've got that to look forward to. All right. Well, there's a few surprises everywhere. First surprise is we're going to get Daniel Doyle-Kaya bowling over number 4. And first one's kind of down towards the bottom of the bat. It won't go all the way. In fact, it's only a single. And that was the cackle that Portugal has heard before. It's Corey Rutgers, Team Europe coach. He's kindly agreed to join us for a couple of overs in the commentary box. Corey, firstly, congratulations, commiserations. Not unfortunately able to raise the shield, but he must be very proud. Anyway, could be a wicket here for DDC. Oh, there we go. Well, Sakib's a batter, Sakanda's a bowler, and maybe DDC's a bowler too. He has a Western Shield wicket, and it's 55 for 2.
This was always the plan. Pick DDC as a bowler and give him a go in game night. Hey, honestly, I'm so happy to see him with a smile on his face because he's had a shocker of a weekend.
I was saying this before. I know you can't hear the commentary, but you pick people on potentially knowing what they can do, but you never really know in a 2-day window who's going to click, who's not going to, and yeah, everyone is a human being and they go through stages where they're up, where they're down. Obviously, probably not just DDC, but probably a couple of players of yours haven't quite shown their full potential this weekend.
First thing I'll say is awesome event. So much fun to be a part of, and a massive congratulations to the British and Irish Knights. They've outplayed us in most of the departments. But you're right, probably on reflection, even though it's only still going on, and it's just our main batters that we thought, well, they're the best batters we've had on the ECN in for this Team Europe, DDC, Nabi, Jamshed Khan. We haven't had any openers that have clicked at all.
And you've got a hat full of openers as well. Yeah, exactly. Here's Jarvis, who gets a hit at 3. He's not, or at 4, I should say. He's DDC. No, he's half a chance for a run out.
Throws
that
it
would
for
have been
5.
out as well. This ground's tailor-made for 5s. It's gotten a bit of an ECS feel since you've joined me. So let's just have a look at this first, because I got a feeling this was a tough chance. His follow through, gets back, does get a hand on it. Oh, that would have been a sensational catch. But anyway, I'm not anywhere close to the end of the over, actually.
It's a lot going on in a small period of time, Vinny.
Yeah, you're right. We'll get to you in a second. Here's Jenna facing up. Just a slightly missed hit. Should be fielded.
No, but it's been awesome. This has been, it was like on the Friday night when we got to the lobby and you had all the British and Irish and all the players around the presentation, Westy getting emotional as he does. It was almost like an All-Stars Harlem Globetrotters sort of vibe. Everyone knew everyone. It was pretty cool.
Do you know what it reminded me of a little bit? And I know exactly what you're saying. DDC comes in. He throws in a bouncer, which is going to go over everyone, including the keeper. He'll love that wide because it means he gets to bowl another ball, but also he's flexing his muscles there, DDC, getting it up.
Well, he needs a bit of confidence. I didn't know he could get it through at this pace.
Do you know what it reminds me of, though? It's like when you got like Snoop Dogg and he's just got so much... He's got so many celebrity friends, he invites them all to like a party. Do you know what I mean? As this one's a little bit short this time. Jarvis will put it away, up and over the fence. Maximal, 6 runs. But yeah, I mean, look, you have been involved in this from the very start, because when we started talking about it, I think we were on commentary, and we said, well, if there's a Team Europe, I guess you're coaching it. But the fact that it becomes a reality, that journey is actually quite special, isn't it?
It's been such a weird sort of feeling seeing all these players. Even like when we had the opening, like Nabi and DDC walking out together, Zulfikar, and then he was with playing with Afridi, and it's such a fun experience to be a part of and seeing these people gel.
Actually comes back a bit off the seam. DDC, rapido, end of the over. And only 10 come off that. The score 64 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, and it's just seeing like Khalid Amadi getting along with Mujadadi, a player from Belgium, a player from Germany. It's been such a nice bonding experience. We did some team networking things and some vibe things on the Friday night, and we really clicked. The boys have got along super well. So have the British and Irish Knights. And last night we all, after the games, had a meal together.
Yeah.
Everyone around, sitting around having a quiet drink at the bar, and you've seen new friendships forged, and that's what it's all about.
It's really something we've seen all around the tour. Of course, Corey regularly is a commentator for us here, including tomorrow morning.
Oh, geez.
Bright and early.
Oh, no.
Awarish versus Friendship.
Is that Nabi bowling?
It is Nabi bowling, and he's going to get hit. They hit the rope. I'm going to have to check this one. But Nabi, he's actually quite a handy bowler. We saw him a little bit during the ECL. You've got the look of someone that didn't know that some of these bowling options were going to be used.
Well, to be honest, before this game, after we lost the shield, if Mujadadi and Khalid Amadi were forced to bowl again, they would have hung me by the neck, because they bowled 8 games in a row and bowled extremely well. They needed some rest.
Could open the batting with them. This one's not going too far at all. And Nabi, it kind of typifies the point we're talking about. We had a bit of a chat, didn't we, today off air, saying, what can you do to get confidence in these guys? But it's one of those things you can't manufacture it. It's very hard to fake as well. And against such a professional outfit like the Knights, they're not going to give you any breathing room either.
No, and they just never found their batting boots, a few of the boys, and it's probably cost us a bit. So that's absolutely welly for six. How have you enjoyed watching all the sixes,
It's
Ray?
been great. I was going to actually look at some numbers, and yeah, like the run rate and I had a guess, and I said 150's par yesterday. I know we had crazy 172, 166 came first up, but yeah, I think I actually kind of put the par at 150 after some thought, and I think that's where it's ended up.
We
more or
all,
less.
in our dugout, we thought 160. 160s were doable, as that's been pumped away for another six. Narby, it's not working for us, is it? But
Narby and sixes go hand in hand.
I think you'll sort of see everyone get a bit of a bowl in this last one, protect the bodies. But credit to all the players of both teams. 9 games in 2 days is crazy.
Well, we've had a average run rate of about 15. We've had a maximum rate of 15, so 15 sixes per 10 overs on average.
Honestly, the batting order they came out with before, when it was like Ward, Lynch, Leask, Lincoln, Tector.
I said you better bring a big boat, and because you have to catch a lot of big fish, because you're right. So it's just a case of who clicks, who doesn't. So, serious question.
Yep.
What do you think the Knights have done better than you this weekend?
Oh, they've beaten us in most facets, I'd say. They've had bigger match winners with the bat. What was it? Ward hit 100, a 99. Lease then hits a 96. Lincoln hits 100.
Yeah.
So they've had batters go deep. I think we only had 2 50s in the week, Zulfikar and Zulfikar, Saqib and Sikandar. We had our moments. I mean, I still don't know how we bowled them out for 113 in that game. What happened there? Because then we got hit for 230 like 2 hours later.
That's right. Here's Narby. And there goes Narby. Narby and sixes. Batting or bowling, that's the way it goes. Narby will get another chance to take a wicket.
Let's talk about their batting lineup.
Yeah, go on then.
What was it? It was Ward Lynch, which is just scary. Leask was coming at 3, Lincoln at 4, Tector at 5, at 6 was...
Jenner, maybe?
Jenner.
They're not even talking about Java.
Oh, no, we always think Hindley.
Oh, yeah, Hindley floats around.
Bombs them. I mean, just an unbelievable team. So
yeah, and that's not even talking about guys that I don't think got a hit like Julius Sumaré, who
Julius didn't even bat.
Didn't even bat it. Last ball of the over, and I thought that might have been a little edge on that. Someone's playing tricks on my ears. But anyway, 88 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome him into the commentary cube. And you better get used to this, because this is your home for the next 3 days, Corey. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with the Team Europe coach, Corey Ruckers. Congratulations, though, for being part of history. And although, obviously, you guys are going to go down in this series, we know that now, but the experience has been something unlike anything we've ever done before in ECN.
No, it's been amazing. I remember we were talking about 6-7 months ago, and then for it to actually happen, credit to Dan Wish, and huge thank you from me to everyone at the ECN for getting this on. As a coach, personally, it's been a thrill. Yeah. Just working with players I'd never met before, trying to teach them, and so much fun in the dugout. The boys have really gelled, and we didn't win, but credit to the British and Irish Knights.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, actually, as we'll see Jamshed coming in for a bowl now.
Okay, I'm going to put the headset down and go back to coaching. Look what happens when I walk away.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, look, I was going to ask, how did the team come together? Obviously, it's a real blend, super blend.
Like really, really good. Like a lot of new friendships since the Friday night.
Oh, geez. Well, Jamshed actually, I know he's going to get drilled for 4 here, but he's actually a pretty good bowler. But he's a death bowler, and he bowls seam up. So he's come out here and he's bowling leg spin. To be fair, he gets that one in a reasonable area, but almost gets his shin smashed in half.
You know the what is it in the NBA, the All-Star game, where you're trying but you're not really trying, but you're all doing.
This has a bit of an All-Star game feel to it. But I love, obviously, there's something quite tangible on the line in this series. All right, he tries out the leggy again, but this one's going to disappear. Maximo, as Jonty Jenner gets a chance at the top of the order, and he's not going to miss out this time. 51 off 17 balls.
Yeah, what a player. I mean, Jenner hasn't even batted that much this week, and he's a freak. They've got such a good team. I was really proud of our guys. You know, I'm a favourite part of the trip. So we were 2-4 down.
Yeah. And
Leask, we had a big team talk about what we can do. Leask was going on a tear 7 overs into that next game, and it could have blown out to a 2-7 or something crazy. And then we just fought so hard. That amazing chase before, that was my highlight. I really loved that win, as that's another 6, Vinny. Oh, no.
Adios, Pelota ball.
I don't think Jamshed will be bowling much more.
Alex Macy, he's one to watch for Warish tomorrow when we do get into the European Cricket Series.
But no, that was an amazing win. And the fight, if we just had batted a bit better in that previous game, we thought 159 game on. just didn't. It could have been 4-4.
Yeah, you nailed it when you said that they've had batters that have gone on to make big scores.
Big scores.
And essentially you haven't. That's pretty well struck as well. It is another one that will have to be found as Jenner swings his way into the 60s. Jamshed, I'd be going off the long run at least once here because he's gone magical, 23.
Don't know why he's gone for spin, but yeah, we had to rest in this one. Dumgard's knee's broken. Khalid Marty's back's broken. Mujadadi, who we love. What a legend Mujadadi is. His shoulders done, and we said, you three have bowled every game, go rest.
And Afridi, who's in the side, I don't think he'll be bowling.
But if people were wondering why Afridi didn't bowl today, did his shoulder yesterday.
Yeah.
So little things hurt us, but that's okay.
Let's have a look at that. This is what is going on in your bench? This is just be a single, and that's the end of. I thought you were throwing in the towel there for a second. It's 112 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, we need
to
get that.
Can we go back to that?
That's Mujadadi. There it is. A lot of love for his wife. He was writing something up about his wife, and that's good. Good to see. Mujadadi. He's a good man.
Oh, that's beautiful. And Mujadadi has been a bit of a cult figure in this side. Late drafted.
He was a late draft. Honestly, he's one of the best blokes who speaks perfect. He's a hilarious dude. We've loved him in the dugout. Wow, look at that score. If you had told me this week,
is that your batting order?
Christian, that's our top 5.
But anyway, you've earned the right to kind of relax a bit now. You've played very hard all weekend. What about playing, TDZ gets a second over, what about playing 9 matches in a row? We've never seen that before in ECN either.
Personal opinion, it's too much. All the squad sizes have to get a little bit bigger, maybe one person extra for each team, but 9 is... Yeah. Last night, after the 5th game, people looked so dead. We were 2-1 up, and those last 2 games, they just couldn't get it together. So that could be a wicket.
Well, or not, unless you can be caught off the field. That one's out of here. Maximal. 6 more to John Jenner.
One thing we were super at 2-1 up, and we played really good cricket. It's not an excuse, but about 7 of our guys are still doing Ramadan.
Yeah.
And by the time game 5 come, and they hit 236, and then when I drank water, it was not good.
I just identified they ran out of gas.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, it was pretty clear. Anyway, what a shot. It's a little jump cut from Jenner. A 1 bounce 4 moves into the 70s. And this is a guy that does have ECN centuries this year.
Oh, boy. Vinny, this is my last 3 balls. I might have to go back and marshal the troops.
At least staying to the end of the 7th over because there's a reason.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, Jenner, nice shot. He looks so aesthetically pleasing.
How's the chat been? How
great,
have the viewers enjoyed the Western Shield?
They've loved it. Honestly, it has been, especially our ECN superfans, ones that really know, that follow us everywhere. This is another short ball. Shades of body line in the early 30s here from Daniel Dolakaya. That'll disappear for 4.
In the previous game, obviously, everything was on the line, and they did their best batting line. They had Jenner coming in at 8. And this man is just such a good player. Good to see him at the top of the order in this one, and yeah, cashing in.
Good to see Terry's in the chat. He's been doing a bit of a scorer's course yesterday and some coaching. I know there's a lot of good things happening up there in Estonia. It's a bit of a miss hit, and they'll take on the run.
That's a freebie.
Hey, can we talk about that in that chase? What was it, 162 that you pulled off? The Tortuga finally came in the last over and did it. They haven't been. That's one thing I've got to say. I've been really impressed with the Knights' ground fielding.
Yep.
Yours as well, but I think you guys will be a little bit more used to it. I think the Knights, obviously, it's very foreign to them, but that's the one Tortuga that's gotten through and actually put you in position to win that game.
I think that's going to be just 1 run to Clayton Floyd out there. When that misfield happened, a few of the boys, because a lot of the teams, the banter's been good. I heard the remark, you've just dropped the Western Shield, something like that. Because we've won, and then we're like, well, it's 4-3, game on.
I love it. Oh, it's been so competitive. And look, you avoided the night wash. And then we were talking about 9-0.
I sort of wish the rain came after a 2-1 up.
Would have been handy. Come 1 week earlier. Anyway, that'll be the end of the over. Dolakaya, he wins the battle with 30. We were talking about that a bit. 1 for 28. He can probably bat 11 now. After 7 is 130 for 2. Coming up tomorrow, this man will be with me, and the ECS will come back and take over. Week 3 starts. Awarish versus one of your favourite teams, Friendship CC.
TDC meant to be playing in the morning.
He's got 3 games tomorrow. We're starting at the, thankfully for you, slightly later time of 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. We'll also see Fighters. We'll see Precious CC. I know you haven't seen Precious yet, but they are searching for their first ECS
Do I have
win.
to do game 1? Can I have a break?
Nope. You're only here for 3 days with me, true?
True.
And I was meant to have a day off Tuesday.
Yeah, thank you.
And I told you I'll come in, because it's not often we get together anymore. All right. Here is the 8th over. Nabi is coming on to finish his spell. Funny thing is, the score's about the same as it was been anyway, with them 130 after 7. All right, well, Corey, I know you're going to get back to your team.
Thanks,
I want to
Vinny.
say congratulations. Obviously, your team have really, really represented and put everything on the line this weekend. And I want to wish you all the best going forward, including tomorrow morning. There's 4 runs to finish for Jarvis. But Corey, it's been great.
Yeah, thank you everybody involved. Thanks to all the fans. I hope you really enjoyed. And yeah, it's been an amazing experience. Credit to the British and Irish Knights, too good. And we'll take them on again next year.
Sebastian Bratz just jumped in the chat saying he'll give DDC a rest from bowling at Hermes. Ha ha.
Maybe you can get him in the nets. Goodbye for now.
And I'm going to leave Corey with one more question to think about. When they make the ECN movie, who's going to play you? Because if we make the story of the ECN telly movie, he's probably got a few ideas. Anyway, Nabi gets that one past the bat. Yeah, we'll see here the real story there. 14 player squads. And so, yeah, if the injuries and stuff all start to stack up, can find some people playing a little bit out of position or taking on some other roles. Good to see Sebastian in the chat right now. This is Jarvis. And I've got to say, there's a bit of buzz about Jarvis for the MVP because just his ability to take those early wickets, and he has a very good economy rate as well. He's certainly one that I'd have in my short list. I mean, I mentioned Sumaret earlier. Obviously got Harrison Ward there. And probably the 3 I think are in the frame. Lincoln yesterday for sure. Lincoln may be a victim of his own unselfishness to obviously try and give those opportunities to others. But he's been brilliant leader, brilliant behind the stumps. So you can probably throw him in the mix as well. Jack Jarvis just has continued to take wickets at important times. Right now we get a bit more of a chance to see what he can do with the bat. It's 14. And this is a low full toss, which he's going to be able to get under. And so Nabi, unfortunately for him, he won't be able to pick up a wicket here in the Western Shield 2024. And at the end of the over, British and Irish Knights will be 143 for 2. Just a couple of overs to go then. It's great to have Corey in here. And yeah, Tim Reedman saying this tournament has been so amazing. Yeah, well, I agree wholeheartedly. And stay tuned because we will have the Shield presentation at the end of this with a very unique Western Shield. Now, the other thing is Rico Full joins us back. I'll wait for this ball, which will just be dug out. Sharif coming back for a second over. Yeah, so Rico, the shield, by the way, it is a perpetual shield. So it gets awarded. It will have something added and engraved on it with the winner.
Yeah.
But the shield will be the same shield presented every year. So it's a bit like the Ashes Trophy in a way. All right, this one is up and it's out of the ground. Sharif gets a little bit too short. And we're on century watch here because Jenner has moved to 88 with a couple of big blows to come. Maybe he can bring up his century.
Yeah, do you get the feeling that maybe Dan Lincoln didn't know that much about Jonty Jenner? Because we certainly know what the guy can do. And here he is getting, I think, his first opportunity as an opener. And he is showing exactly what he can do.
Memory serves me correctly. I think he has had an opportunity at the top, but again, he didn't fire. There's other ones that did. And it's been a brutal kind of a format. This one is just bludgeoned off the back foot, puts him into the 90s. Remember, he already has 2 centuries in 2024. Of course, playing for Old Victorians in the recent ECL.
Yeah. Oh, it just powers this one to the boundary. You know when they say you throw everything at it? Well, that's what he does. So into the 90s, 92.
Sharif. Rare miss hit from Jonty Jenner here.
Yeah, he still takes a single though. He doesn't want to hog the strike. He gives it to Jarvis.
Yeah, he's got enough time to bring up his century without having to hog the strike too much. Jarvis deserves his opportunity as well.
Slow delivery, well bowled by Sharif. So Jarvis, I suppose he spoils one here. Get a dot ball in.
Well, ball was so slow that Sharif probably could have gone and picked it up halfway down the pitch if he didn't like it. But that was a fantastic variation. You could just see how early Jarvis was in the shot.
Last of the 9th. And Jarvis will probably just be trying to tank this to the boundary. He has a go, and he gets a good bit of it. That disappears. That is a biggie. Well, we've had some big hits. I know Corey was saying, how did you like some of the hitting? He was asking you, I tell you what, it's been brutal, isn't it? It really has. What is the maximum count?
I need to update it from the last game.
We've got to be close to the
Yeah.
250.
Well, I think this is after, let me have a quick check. Before the last game, it was up to 211. So
all right.
200 and plenty is what I'd say. Let's get to the end of the over. Hey, Jonty Jenner, you'll see him on the centuries list here from the ECL. He scored century number 25 and century number 30. And in fact, he scored century number 34 as well.
Yeah, he had 3. Jonty Jenner. Because...
Oh, yeah, I can't read.
There was a lot of talk about him being potential MVP, wasn't it?
Yeah, it said 3 and 2, and I assume that was 350s, 200s in his stats, but it's actually 300s and 250s. Wow.
Yeah, because he was, the talk of MVP, but in the end, of course.
I think the only way he was going to lose the MVP trophy was if Irfan nicked him off first ball of the final. And guess what happened?
That's what happened, yeah.
And we're sorry to bring that up, as Jonty is on 93. Scatters Ulfika, he's actually been outstanding with the ball, hasn't he, for Europe?
All right, thumped, big, 6, it goes to 99. Well, we have had a few players quite not get there. He'd be very disappointed if he doesn't get there on 99. That is mullered. I love the way Jonty bats. I just like his stance. You know, when he's standing there, everything is perfectly still, holding that bat going upwards and downwards. He's just got the weight there, just waiting to slacken and let the bat off the hook, and it comes into play. All right, here we go. Goes for it. It's in the air, but it's in the gap, and it will be a century to Jonty Jenner. He brings up his 4th century on the European Cricket Network, and it's another century here for the British and Irish Knights. We'll be seeing that it's been done by, of course, Harrison Ward. We saw Dan Lincoln do it yesterday. Jonty Jenner has done it as well. Well batted, and it's been a beautiful knock.
What a knock by Jenner. Probably want some more. This time, it kind of gets tied up a bit. But if you have a look, this might be a leg by, but he would have been run out as well. But every single run that he's scored off the bat has been in front of the wicket. So it just shows you the authority with which he's hit this 100, and just the technique he's got. It's very, very solid technically. He's also a guy, I know he loves his cricket. He's actually sub-fielded in a test match before, Jonty Jenner, but he's a guy we'll be seeing a bit more of in season 2024.
Okay, Jarvis clobbers this one out of the ground as well. Well, what about Jarvis though? I mean, as a bowler, he's probably been, especially after his performance here today, probably the pick of the bowlers. He's just got better and better. Yeah. But he can show you that he can hit a few out of the park as well with the bat, can't he?
I went on a little bit earlier about Summer, but yeah, for sure, Jarvis. He's just had that knack of picking up the early wickets, hasn't he? Anyway, this one doesn't seem like it's right out of the middle, but it is into the gap, and I think that's going to end up being 4 runs. It is, and that'll finish the innings at 183. Let me give you an updated Maximo count, because I know you'd appreciate that. We're at 248 Maximos with an innings to go. And it's an average of around about 15 Maximos per 10 overs. So it is unbelievable. Well done to Jenner. He becomes a centurion once again. That's 4 centuries on the network. But here's the thing. He's done them all at kind of marquee tournaments, hasn't he? Done them at the ECL. He's got a Western Shield century now. And again, the trend continues that when the Knights batters get in, they go on to get big scores.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations to Jonty Jenner. And I'm sure that all of our viewers around the world have certainly enjoyed watching that knock. He gets a huge cheer and applause as he goes back. Yeah, it was a beautiful knock. Well, this is the way it started though. It didn't start very well because Ben Fitchett, he gave a catch straight away. Sikandar Zulfikar says thank you very much. And well, Kalu Gamage, who decided he would bowl pace in this last match,
there are
picked up a wicket.
Things. I know you were watching, but we had a few interesting decisions, let's say. We saw Nabi get a couple of overs.
Yeah.
We saw DDC get a couple of overs. Funny thing is, you could argue that when they did use their bowls last night, they went for 234 in the corresponding game. So, look, when it comes down to it, the players, I wouldn't say that you're relaxing too much, but the pressure's off now. Yeah, the pressure's off. The Shield's decided. You just want to go out there, put on a good exhibition. And, well, it certainly was a good exhibition for Jenner, wasn't it? With 13 Maximos in his 106 not out.
Yeah, he's a lovely player to watch. 3 centuries of the European Cricket League, and every one of them was special. And he scores another one here today. So once again, he does it at a stellar event, and that's because he's a stellar player. Big players perform on the big stage, and this is the big stage. They don't get any bigger than this. The Western Shield, the first ever, and he played beautifully. And you were right. We saw DDC, Daniel Dorkaye, have a ball. Well, he's decided he can't score a run. I might as well see if he can take a wicket. Well, he could take a wicket. Well, what did that say? A lot of...
Yeah, that was just a little message from Muja Daddy to Muja Mummy. That was nice, even though it probably ruined the inside of a very good jumper. But that message will be there for a long time. So, yeah, of course, let's just think about these players. They have families. They have support networks at home. It means a lot to them, obviously, to come here. So we'll take a moment to mention everyone behind the scenes. But on the park, it ends up 183 for the British and Irish Knights. Another monster chase on the cards for Team Europe.
Yeah, it is a big chase, and Jonty Jenner just, kept on finding the way, didn't he? But he's a lovely guy to watch. Like I said before, hitting the balls big, hitting them out the park, playing some great shots out on the offside as well. And, that one was a crazy one. Throws everything and anything at that one to get it past the boundary. And that sailed over. That took him into the 90s, and then he just was one big hit away to getting that century. That one straight down the ground, 4 more, and then he did it with a shot over out on the offside. Jarvis himself, he played a good hand as well. What a good day he's had. Don't forget, he got player of the match in the first one this morning when he took 3 for 16. He was player of the match again in the match number 8 when he took 2 for 10, and then he just shows what he can do with the bat as well. So he's certainly a very exciting player. He finished on 36 or 13, but once again the talk is about another centurion, the third here on the Western Shield, and Jonty Jenner, 106 not out of 35, well batted. That means that 184 will be the chase. I'm sure that Team Europe are going to gear themselves up to have a go, and maybe that DDC and Nabi might find their form in this one again. To the scorecard, only 2 wickets that went down. It was Ben Fitchett. I suppose he's the man who misses out. He gets nothing from 2 deliveries. 106 not out for Jonty Jenner. Great not, 13 sixes and 4 fours. 33 for Michael English, 4 fours, 2 sixes. And that was just 10 deliveries. And then Jack Jarvis there, 2 fours and 2 fours and 4 sixes. On his way to 36 off 13. On the bowling front, well, there were some surprises, as Vinny said. Kalugamage bowled pace and picked up 1 for 39. Amir Sharif, he went for 32. DDC, well, he did pick up a wicket, so maybe he's doing better on the bowling than he is with the batting, but he's looking to prove that statistic wrong pretty soon if he can go out there and get some runs. Nabi, no success for him either. And then Sikandar Zulfikar, this time, even he was a little bit expensive, went magical off his one over, as did Jamshad Khan. So myself, Rico Fool, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu, we will be back in about 10 minutes time for the final innings in this Western Shield, and it will be Team Europe will be needing 184 for victory. Join us back in 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back for the very final innings of the Western Shield. Of course, we already know that the British and Irish Knights are the winners of that shield because they have a 5-3 lead, which, cannot be beaten by Team Europe. But what Team Europe can do is finish on a high themselves. 5-4 sounds a lot better if they can do it. Sounds better than 6-3. But, to get there, they've got to get 184 for victory. And if they want to once again stop the British and Irish Knights taking all the points available from the match, they're going to try to get to that 128. But of course, the bonus point equation, that doesn't matter with the way things are here, because that would only have come into play if it was even Stevens and let's say a match was possibly lost to the weather. Then the bonus point equations would have come into effect. But it's been straightforward. 5-3 at the moment to the British and Irish Knights, and they've got plenty of runs on the board here to protect as well. And looks to me that they're going with the two hard hitters at the front. And Nabi, well, Ahmad Nabi gets one last chance in this Western Shield to show what he can do. And he will start with 6. So Nabi is off. He's off and running. Finally, we see a little bit of the Nabi that everybody talks about. He gets this one away. Jack Jarvis, first ball short, and Nabi gets it away for 6. Jarvis out there, and he's out there with Shahid Afridi as well. So, got Nabi and the mini boom boom. Jarvis. He's had 2 player of the match performances today already. And then beats Nabi with this one. This has been the thing with Nabi though for me. And that's what the one for the over being signalled. He's gone for this shot too many times. So try and play something different. I've said this before. If the shot is not on, then play something different. Try to guide it to third. Play it over. Play the uppercut, or better still, if you can't play that shot, bat onto ball, get a single, rotate the strike. This one is going to be a no ball for me. Yeah, because he's already been given the one for the over, so the umpires call this straight away because it's the second one that's over the shoulder, and yep, in fact, it's over the head again, so no ball, free hit. Go Nabi, go. Okay, a lot of people here, I'm going to say this, I know that Vinny gets a lot of stick sometimes in the chat where people say, Vinny's always on about Nabi, we've never seen him do anything. Unfortunately, Nabi just didn't click at the ECL, hasn't clicked here. Well, I can assure you that this guy, when he gets going, he's got some power as he muscles another one over the offside boundary. Better options. This is what I'm talking about, Nabi. If he's not on there for a shot on the leg side, go for a different option, and he does. So Nabi, I think he's probably scored more in the 2 shots he's played here than what he scored in this Western Shield so far. So things are looking up. Although if it happens, it'd be great to see, though it might be too late to have any impact on the Western Shield. Jarvis. Well, that's the shot that we've seen Nabi play a lot of, reminiscence of a lot of innings that he played in the European Cricket League as well. But that's got his good work on. Nabi, I mean, he's probably seen plenty of himself batting in the European Cricket League. He'll look back and watch himself bat here. And what he's got to do is take away these clips and work on them. Say, right, yeah, why am I doing that? I've got to be playing these outside the off. I can't be going one-track minded all the time. This one is into the pads, and Nabi says, hang on, let me get back to my crease and then I'll give it back to you.
I've got to come back in there. Look at Jarvis's face. Yeah, Nabi. If there's anyone...
Hang on a minute, he says, hang on a minute.
If there's anyone that can get away with this and no one will even think about appealing, it's Nabi. He's the nicest guy ever, but I feel like he's built to do physical damage. But that's the thing with Nabi. He hasn't quite got the timing. He's been beaten for pace a few times, hasn't he? With balls going into the pads. Last ball of the over. No ball called.
No ball. This is obviously a foot fault, I believe. So Nabi, he was able to put one free hit away. He gets another opportunity here. Free hit coming up. Yeah, let's have a look at the front foot.
Big feet.
And
yep.
Yeah, he doesn't get any of the line.
Well, as far as we can tell. So a couple of noes in the over. Free hits come now. Hey. Walking 677 matches, but hey, got to tell you, this first over's not finished yet. Let's get back to the action. Here's the free hit. Just in time. There you go. That'll do. However you can get him. That goes all the way. Maximo. Nabi, 3 sixes in the over. We'll check the calendar. Is it 2023 again? At the end of the first, it's 20 without loss.
Yeah, well, that'll do nicely. That's the start that they wanted. Remember, one thing that Team Europe haven't been able to do, and this is fair to say, all the way through this Western Shield, they've never had a good start. Even the matches that they've won when they've had to come from being behind the rate. And, of course, I make reference to what we saw happening on day one yesterday when they won the first match. They were 172 they finished with, but remember at the halfway point they were 46, I think.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and then 126.
Openers haven't clicked, and openers clicking or getting runs in the power play is key.
Look who they sent out, Shahid Afridi Jr. to open up with Nabi. Good to see Terry in the chat watching from Estonia, and see Shankar from Malta. Here's Ollie Riley. This is a fraction short. Not quite timed by Afridi, but he'll get a single. Yeah, so I was just saying, did you see the ECC groups? I don't know if we can maybe sneak in the ECC groups again. Well, we've got Zishan in there, and we've got Terry as well. Maybe we can do that in a second. But yeah, that was revealed today. I think it's already gone up on social media. First time we've split the ECC into 2 divisions, which I think almost everyone thinks is a fantastic idea. It means there's actually 2 trophies on the line in the ECC window. There you go. Goes for it, but doesn't quite get it. Well, that's a bit of luck for Nabi, who is also known for some creative running between the wickets. And by that, I just mean...
Not good.
Sometimes he runs hard, sometimes he doesn't. And no one knows when he's going to change.
Yeah.
Nabi's a lovable character, though. I mean, I know him pretty closely, obviously. Got a lot of attention. And yeah, not everyone kind of necessarily likes that attention. He just likes to go out there and play cricket. He likes to hit the ball hard. You know, he really never says a bad word about anyone. And Afridi, also another boomer, so to speak. The running's going to be pretty interesting between these 2 as well. Afridi gets 1. Yeah, so yeah, the 11 teams in the ECC X, 2 of them will be promoted. And I know that just the format there's a group of 6, group of 5. This is quite unusual, but basically 2 teams out of each group will qualify for the playoffs. So you'll have the group stage, group 1, group 2, then the playoffs will be 4 teams competing. Ultimately, 2 will play the final. They both get promotion. The winner of the ECCX final will get the trophy.
It's gone for that short delivery, but I suppose he gets so much bounce on here. So watch this, goes over his head. Yeah, no doubt about it. So that's also the one for the over. So Oliver Riley doing exactly what Jack Jarvis did, but would he bowl another one and give a free hit away?
Right, Nabi faces up. Slow ball, there goes the bat, there goes the ball, and it's actually, I think, pulled back.
Yeah, saved. Well, great work by...
Nabi's batless. Well, it's not even the most dramatic bat ejection we've seen, because we actually saw Afridi's bat shatter into pieces yesterday. Nabi, he's still smiling. The bat flies, the ball flies. In the end, it's a long single.
I'm loving that shot there. Oh, the old slow-mo. Nabi says, well, there goes me bat. And then he's thinking, hang on a minute, where's the ball? Because don't forget, yesterday we had a bat buster, but then the ball was caught by Summerall as well, which was a great look.
For all the Nintendo Wii fans out there, that's how TVs get broken. You need to have the strap around the wrist. And anyway, Afridi gets the strike back to come in the over. He plays a nice-looking shot. And I mentioned this earlier, but I've been really impressed how the Knights have handled the outfield, because it wouldn't be something that they're that used to. And so Riley's putting together a decent over here. He's been a very reliable bowler. I think really their seam bowling attack has set up so many of these victories for the Knights. They should all be commended.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think all of them, Jarvis, Riley, Greatwood, they've been fantastic. And then I think the pick of them all has to be Julius Summerall. He's been absolutely brilliant. And I'd go at the moment as far as to say that he certainly is my MVP.
There's a few in the mix. Interesting if it does go to a bowler or a bat. Last ball of the second. He's late on this, but again, he's going to get lucky that it doesn't carry to the mid-off, which is at least at the end of 2 overs. It's 26 without loss. Yeah, so the ECCX format, it's the first 10 days of the 4-week window, and it starts on the 23rd of September. A group of 6, a group of 5. In a way, the group of 6, yes, you've got to beat more people, but you get more games, which may be a positive to kind of get you guys going. So you'll play an extra group game because you'll play 5 and then the finals day, whereas the other group will just play 4 games and then a finals day. The top 2 from Group A, or Group 1 and Group 2 go through to the ECCX playoffs. And so those 4 teams that have qualified will play each other in 12 matches, and then we'll get a 2 versus 3 qualifier. And that's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big game, that 2 versus 3 qualifier in the ECCX. I'll tell you why in a second, as Afridi punches this one straight to cover. But, yeah, not only are you playing for a spot in the final, but that is the game that determines who will get promoted the following year. And then, of course, now one team's going to be very disappointed there, but then in the final, you've got the huge trophy to play for, the ECCX trophy. Another dot ball, Summerall once again has been delivering dots on a regular basis, hasn't he? Yeah, so, and then we start the ECC, and then we'll be saying, hey, look, whichever team doesn't perform in this competition, they're going down. And just imagine, fast forward ahead 18 months in ECC 25, there'll be one team that's been demoted down into ECCX that'll be desperate to win the trophy and go straight back up. This one is pulled and lucks out. This time Afridi tries to pull, can't really get it anywhere near the middle of the bat. And Jenner, well, he's a ball magnet, isn't he? He takes another catch. I've got to say, I've got to check the catcher stats in a minute, but he has taken a bunch, hasn't he, in this series. And Europe lose their first wicket at 26 for 1.
Yeah, he's taken a load. I think you'll see that Summerall has taken a few. And I think Nikolaj Damgaard has certainly picked up a few also for Team Europe. They've been good catches, haven't they? And yeah, that one just never really got going to Afridi. But the thing is, I suppose he hasn't chewed up too many deliveries. He's 6 balls for 3. He'll depart. And I wonder if we'll see. Well, they go back to Amir Sharif. Now, I don't mind this. This is good. I tell you why I like this. Now, Amir Sharif, remember, in the last match, he just couldn't get going. And in the end, he had to be retired out because I think he was on 3 runs or 7 deliveries. And I'm liking this because this is the captain saying, you know what? That was that match. This is another match. It might be different this time. Go out there, have another go, If it don't work, well, we'll do the same again maybe. But
Yeah,
I reckon it will work. He's too good a player not to not click twice.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Sharif gets another opportunity. You've got a feel for him here because he had to be retired out, really, given the situation.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, but he's got a tough bowler to face first up. He tries to swat across the line here into the pitch, and another dot ball.
Yeah,
Jarvis. Wow, he's been good.
Yeah, Jarvis makes a stop. He has, and I know a lot of people will look at all the stats. Of course, some batters have done really well. Lincoln, Harrison Ward. That's a really good shot, but as he found a fielder, no, he's got it over him. Seis carreras, balle. And Sharif gets 6 to start as he goes for the uppercut, and he nails it, and he gets it over the fielder as well. For a moment, I think his heart was in his mouth, but he gets it over the fielder. He'll get 6 runs. He'll get up and running. But yeah, I mean, you look at a lot of the batting stats, but in terms of the bowling, Somero has been great. Now this one's up in the air, and this one is going to be another boundary. It's 2 sixes to Amir Sharif, so he scored more in 2 shots than he did in 7 balls he had last time.
Just looking up a few stats here, and Jenna has 7 catches now for the series. There's been some really good ones in there. Sumaret, his economy is down in the 7s now, believe it or not. So he's a good, let me try and do a few calculations, but yeah, he is a good 3 runs more economical than the next best. That's quite incredible.
He's been superb, and the one reason that he's been superb is that he's done what we've always said that is necessary for bowlers in this, when you're playing this format. And that's all about, you've got to have a lot of variations. He's got variations, he's got the slow ball. They just haven't been able to pick him. All right, so we're getting ready for the start of the 4th here. And we're going to give Frost a go.
Yeah, well, Frost is sometimes being used as a 10th over specialist, but here he is bowling over number 4.
All right, here we go. So Nabi still there. He's had a bit of luck. He's miscued, but hasn't gone to hand. Well, he gets teased with a wide one here. It will get called. I think this is Mike Frost maybe trying to get Nabi to commit and come out to it, but Nabi stays rooted to his crease and still goes for it though, doesn't he?
You don't move those feet for nobody. It doesn't matter how wide it is. Anyway. Oh, that's massive. That's what I paid my admission for. That has gone many a mile. Maximo Nabi on.
Yeah, well, that is huge. That's gone over the country lane and into the next property. Adios, Bolota. That has gone a long way. In fact, it could have gone all the way to the next town. That is huge. Nabi, showing what he can do if you put it in the slot to him.
Tyrone immediately calling for a new ball. Just not really thinking it's worth spending the 7 or 8 minutes to track down how far that's gone. And what's great about Nabi, he's trying to hit this one further.
Right, going to change the angle.
He's clever. He's probably going to go quicker here. Let's see. He pushed it. It's got to be wide.
Nah.
Hit the line.
The back of the line does. It gets back of the line.
If it's hit the middle of the line.
No,
so
no.
you can't tell me that it didn't have
that's
some
not wide.
of the
That's
line.
not a wide. How can that be wide, Vinny? No.
You can't tell me in the 10 centimetres after the. Anyway,
right,
let's just watch another
high,
big ball.
Catchable chance, and team catch. Oh, nearly. Hinley almost gets the rebound. That's tremendous effort. I wonder if Hinley was not expecting this. Let's see again. This is a great opportunity. Let's see. I mean, it's hit hard. Let's have a look. Where are we?
There we go. Well, look, he was so good. He actually put on the invisibility cloak there. So I guess you got to give him the benefit of the boundary stop. All right, Frost.
Great effort there, though. What an effort.
They didn't run there. That's typical Nabi. That's a long dot. He just assumed that was 6. No, that's a dot.
You did say he doesn't like running.
We're there. He said, why run 1 when I can get 6? That's what he's thinking.
All right, he'll go for it. All right, another chance. That's high.
Lynch, the machine. Got to find it. He does. So Nabi is going to have to go for 26. But look, he does get 4 sixes. That's probably the cricket gods penalising him because he should have got at least one of that previous ball. But anyway, Frost, credit to him. He has the last laugh, and Team Europe are 45 for 2.
Yeah, well, Lynch takes the catch. No mistakes from him. And well done to Frost. I like that from the bowlers after being pumped for probably what is the biggest 6 that we've seen down going over the leg side boundary. He changes the approach and darts one in, almost takes the wicket with one. Nabi decides he doesn't want to run, so stays at the striker's end, and then the next ball, he offers a chance. That ball does move a little in the air, you know. I think it moves at the last moment, and Lynch, great reaction from him to take the catch. So Nabi, well, I reckon he scored more there than he has in the whole of this Shield so far, right?
Look, I would say this about Nabi, right? Cricket's character building and it's character destroying, really. It's both. And the thing is, he's had a rough trot, but we are going to see him on the ECN in France for 2 weeks for Dreux, and I hope he scores a bunch of runs. You know, and then this is consigned.
I tell you what, if he doesn't score there, I'm pulling him.
Okay.
I've had enough of this Nabi talk and him failing. So I tell you, I'm getting a hook. I'm getting Nabi. I'm getting ready. You better perform.
He gets people emotional. That's why I like him as a player as well. He's one of those people that if they're batting, everyone stops what they're doing and just looks out in the middle. They'll stop exactly what they're doing. And anyway, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Isan, he's another very, very talented player, isn't he? Jumps across, and he's going to put this one out of the ground. So Maximo, bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly for Frost in his over, which goes for 13 in the end. And the 50 comes up for Team Europe. Score is 51 for 2 after 4. So we had Corey Rutgers, didn't we, the Team Europe coach, in the commentary box a little bit earlier. And I've got another special guest that's come in. And I think this man is very, very happy. It is the British and Irish Knights manager, Rob Thompson. Rob, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Vinny. Hello, everyone.
Of course, you hail from Guernsey. We first met when your club Griffins were at the ECL in 2022. That was your first experience with ECN. But yeah, you've had a bit of an ECN journey, haven't you?
Yeah, we had a few words the night before we started here. And for me, it's ECL 2022 with Griffins, ECC with Guernsey last September for the first time, and then here Western Shield, which is obviously another level, and it's just every single time is a pleasure, so very happy to be here.
Yeah, well, we're so happy to have you. And first, I want to say congratulations. Obviously, you've secured the Western Shield. It certainly wasn't one-way traffic, though, was it, this weekend?
No, it's been everything we expected it to be. Europe have pushed us really hard. The boys dug deep, a couple of setbacks, but we bounced back to each of the defeats really, really strongly. So we're absolutely delighted. You know, first time to be the first winners, a great effort. So we'll enjoy this one. We'll enjoy it tonight. Look forward to it again in the future.
Yeah, there's a few things that are firsts even for us. Okay, having a 9-match series, 9 in a row. I mean, your players, they're used to playing a high level of cricket, playing even some longer forms of the cricket that take its toll on the body. But let's wait for this ball from English. He's come on to bowl the 5th, right off the end of the bat. This should find the field, just single. How's everyone kind of held up physically and even mentally this weekend?
Yeah, really well. It's easy to say it's only T10, but as anyone who's played it knows, it's intense. Every single ball is, you know, there's madness in everything that goes on, and there's the process before the game and after the game, and also during it. So it's full on. But these guys have all played on the network before. Everyone, you know, whilst it, oh, wow.
That's not a bad shot from Isan. It's the back of the hand. Slower ball from English that disappears. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, whilst it's you know, a huge effort physically, mentally, and as you say, these guys just couldn't wait to be here. You know, we went out for availability from a really strong group, and all the guys when is it? Just tell me, I'll be there. So fair play to them all. They've dug deep. I mean, Jack Jarvis, this is his 9th. He's played every single game, and as a seamer as well.
Unbelievable.
You know, it's a batter's game, and as a seamer, he's performed phenomenally and gone again every single time we've asked him to. So massive hats off to him.
He's shortlisted for MVP in my book. Anyway, this is a nice little uppercut from Isan. He'll get 6 more here. Maximo. So a good shot selection. I mean, you've been watching ECN cricket then for a couple of years. Have you noticed kind of significant improvement in the European-based players?
Hugely. I think it stood out watching them. Certainly a few of the guys ECL this year. You're seeing guys watching people like Baba, and they're now a lot closer to being 360 players than maybe a few years ago, where it would obviously be a lot through the leg side. You've got these guys now being able to uppercut and just take those opportunities on through the offside as well. And they stand out, and it's obviously volume of games, but dedication and you know what they do to their craft is great. And it's been a pleasure spending so much time with the European guys over the last couple of days as well.
Yeah, he's a very good example of someone like that. I think that when I first saw him in 2020, and then I first saw him live in 2021, yeah, he was he had power, but he was a bit of a one-trick pony at times. And just to see him develop his game and learn from those around him, learn from playing, for example, T20 international cricket for Spain as well, getting those opportunities, it's made him a much better player. And he hasn't necessarily gone on with some good starts.
I think.
Look at English going for this is a massive wide. Look, he moves one stump outside with his feet here, actually there. The ball misses by a lot.
Yeah,
But
no issue with that.
Bowlers are clever. They'll do that so they get the next one going their way. That's close. I've got a couple more questions for you though, Rob. As this one actually gets away from Lynch momentarily. So tell me about, because I know you're from Guernsey, I have some questions about the T20 international qualifiers, because it's a big year in T20 international cricket, isn't it, in Europe?
Huge. So it's the start of the pathway for the qualification process for the 2026 World Cup. So that starts with, from a European perspective, with sub-regional qualifiers this year. So you've got 30 countries split into 3 groups, or 3 kind of mini tournaments really. So Italy, Germany in hosting, and then as Guernsey, we're very fortunate to be able to be the host of the 3rd group in August.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about that a little bit more in a moment. First, I want to welcome you into the box because let's have a look. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and we've got Rob Thompson here. Now, we do have a Rob Thompson from New Zealand. He's always in the chat, and he said, let's see the other Rob Thompson. As you can see, he's a handsome fella. I want to say congratulations. So right here, right now,
thank you.
You are going to be Western Shield champions. It is something very, very different. It's something that I'm sure a lot of these players, they never would have envisioned. But yeah, we've been talking a little bit about the relationships built across teams, but even within the team, to have all these different nationalities coming together must have been really special.
Yeah, it has, and that for us was, I think, the thing that for me was most powerful around this weekend and in the build-up. You know, you're bringing guys from 5 different kind of islands and territories together, and it's just, from our perspective, has been seamless. You know, they've gelled very, very quickly. We've enjoyed spending time in each other's company, and to be fair, that goes for the European guys as well. You know, we've all mixed together and learnt off each other, and it's been wow.
How's that for a shot from Sharif?
I think that's one of those other beauties of the European Cricket Network. How, you know, how all that camaraderie builds.
That's actually a great take from Lynch to not be distracted by that. Come back in a moment after Sharif swings and misses at this one. Yeah, so quite a few of the European cricket community that are watching this right now, as Ishan Khan's from Malta, know that they'll be in Guernsey in qualifier C. We've got, I'll go through the countries, we've got Cyprus, we've got Czechia, Denmark, Greece and Spain. So Darmgard, he'd probably be a guy that would be on the island. Oh, this is high. Sharif gives it everything he's got, but he goes higher than he goes long. Oh. And well, I think he may or may not have done this. I'm going to hedge my bets. I think this is going to require a closer look. He does land over the line, but has he gotten rid of the ball before he lands? It's a fantastic effort.
I'm putting nothing past John T. Jenner. He's capable of
everyone said, look, let's have a look at this. So let's have a look. Obviously, you saw the catch was taken. It was kind of offloaded. There's the ball. Where's the fielder? That's the question. Well, we see that. Yeah, we see the foot. I think it's 6.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the call. Geez, great effort. But yeah, Sharif probably could use a bit of luck. Fantastic. I love to see these improvised efforts though on the boundary. He really couldn't have done any better than that either. Yeah, so Darmgard, who might be on the island. Spain will be in the qualifier seat. That means that you and Corey will get reacquainted. You have a special little relationship, don't you?
We do. It's I mean, since the draw for that was made, and then with the Western Shield, there's been a lot of contact, a lot of banter. You know, I'd say we probably approach our. It's gone.
That is gone. Well, I was going to say, you might have got a fortunate one the last time to get 6 runs, but Sharif only lasts 1 more ball. And Frosty's been very good here as well. A guy we've seen a fair bit of now on the network. A simple catch is presented, 72 for 3. Just quickly though, we've got Bulgaria, Estonia. I know Terry's watching from Estonia right now. Terry O'Connor, Finland. Guernsey, of course, the hosts, and Malta taking part in qualifier C. So yeah, but it's all in good-natured banter, isn't it?
In the best way possible. He's an absolute joy to wind up. We take every opportunity to be able to do that, but it's going to be great when he's over in August. Spend some more time with him, and you know that whole sort of relationship is only positive for everybody as associate cricket builds and builds. Yeah, and you've got to have a lot of patience and enthusiasm for the game at this level to put in the hard yards. I think that's something that's pretty obvious. What about tactically going into this? You obviously would know a fair bit about your opponents and your own team, but has there any been surprises, or have there been any tactical changes throughout the weekend? Well, I think the really interesting thing for us was obviously playing here for the first time. Yeah. So all of our guys, you know, you get very used to Khartoum and everything that gives. So certainly some adjustment early doors for the dimensions here and the setup and the way that everything works. But I think pitch-wise, what we realised and where we've been successful with our seamers is there's quite a lot of value in this particular wicket for the seamers and the type of seamers we've got. Yeah. So a lot of big guys hitting the pitch, and they've been absolutely phenomenal coming in every single game. So we had that balance in the squad, but the spinners haven't really had too much of a look in. So that surprised us, but I think that kind of boiled back down to the work that we put in terms of putting the squad together, that we were able to react to that. We could have reacted the other way if we needed to. So I think, that was probably the biggest surprise. I think from a player perspective, you know, we knew what we were going to get from the Europeans in terms of batting. Going in last night, 3-2, I thought was phenomenal. Yeah. I thought that was great for the competition. Really fought back after being 2-1 behind. I mean, it seems a long time ago now, but you were behind at one point. Yep. Frost bowls a good spell there, 2 for 19, as we have a look at Cal Corner. It's 72 for 3. Now that is the Butchimatsa homestead there. So it's quite amazing. This is built in someone's backyard, essentially. And look, this pitch, I really like it because it does, for me, replicate a turf pitch pretty well with a little bit of natural variation, but not too much. Yeah, the seamers have really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think you're right about, your attack has suited it pretty well. Hindley comes on. This is a wrong, and by that I mean it's just a bit wrong. It doesn't spin back. Yeah, Hindley's been another really interesting one. Has been taken down a couple of times, but I just knew the more overs he'd bowl, he's normally pretty valuable. Because another one, you got to pick him first. This one is a bit more of a top spinner that Isan's going to put out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs, and so I think, as you said, he got taken down a bit yesterday and hasn't bowled too much, but he came up clutch for us in that last game. Yeah, sure did. Phenomenal over to get us over the line and give us that 5th win. He hits it quite far as well. Yeah, he does. He's a rocket with the bat. It was pretty important for the England 11 in their successful ECC last year. Right, this one is flat batted and it's hit a mile from Isan. And this has probably been the difference for me this weekend. Obviously a lot of talent on both sides, but your team, the Knights, just seem to have gotten guys out that have got to start before they went on to very big scores. If you look at actually the list of the highest scores in the series, really, you've got all the top spots. You've got the centuries, the 90s. You saw Saqib with a pretty good 89 not out earlier on to pinch game 7 and keep the series alive. But it's a tough one because obviously no one tries to get out in the 30s or 40s. It's just maybe sometimes it's a decision-making thing. So Jamshid Khan, who's batting at the moment, they probably played a shot that he regretted on 44 this morning. This is a really slow one from Hindley. Just be a single. In the end, they won't run because he was on the back foot there, Isan. But yeah, it's funny. You've watched a lot of this form of the game now. So I don't know how you stop getting out in the 40s. It just seems to be one of those things for Team Europe. I think it is. I think if you're playing T20 or longer format cricket, you can kind of pick your balls a little bit better, and you've just got to go after everything here. You look at Saqib earlier; he had to go at the speed that he went, and he was able to execute it. That's right. The runs that we're seeing scored now on the network are insane. I'm liking essentially the bridges that we're building between ECN cricket and I suppose the previous
forms, the established forms of the game. Maybe that's a better way to put it. But yeah, for example, we've got guys on the network that have first class, that have ODI cricket experience. I mean, you've got Leask in your team, for example, that's played a lot for Scotland. Henley. And this one is hit sideways nice, because that didn't bounce as much as Isan thought, but he made the adjustment. So Henley goes magical, not the way that he wanted. And Team Europe are 95 for 3 after 7.
You say about Leask there, and I think the thing that speaks volumes as well for the network is just how excited he is to be here, and how he's been like a kid at Christmas, to be honest, being part of this. And you think, like you said, a guy with such international pedigree to be here and part of all of this, and very, very happy and willing to do so is amazing. It's a really good reflection of what's been built.
And we're really happy to have him and everyone else, of course. And we'd be happy to have you tomorrow when we return for ECS Cricket and Awarash. Well, they'll be out of the yellow vest and they'll be out in the middle, because they're taking on Friendship in the first game of the day. We've got Precious CC and Fighters CC as well. Friendship, of course. Some of the great team names there, actually.
That is
in
phenomenal,
Portugal.
isn't it?
And it starts tomorrow at the time of 9 a.m. GMT 11 in Central Europe. 2:30 p.m. in India. The cricket keeps on coming. Why don't you join us? We'll definitely be talking a lot of Western Shield, because my co-commentator for the next 3 days is none other than your nemesis, Corey Rutgers.
Sorry, Vinny.
So we will be talking a little bit. In fact, you're welcome to stay. Anyway, join us for that, and for all the fixtures, you can go to europeancricket.com. Yeah, look, speaking of high-level cricketers on the network, and also now, we're just starting to be asked to cover a lot more tournaments, such as, we're covering the Dutch Tri-Series between the Netherlands, Ireland, and Scotland. Their full T20 outfits going into the World Cup at the end of May, for example. As this is hit by Jamshed Khan, hit pretty well. Tector comes on with his doorknobs, and basically he's blown away by Jamshed, who gets off the mark. But I also think that the time is coming, just because of what we're doing as we build capacity. It's nice to be asked to do things like, for example, who knows, this year or next year or whenever, these World Cup qualifiers that go on across Europe. To get the opportunity to do that, I think, would be fantastic. There's a great shot by Jamshed, who just runs down the pitch and goes bang, Maximal. This guy held the record for fastest century on the network when he scored a 22-ball ton against the for the Düsseldorf Black Caps in Germany last year. I say with things like that, you can see how.
You can.
But
had a bit of a heater earlier as well. He strikes a big ball.
He really does, and believe it or not, he found it hard to get a spot in the German team. He was kind of on the outer with them. Eventually, just banged the door down. And Germany's one of those places. I think around the time that German Cricket TV started, which was the precursor to ECN, there were about 60 or 70 clubs in Germany. Now that figure is about 400. And that is such an explosive rate of growth.
That's incredible.
I've also really enjoyed our journey to include, quote-unquote, more traditional playing cricket countries on the network. It's been a two-way kind of learning. So there was a bit of blowback, I suppose, when we first started including like an English club and had plans then to include Scottish clubs and Irish clubs and 11s. But I just think the benefits of that can already be seen in building these bridges. As this is lifted up, and that one will also be out of the ground. Maximal Jamshed Khan. So look, I know we'll have the trophy ceremony. We'll be presenting the Western Shield. We've got you for a couple more balls. Is there anyone you'd like to thank while you're here or say hello to?
I'd very much like to say hello to my two beautiful daughters, Grace and Arabella, who I can't imagine they'll be tuned in to the cricket, but...
you can show them later then.
Yeah.
This will be a sensational piece of fielding to just be a long single. Hey, that was something.
Sunday evening back home, so I imagine nice chilled out evening. Maybe the cricket is on the box. They might surprise me.
But also, you know this, with ECN, one of the beauties of it is you can go back and watch it whenever you want. We've got highlights on our YouTube channel every day, player of the match videos for every single game. So you can watch a game in about 10 minutes if you like. Right now, Isan might watch this one back. He'll move into the 40s. And I know it's a bit of a moot point now, no pun intended. But yeah, I think Team Europe, I think it would have been better if they'd picked up the point in the last game. I think they needed 2 off the last ball, didn't attempt a run, but it'd be nice to at least see them get to that figure here, because they're a long way behind in the game. So Tim Tepka's gone magical now, and this is a blast over cover. Well held. And a little bit of a sad handoff from English, who'll just keep that to a single, and at the end of 8 overs, it's 120 for 3. Rob, I want to say a big thank you to you. It's a pleasure dealing with you all the time. Congratulations to you and the whole of the British and Irish Knights setup, and I'll see you at the trophy ceremony.
Look forward to it. Thanks ever so much.
Rob Thompson there, the manager of the British and Irish Knights. And also, yeah, it was really interesting what he was saying about the World Cup qualifiers. They're in 3 different locations. So Italy, Germany and Guernsey are taking part, or basically are the hosts for the 2024 round. It includes all the ICC affiliated European countries. Anyway, Ihsan on 45. Be good to see him get a 50 here. Hopefully we haven't jinxed him. Leask, who we were just talking about, gets a bowl here in over number 9. Pushes the first one a little bit wide. Got to say, what I've noticed, in all seriousness as well with the Knights, they're starting to get used to how ECN cricket gets umpired. It is quite harsh as far as the wides, but they've made the adjustments accordingly. It was a sharp bit of fielding to pick that up and fire it in and not allow a run. Rico Full will be back in a minute, but I'm going to say, everyone in the chat, why don't you throw some messages in the supportive of Rico, because he's finishing a 6-week stint today. As Ihsan goes up and out of here, it's Maximo and 50 to Mohammed Ihsan. Congratulations, 50 in a European shirt. A journey, we've seen him go all the way from Barcelona to representing Team Europe. As that disappears, Ihsan does get a 50 here. And now he'll get at least one more here. We'll test the fielder, and that was the old, I wouldn't say it's Tortuga, it's just a screamer along the ground. As Ihsan will get another boundary. A few people might be leaving us, but yeah, potentially, if you'd like to stick around, we'll be televising the trophy ceremony. We'll also be revealing the MVP of this series. Maybe let us know who you think should get it. Leask bowls the 23-yard ball, but it's been hit further than that. It's a little bit too short, and Ihsan moves up into the 60s. Maximo, or should I say, balle, 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 as we welcome back the man himself, Rico Full.
Yeah, this is good, isn't it, Ihsan? He's been plucking away, hasn't he? I tell you what, I mean, you probably check this out as this one also gets smashed away, and I'll do it properly. Volley, 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 says Caretas.
What do you mean properly?
Have a look. What is he on now? I get a sneaky feeling that he's not that far away from 5,000 runs.
Oh, yeah.
You check it. I don't think he's that far away. I reckon he's around about 150 shy of it, you know.
I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it.
Leask. Well, this is another one that's hit up in the air, and it's in the gap. It's 6 more. Hey, look, I know a lot of people are looking at this. If he keeps hitting 6s, hey, they're still winning this match.
Nice jinx. I don't think he'll quite make the 5,000 here, but he'd be, I think he's somewhere in the 4,800s at the moment.
Yeah.
How's this for a stat? He's played 41 matches this year, and we're only in April. Yeah, coming up, that is the Western Shield. Unfortunately, there's just one of them in real life, and it will be presented to the winning captain, Dan Lincoln, and his British and Irish Knights side. So join us after the wrap-up here in the commentary box for the trophy ceremony, the first ever Western Shield.
Yeah, and that's something special, that shield. It really is. It looks absolutely beautiful, and it weighs a ton as well. And like that, you can see all the places where where each team that wins will have the name inscribed on it. Of course, the first team will be the British and Irish Knights. And who knows, Vinny, in years to come, it may be just more than 2 teams.
We don't even know. Actually, it was interesting. A few interesting ideas. Didn't get to touch on them because I was with Rob, but I'll come back to that in a second. As English gets the last over, and this is up and under, and slightly down towards the end of the bat, and that will be caught. So Junaid hit 3 big bombs while he was out there, but he'll be a late casualty. They've given themselves a decent run here. Team Europe, they get the point. They might even get close-ish to the score. Right now, it's 149 for 4. But with that, Wicket gives us a bit of a chance to say thanks to everyone in the chat, everyone for their support this weekend. Yeah, Pierce had an idea about you could have an ECC kind of all-star side, and then the Knights, and you could have a kind of more ECS, ECL focused. And there's some other ideas that are about splitting Europe into sections, or even out-of-the-box ideas like having a team for another region. All those things will be considered. In the end, it's the Western Shield, and he'll decide what it is. But also, Kroom saying great stint, Rico. Enjoy your break. Christopher Ward saying, enjoy the rest, Rico. Full. Jules saying, well-earned break, Rico. Of course, Rico, this is your last over. It's not that long a break. It's a week, but you will get a week off.
Yeah, it's a break. It's a lot of things to do in that short period of time, but yeah, plenty to do, but we'll enjoy the break. But of course, we'll be following how things finish here in Portugal. It'll be interesting to see if Marlow can do it again, or whether Awarish or maybe somebody else can make the breakthrough. And of course, I'd be really interested to see who from the third place goes through, because that's going to be exciting as well, isn't it?
25 points, score 11 at the moment.
So that, of course, starts tomorrow.
Yeah, I know you'll be tuning in. That one looks pretty good off the bat of Ishan. He moves to 79. Well, I don't think he can quite make the 3 figures, but yes, I'm talking about Ishan, how much he's improved that I've noticed since I've been commentating him. I must have commentated him in over 100 games, right? Yeah, he's played over 150 games on the network. But also his keeping. I'm really, really impressed with the level that his keeping's getting to. Still got a few things to work on, but I think he's been pretty reliable this weekend. Anyway, there's another 4 moving to the 80s, turning into a big score for Ishan. And just look at this game. They're not so far behind. They're 160 now with 2 to go.
Yeah, it's Ishan. I think what we're seeing from Ishan is how he's changed from a player that used to try and, I mean, even that ball, I think 18 months ago, he's trying to hit it over Cal. But he's changed. He's got different shots now. He can play. He's got good movement now. All right, there is this movement before the ball's bowled, but I don't think it's quite that much. And Tyrone Peters is sticking to his ball.
Move. He moves a set of stumps, but even if you move the line a set of stumps, it's wide. In fact, it's pretty much hit the return crease, which is a hard line. By the way, we'll talk about it during the week, but there's going to be a slight tweak in about a week's time to how we adjudicate wides.
Okay.
We'll come back to that. Anyway, this one is lifted up, and that will be 4 runs. Still a ball to go. As Macy, you'll see him in action for Uerash tomorrow. Dave B saying, thanks, Rico, and see you in draw. Jeff saying, thanks for the great tournament. Cheers to all that made it happen. And Jeff saying, also enjoy, Rico. Yeah, honestly, Rico, let's be honest, you breathed a lot of dust in the last couple of weeks. You've seen fire, you've seen rain, but it's been great to have you. But here's the last ball, the Western Shield 2024. It's an edge and it's a great catch. And what a way for the Knights to seal the deal. The Knights, the first ever Western Shield winners. They take it 6-3, and Lynch, the machine, finishing off with a one-handed grab.
You know, it started with a wicket. Remember that, the very first ball of the Western Shield. Unfortunately, DDC will remember it. He was the first to go. It was a great delivery from Jarvis, and the catch was taken, of course, by the captain. And then Dan Lincoln takes a catch, and then finishes with the very last ball with a wicket as well. In similar fashion, another good catch behind. This time, it's a one-handed take from the wicketkeeper. So well done to Lynch. Holds on to it, one-handed catch. But it is the end of what has been a spectacular 2 days of cricket here in the Western Shield. And both sets of players will congratulate each other. I'm pretty sure that they will socialise and enjoy, well, not just a bite to eat, but a few drinks later on tonight. It's going to be a long night. There's plenty to celebrate, isn't there, as the players have come together from all over Europe to take part in this, the very first Western Shield. And the champions this time round are going to be the British and Irish Knights. Well played. They will win the series 6-3 in the end, but I'm liking the effort that's been put in there by Team Europe, and what they've shown us there is that, okay, they're a little bit behind where the British and Irish Knights are, but just a little bit, and well, maybe next time round it'll be a closer affair. But well done, of course, to the British and Irish Knights. It's been fantastic. I love the way that they played. I love the way that the players have interacted with each other. We've got the best of the best out there, and they've certainly shown us some fantastic cricket.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I've got to say shout out to Team Europe as well. I mean, 6-3 is no disgrace, and a few games where things got out of control, no doubt about that. But remember, at the end, they were 2-1 up at one stage. It was Nabi o'clock, believe it or not. He was able to get 4 out of the middle. Had a bit of trouble holding the bat at times, but I mean, he's always playing with a smile on his face. And really, at the end of the day, cricket is about enjoying yourself, enjoying your life, enjoying it with other people that love the same thing, and they love the game of cricket, and that's come through time and time again. You're a very skillful side, I know that sooner or later it'll be Team Europe that are lifting that shield too, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen there. I mean, you know, the one thing the British and Irish Knights have got, I think most of their players that they've got here, most of them in the whatever their field has been, whatever's been their expertise, they've managed to perform. I think the bowlers, all the bowlers have performed well. Yeah, there he is, Casper. And, well, I've got one of those bands. Thank you very much. In fact, I've got two here now. I'll be taking one back for my daughter, Sonia. But anyway, yeah, they've all sort of performed. Whereas I think with Team Europe, that's probably been the issue. There's been one or two players that haven't quite just performed. And I'm not saying that's a reason why they haven't been more competitive, but, of course, it does make a difference.
Yeah, it does. You're right. I mean, I think Pierce in the chat, he actually made a very good point. He said that Europe has more unpredictable players, but when they're hot, they're so hot, they're impossible to silence. But there's still a bit more consistency in that Knights lineup, so they seem to have the answers. And the other thing is the Knights were just so good at getting ahead in innings. They seemed to always win the first 5 overs. So that meant that either the Knights would hold on or Europe would battle back. But it was Knights having that early advantage, which I think made all the difference as well in the end. This was an interesting innings, though, again. Jamshed whacked 3 out of the screws. For Mohammad Ihsan, he ends up on 87, which I think is a fantastic effort from him. But really, it is, you could argue, the greatest advertisement for ECN cricket yet.
Yeah, it is. And you know, one thing I want to touch on here, and I think it's quite important because we see a lot of cricket. Of course, a lot of it is played in our stellar events like the European Cricket League and the European Cricket Championship. But we see a lot of European Cricket Series as well. For example, early on, the start of this season, we went to Cyprus, we went to Barcelona, and we saw the likes of players like Mohammad Ihsan there. And then it's always those people that say, right, he's performing here now, but can he do it against the big boys? Can they do it against the top players? And Ihsan has shown that, yeah, they can. And also what he's shown is that the more that they're exposed to this sort of competition, then even better that they will get. So you're absolutely right when you say, you know, it's not that far away that it will be Team Europe that will be holding up that shield. And maybe let's make a comparison to something like the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
You know, look which way. It always used to be one-sided now.
That's
but
true.
it's swayed the other way, hasn't it?
What a way to finish as well, last ball. And it's true what you said, bookended with wickets that go the way of the British and Irish Knights. Looking at the scorecard, dominated by Mohammad Ihsan there, 87 of 25. I've got a feeling Jonty Janet might have just sewn up that Player of the Match trophy with his 105 in the first innings. Apart from that, we saw Nabi get a few away at least. And look, I was talking about Nabi with Rob a little bit earlier, but yeah, we'll see him in the ECS in just over a week's time. So, you know, everyone's got ups, everyone's got downs. And let's just hope that he can find some form and get back to entertaining the crowd the way that we saw him do last year. As far as the bowlers, they used 8 of them in the end, really throwing the ball around. A couple of wickets each for Frost and English in there. And, well, Sumaret had a sensational series. And the final score, not too much between the teams, just 18 runs here in match 9. 183 to the Knights, 165 to Team Europe. Now, let's just welcome you into the commentary box for the last time today before we head over to the trophy ceremony. But I want to take this opportunity to say a very, very warm thank you to you, Rico, for your efforts over the last 6 weeks, which included the ECL covering me so that I could go back and spend a bit of time away. And by the way, you're not just sounding good, you are looking good.
Isn't this a number?
Yeah.
Isn't this a number? Look, all of the crew got one of these. And this takes me back to, I'm not going to say the proper cricket days, but maybe, you know, when you're playing with the red ball, you always needed one of these. And, of course, when you're playing in England, you needed a long sleeve one as well. So to get one of these is magical. I think it goes pretty well. I'll be wearing this in the cube a lot.
You look like you're ready to shine the ball and open the bowling with some of your right arm nibblers. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing you have a bowl. We could do it later on up here. But look, what a great stint. In this 4-week window that you've had, obviously had the ECL and then some great cricket here in Portugal over the first couple of weeks in the ECS when weather's allowed. But what a great way for you to go into a week off with this Western Shield. New concept, we've seen it go all the way from an idea to reality. And yeah, I just think, bottom line, it was the highest standard cricket we've ever seen on ECN because there are no passengers in these two teams. This is the final count, then Europe win 3 games, but the British and Irish, they win 6. And that, I think, is reflective of the performance of the two sides. I just think the Knights had players that could go harder for longer, and Team Europe had their moments, and that's why they win 3 games. But they had to work very, very hard for those wins. I can't really call a game. Maybe that 112 chase, for example, in match 3, but there weren't too many games that you said that Europe won comfortably or dominated.
Yeah, I think you're right. Look, I think a lot of people before the start of this, when they were looking at the squad and they were looking at the British and Irish Knights taking on Team Europe, I think when they were looking, they thought that maybe it was going to be too one-sided. They thought that maybe the Knights were going to win this 9-0. And when it started on that very first day, remember, the very first ball, Royal Duck, DDC gets done by an absolute corker of a delivery from Jarvis. They were struggling. They were 46 at the halfway point. I think they lost about 5 wickets or so, and you thought, okay, maybe. But what a fight back. Yeah. And for Team Europe to come back and win that match, posting 172, and you said they scored something like 120 odd runs.
126 in the second half.
In the last 5.
Crazy.
For them to win that match, I think that is when I think that the British and Irish Knights thought, you know what, boys, we've got to fight on here.
It wasn't one-way
and they had to fight. They had to fight.
Definitely. I know we're running a little bit over. We've got to get ready for the trophy ceremony. I want to say thanks to all of you out there. A reminder, we'll be back tomorrow because the ECS will continue. 5 matches here in the ECS Portugal. Oeiras, they're still hunting their first ECN trophy. You know, the ECL 23 representatives. They've got Friendship first up in the morning. We'll also see the Fighters. We'll also see Precious on day 14. Join us 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. And so I'll be here with Corey Rutgers in that one as well. I want to say thanks to everyone in the chat. It's been great to have that interaction. Great to have that celebratory vibe with everyone that follows ECN cricket, whether you follow it or not, whether you're a casual observer. Even if you're a first-time watcher, I want to say big thank you. I'll see you at the trophy ceremony. There's lots of thank yous to be said. I'll save them over there. But for now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, thanks for joining us for this huge celebration, a big day on the calendar. It's 6-3 to the Knights, but it's good night from us until tomorrow, where we'll have more ECS cricket. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. And a warm thank you to Rico. Enjoy your week off.
I will.
You'll be in France. I'll be in Portugal tomorrow. We're everywhere. We'll see you soon for more action right here on ECN. Hasta pronto.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the first ever trophy ceremony of a Western Shield. What a fantastic concept this has been. Of course, I'm Mid-Innings Analysis, Mr. Maximo from the European Cricket Network. My pleasure to be here to oversee this trophy ceremony, or this shield ceremony. And honestly, this Western Shield, the silverware is unlike anything I've ever seen. The cricket, honestly, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. And that's in over 5,000 matches now that we have broadcast on ECN. And I know, obviously, you guys, you're the best of the best, and that's why you're here. And a lot of you have been on our journey for a little while now and kind of measuring it in years. And I hope that you notice, as much as we do, how much things are just improving all the time, on the field, off the field. And really, it's a generational vision that Dan Weston in particular had in founding ECN to take cricket up a notch and make it established on the continent, to make the next generation realise cricket's a sport. It's a fantastic sport. It needs to be played. It needs to be enjoyed. And I got to say, firstly, to the Weston family, that's the first thank you. To Dan, obviously Ken's here, Casper's here today. I know Manuela's here as well, 3 generations. To the Weston family, congratulations on what you've achieved so far with ECN, and may it continue for many, many more. Of course, we couldn't do what we do without the support of so many of our partners. So to Dream11 and FanCode, a big thanks to you, to HCL Software, to Paramatch as well, who've come on board this year, to Local Lifestyle, who provide these fantastic trophies, and of course the first ever Western Shield. It is fantastic that we have that support. Of course, Bizaway Travel, they're already getting organised to whiz us off to the next event, and obviously organising all the travel for so many people for this event. So to all of our supporters and all of our partners, I want to say a big thank you for your support. We couldn't do it without you. Let's have a big round of applause for... Give a few more quick thank yous before we get on with the ceremony. I want to say a big thank you to all the ECN crew. So that's both the crew here at the ground, the crew that have come in especially for the event, the crew that aren't here with us today, but it really is a team effort. So to all the ECN crew, it's something really unique that we're doing. It's something very, very special. And even though it's got its ups, it's got its downs, it is a marathon season now, but we do it because we love it, and that's something that everyone shares. So well done to everyone that's part of the ECN family. Also, I need to say thank you to everyone that has pitched in here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. It's such a fantastic story, this cricket ground. The Butcher Master homestead in the background. Luckily, it wasn't hit by any Maximos, but a few weren't too far away. Obviously to Sandy, to Fatima, who will be presenting the MVP trophy, to Paolo, Maria, Emma, everyone behind the scenes that's helped with the feeding of everyone, to all the ground crew around the ground, retrieving those balls. Honestly, it's been amazing. We feel like family when we come here, and I honestly mean that. So a big thank you to you and all the support as well from Cricket Portugal to help with the event. So let's give a big round of applause. They've been wonderful hosts. Do also just have to quickly mention a few other people and crews that have made ECN what it is today. And one of those are our TV crew from Spring Media. Honestly, you guys are fantastic. You have no idea the hours these guys work. I think I work long hours, but they're here before I arrive, and they're still here when I'm going home at night. And you guys have really taken cricket broadcasting to the next level at this level. And so I want to say a big thank you to you, both the crew that are here and the crew that have already left Portugal. Let's give you a big round of applause, Spring Media. Thank you so much. I'm almost done, but I got to mention a group of people that I'm excited to get together as well. A bit of an all-star crew actually for this one. And of course, I'm talking about the umpires. I want to say congratulations to you, Malik. Great getting an opportunity at a next level event. Sully and Tyrone, obviously you're here because you've proven that you can kind of handle the pace and handle the drama of T10 Cricket Network for a while now. I love the way you get into the spirit of it and can do your job so professionally, while obviously trying to provide that supportive environment and a good environment for the players to play in. To Ian Ramage as well, great to have you here.
with us, Ian, once again taking the reins. So to all the officials, I want to say a very, very big thank you as well. Congratulations. The last person I want to mention is a guy who, honestly, you want to talk about putting in the hard yards, this guy does. And he's coming on the back of a 6-week stint now. And it hasn't always been easy here in Portugal, especially when the Sahara Sands have come. I know that his throat has been hanging by a thread. But Rico, thank you so much, Rico Full, for your friendship and your professionalism, your enthusiasm for European cricket. I know, as someone that's been involved in European cricket a lot longer than I have, that this has been a very special weekend for you. So, Rico, enjoy your week off. See you in France in a week. But congratulations once again. Okay, well, let's get on with the ceremony. And firstly, we are going to present these fantastic runners-up medals. And everybody that plays here deserves a medal because you are the best of the best. Getting selected in the first place, hopefully you recognise and appreciate what a big honour that is, because we've had, believe it or not, over 7,000 players play on the European Cricket Network. So to be standing here, hopefully it makes you want more. Hopefully you're standing here in 12 months' time again for the next Western Shield. But we do have Maria and Emma who will be presenting the silver medals. I'd like to invite this team down. And look, what can you say about Team Europe? They are certainly a team that I wouldn't want to be playing against when you look at some of the firepower in there. I think you really showed a competitive spirit there. You were 2-1 up at one stage. I know it's a difficult time of the year for a lot of you as well to get through a 5-game day. We saw bursts of what you're capable of. In the end, ultimately, you weren't able to do enough to win the series, but you did yourselves proud. You did your home countries proud. You did your families proud. I'm so glad to get to know you guys better every single time, and I wish you all the best for the season ahead. Please welcome them down, the runners-up of the Western Shield with 3 wins in the 2024 series, Team Europe. And we might just ask Sakata Zulfika, the Team Europe skipper, to come down just for a quick word. Firstly, Sakata, congratulations. I know it's probably not the colour of the medal that you would have liked, but how was your first ever Western Shield experience?
No, great. I think the organization was great. And first of all, thank you for organizing this event, because this is something really special. And also for Team Europe, everybody was really proud to play here. So.
Yeah, congratulations, Sakata, once again. And I was really inspired by your performance as well. You played, I think, perhaps one of the best innings we've ever seen in the network last year. But to bring together such a galaxy of European superstars, it must have been really fun to play with some guys from other countries that you never played with before.
Yeah, normally we play against them, and I don't want to play against them, and now they were on my team. So that was a great experience.
Well, look, I know you've got a big summer of cricket ahead. You come from a very talented cricket family, and hopefully I'll see you in the Netherlands soon enough. So I want to say congratulations. Best of luck for the summer ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Sakata Zulfika here, the Team Europe captain, and a very worthy captain as well. So now let's move on to presenting the gold medals. And this concept was super exciting. And when I started thinking about this British and Irish Knights lineup and the potential talent pool, it blew my mind really to think about some of the combinations that we were going to get. And the fact that we probably see a team where you could have 9 or 10 of them opening the batting and doing a very, very good job. So I've got to commend you guys, firstly on what you did to win the Shield, but also the way you managed your squad and tried to also let every individual shine within the tournament, which wasn't easy. So obviously we had some fantastic individual performances in there with 3 centuries, with some incredible pace bowling, which I think we know in this format is very, very difficult. But I think you demonstrated something I've been saying for a while, is that bowlers do have agency in this format. And rather than, I suppose, throwing up your hands and making excuses, you just need to get back, accept the good with the bad, and execute your skills. And you did that very, very well. And I think that you put yourselves ahead at the start of so many matches. So congratulations. Hopefully you're enjoying this ECN experience. It's something that we never imagined would get as big as it has. Hopefully we'll see you during the year as well. I know we're really excited to have our first ever European Cricket Series in England coming up. And who knows, after that we could start branching out around that. So I know that a lot of you English guys in there will be looking forward to that. In fact, hopefully you all are, because it's an exciting new frontier for us. I'd like to invite you down now to collect your gold medals from Akbar from Cricket Portugal, and also Paolo Butchamatsa here from the Santarém Cricket Ground. Please welcome down your Western Shield champions, the British and Irish Knights. Okay, I've got to have this man just for a little bit of a chat, the British and Irish Knights captain, Dan Lincoln. Dan, firstly, congratulations. How was your weekend?
Yeah, busy. 9 games, I think, for all of us was tough work. We managed to get through with some scratches and some scrapes, but we seemed to all pull through, and I think a few of the lads could do with putting their feet up now.
It's funny because you think it's just like a 50-over game, but really I think mentally and physically it's so taxing with what goes on out there. I know you played the first 8 straight, keeping and, of course, batting, striking that incredible century yesterday in the second highest ever total we've ever had, 234. But for all the batting, I was really impressed with your bowling, I think, and the way you were able to restrict, particularly early in innings, and take some of those key wickets.
Yeah, I think it shows how important the power play is. Like, it's obviously a batter's game, but if you can get a couple of guys to create good partnerships with the ball, it puts a dent in the oppo, and if you can get them 3 or 4 down, it helps.
And of course, we know you pretty well on ECN now. We're talking kind of 2.5 years since you joined the ECN scene. It's been a bit of an adventure, hasn't it?
Yeah, from where we started, what we've seen, and where you guys have come from, for it to continue to grow, I think it's testament to everyone involved, and long may it continue.
Yeah, obviously, it must have been maybe a little bit challenging to give everyone a chance to shine, given the amount of talent you had in your lineup. What was it like, kind of meeting some of the guys from other countries you might have played against before, for example, at the ECC?
I think a lot of the guys know each other or know of each other, and I think having a couple of days and spending some flight time together and bits and bits, you try and work things out as quick as you can, and ultimately you win a couple of games, like the camaraderie comes along a little bit quicker.
Well, Dan, congratulations. You're certainly a really, really exciting player to watch every time we see you. Hope you keep coming back. You're still a young man, and I want to congratulate you. You can go back and join your team. Let's have a round of applause for Dan Lincoln, the captain of the British and Irish Knights. He is a young man, Dan Lincoln. Don't you worry about that. Now, look, we do have one individual award that we will be presenting now, and Fatima Butchamatsa will be presenting the first ever Western Shield MVP trophy. Now, I've got to say, this was a very interesting debate about who would take this trophy, because
probably had 3 or 4 that were really in the mix. But in the end, we went for a bowler. We went for a bowler that just seemed to consistently pick up the early wickets that put his team in the game and also really went for big runs. So congratulations. I'd like to invite forward the first ever Western Shield MVP from the British and Irish Knights, Jack Jarvis. Congratulations. Well, Jack, welcome back to ECN. I've missed you a little bit because every time you have got on the park on the European Cricket Network, you've performed. How much fun was this weekend for you?
Yeah, it was absolutely awesome. I had a lot of fun. Really good to play with so many people and to keep playing against these guys. It's always a good challenge. But yeah, it was really good fun.
Well, obviously you have a bit of an intimidating job, I think. You often think of bowlers as the intimidators in cricket, but in our form of cricket, quite a lot of the time it's the batters doing the intimidating. Facing up against some pretty good opposition, you seem to get those early breakthroughs. What were you thinking when you were running in to bowl those first overs?
I was basically just trying not to get hit for 6, but you've got to kind of just take that. It will happen. Yeah, just trying to take a wicket every ball, basically. Nice and simple. Yeah,
we seem to be able to get the team on the back foot more often than not. Big summer of cricket ahead for you. What's in store?
Hopefully some good cricket, and hopefully get back on the network soon.
Yeah, well, Jack, congratulations, the first ever Western Shield MVP. I'll let you go back and enjoy it with your teammates. Final set of thank yous to everyone around the ground. I'm going to say Girish for his work as the DJ. Thank you, Girish. You did a sensational job. We'll see you on the park before too long. To all the spectators that came from far and wide, and for everyone that's capturing the moment. This is a moment that you do want to capture, because I'd like to now invite Ken Weston and Daniel Weston to present the first ever Western Shield to the British and Irish Knights and their captain, Dan Lincoln. Head over there, boys. Congratulations. And now you've got your opportunity to lift the shield. Your champions of the 2024 Western Shield are the British and Irish Knights. Smile for the cameras, lads. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. Of course, our journey is just beginning. We're only about a quarter of the way through the season. ECS Portugal starts again tomorrow. Come along with us from the right. Subscribe to the network. Tell your family, tell your friends about the magic of European cricket. From everyone here at ECN and the European cricket family, have a happy, have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket in Portugal. For now, it's hasta pronto.